Hey, everybody. Welcome back to another edition of the Strat Fan Forum football show. Today we are talking SOMIFA season preview, and we're going to go over the teams from the Arizona Cardinals all the way down to the Tampa Bay Bucks. Are they the last team in the list? I hope so.
I think we'll do the Tampa. I think we'll
Tennessee
do the Tennessee
Titans.
Titans also. I think we would go.
Yes, from Arizona to Tennessee, we're covering. Get down, get down. All right. So
actually, I was trying to time the gongs to the song there. I wasn't trying to gong you for singing the song.
I'm joined as always by Tom Cook. Tom's already said hello, but here we go.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. This is Tom. This is a Monday afternoon on the East Coast, Monday afternoon on the West Coast also. How that works, but it's obviously 3 hours later. It's Monday afternoon football. Da, 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 da. Not quite the same tradition.
You know, they should put some of those. We should get our own little sound effects if we could add them in and be able to call on those.
Yes, I have thought of that. There is a way to do it. I just haven't invested the time because number one, because I'm lazy, and number two, because I'm usually reading something football related and can't be bothered.
That sounds good.
Yes, but say something.
Something.
Okay, I clicked it myself, so I was monopolizing the camera time there.
Oh, okay.
But, I love doing these season preview shows and draft shows. Those are probably my two favorite shows to do. You know, I like calling the games. Those are fun. I don't mind the draft reviews. Draft reviews are fun. You know, but you're always going to hurt some people's feelings. The playoff previews are kind of okay, but I like the season preview. The draft preview I probably like the best. I probably like the rookie roundup. It's probably maybe my favorite show. But I also like doing the season preview, especially SOMIFA, a league where I have the most time invested. You know, my first team was 2003. So SOMIFA started in 2002 with 12 teams, okay? But they did not draft 12 teams out of the entire NFL. NFL Ed, in all of his wisdom, in his infinite wisdom, he ranked every player in the set, okay? From 1 to whatever, okay? From 1 to, 53 times 30, 1 to 1,500 or whatever. And so the first round would go, and they would draft 1 to 12, and then he took the next 12 players all out of the draft pool.
Oh, wow.
And set them aside for the year 2 draft because he knew he wanted a 24-team league, but he didn't want to do it have 12 monster teams, then 12 expansion teams. So I joined in year 2 in the expansion draft, but it wasn't a true expansion draft because you had half the players from year 1 were in your draft pool. Like Tom Brady was the first pick in our expansion draft. Okay, so I've been in it since year 2, and that was a 2003 set. And now today we're talking about the 2014 card set. So you're talking about a league that has had 13 seasons under its belt, and now we got the 12th, the 14th up and coming. And we're going to start at the beginning with the Arizona Cardinals, coached by Bob. That's not Bob Spellerberg, is it?
No, Bob. Give me a second.
There might be one last name you don't know. I'm not sure if how many of the leagues this guy's in.
Yeah, I just have him as Bob in my email address.
What about Bob?
Actually, no. Wait a minute. He's in my league where we actually list the last names. Give me a second.
Now, why did your league list the last names? That sounds a little totalitarian to me.
in the spreadsheet, in the draft, in our copy of.
I don't know.
We also have phone numbers. How do you like that? Okay, the director. Bob Ojak is his name. Bob Ojak. Bob O. Nice. Call him Bob O. Hey, Bob O. That's right.
Okay. Now I can see you. When I've got your name clicked on, like a little box, I just see a black box. I don't know what's going on there, but
what do you
hopefully
mean?
it's fine. Don't worry about it; it'll be fine. But I'll start screen. I'm going to start screen sharing anyway. So
okay,
let me get off of you there. Or I should lock myself to screen share. A little rusty. I feel like we haven't done one of these in a while, even though we do them fairly regularly. Do you have the same feeling or no? Oh my God, we just did one of these.
What was the last one we did? We did a SOMIFA draft review, right?
SOMIFA draft review Yeah, so that would have been about 2 weeks ago.
Yep.
Maybe just because there's been so much Strat going on and the NFL season starting and stuff like
That's
that.
what it is.
Maybe
It's
it
the
just
actual game.
feels it just feels like it's been a little longer. The Jets lost yesterday.
Yeah, they got a.
They were due for a loss. I mean, so it's fine. They're not that great. Schedule's not that tough though, so they could maybe be one of those teams with a bad schedule, mediocre team with a bad schedule gets in the playoffs. So starting with Arizona with Bob. Now you know what I did? Dennis did a couple of little things here, preparation for today's show. For starters, I don't know if you're seeing this or not, but what I did was I went back to the beginning of the league, 2012, 2002.
Okay.
And I put in every single guy's record, season by season, and play a performance so we can see how the guy's been doing the last few years. So we can see, what his playoff history is and stuff like that. And you get a red box if you win the Super Bowl. Okay.
Nice.
So you scroll down, and as I do each guy, I don't know how clear it's coming out. I feel like maybe I should put
no, it's good. Looks good.
Background in there. Okay. So starting with Bob. Bob's been in the league 3 seasons, 4-12, 3-13, 4-12. So he's got to get the club going in the right direction. He's traded, and I also did something, Dennis, where I took all the trades the guy made this offseason.
Okay.
And he has his own tab, as you can see right here. That should be
wow. I think you're going to need to have 2 pages or shrink the font when you get to my team.
Well, what we did was we determined that 96% of your trades were just like 8th, 9th, and 10th round fodder if you just deleted them all.
Sound and fury signifying nothing.
We decided there was only 4 official trades, so therefore you do not have the record, as it was clear and evident that you were simply making trades for the sake of making it.
Never. I have a master plan. I just don't know what it is until I execute it.
I see. But no, that is. Now we're obviously going out of order, and we know Dennis is this is good, but we know Dennis is always concerned with the time because he has family obligations, of course, which I do not. But that was interesting because you made all these trades, 8th, 9th, 10th round picks. You traded for a wide receiver, then realized, I could have drafted a wide receiver who was just as good. Then you traded the wide receiver away. Then you hopped up to get Ryan Pickett because the backup nose tackle 4. Then you were shopping him after the draft. So what exactly was going on in Crowley land from rounds 8, 9, and 10 there that was creating this from round 7 through 10 that was creating this frenzy?
Well, let's focus on the Arizona Cardinals. We'll get to my team so I can come up with an excuse in the meantime. But I drafted Pickett to get a backup nose tackle, but then in a subsequent trade, I wound up getting Chris Baker, who's a nose tackle. That's also a 4. He's also a 4, and he's still playing. So that meant that I didn't need Pickett anymore. So, all these things are like dominoes. When you move one thing, you do the next. Now, the reason for the James Jones trade is that after I traded for him, when I made the deal with him, I kind of was like, maybe I shouldn't do it. There are guys that are still available, and is James Jones really that good? And now he's performed like crazy, so he's definitely worth a 7th round pick. And I got IM'd by Ron saying, hey, why didn't that guy take my offer? I offered him more. So I said, well, what'd you offer him? 7th next year and 8th this year? I said, okay, I'll take that. So some of this stuff just happens during talks where I get an asset, and if I can trade him for more than I got him for, a lot of times I'll move him. So
yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no, I know what you're saying. Sometimes an offer comes up or an opportunity comes up, and you make a move that you weren't even really thinking about beforehand. So, okay. But it was just interesting. It seemed like there was at times no rhyme, no reason. Just pieces going and coming, very similar. And I was like, is this all to get one extra 9 next year? What's going on here? But anyway, but you did seem to be getting assets in all those deals and seemed to be getting more than you were trading away. So that's always good. So Arizona, now Bob has had a tendency in the recent years of trading his very high picks for veteran players. Traded the 1 overall for Calvin Johnson a couple of years ago. This year traded the 1 overall for DeMarco Murray and Baltimore strong safety Will Hill. The result on the field has not been a success so far, but let's see what the team looks like this year. Joe Flacco is the franchise quarterback for Arizona. Flacco is usually kind of okay in Strat, but not real strong. But this year's card looks, a lot of these cards I'm actually kind of looking at for the first time. I mean, Joe Flacco's not on any of my Strat teams, and So I'm not in any single season drafts that are drafting right now, so I just haven't bothered really to look at them. But this card looks like it's like a little improved. Like it might be one of Flacco's better cards. I like that the flat pass looks pretty strong. The short pass looks pretty decent on right. Not that good on wrong, which may be a trend. I know Andrew Luck has that situation. Long pass is decent at 6 and 12. A fairly solid card from Flacco. Picks aren't too bad. Looks like you could win with that card. If what do you think, Dennis?
Yeah, I think that this is a lot of people. A big controversy came up in the NFL: is Joe Flacco elite? Is he not elite? Well, from a strat standpoint, he's never had an elite card. So this one is at least usable. You can win a championship with this card with a strong defense and a good running game. So it's passable. And I think
exactly. Yeah, it's like you said. I mean, it's not. Look, he's Joe Flacco. We don't expect the Tom Brady, the Drew Brees, the vintage Peyton Manning type of card, but you're getting that next level card. You know what I'm saying? Which is more than good enough to win with. You could definitely win with this card, depending on the rest of your team.
Yep, I agree. And Bob has had opportunities to replace that Joe Flacco card with he's drafted pretty high in the last few drafts, so he could have gotten Russell Wilson, or I'm not sure. Did you trade with him to get Andrew Luck, or
no? That was with the old Detroit coach JJ.
Okay, so he picked third that year, meaning he could have had Russell Wilson, but he traded that pick to me. Last year he could have gotten one of the quarterbacks, and even this year he could have stayed put and taken Bridgewater or Bortles.
Well, last year I don't think there were any quarterbacks that went real high. Remember last year was that weird draft.
You're right.
Like the Sheldon Richardsons and Desmond Trufants and guys like that. I think Eddie Lacy, guys like that. So
really, it was 2 years ago and this year that he could have made.
Yeah. So now the offensive line, he's got a 4-0 at center with a 0-3 backing up. I would encourage him to use that 0-3. As you know, Dennis, I've been slowly doing more and more spreadsheet work over the last year and a half or so. And one of the things in the last 6 months I've done is really put a lot more attention to the pass rush chart and incorporating some of those numbers into some of my passing game spreadsheets. But one thing you take a quick look at that pass rush chart. One thing you do not want is a 0 pass blocking lineman. I mean, even if you get a 0-2, I mean, ideally at least a 0-3 or 0-4, but that 0 pass blocking, oh my gosh,
it's a killer.
Oh yeah, I mean you turn a nose tackle as a 2 or 3 into a pretty legitimate pass rusher. Where if your center is a 2, is like a 0-3 or certainly a 0-4, you're pretty much shutting that guy down. So I would probably encourage Bob to pop Keith Booth or Joe Berger into the lineup as starting center and put Brian De La Puente on the bench. What do you think, Dennis?
It sounds good to me. I'm in a similar situation in Frozen Tundra where I can start either a 4-3 or a 0-5. What would you do? What would your spreadsheets say is the right move there? I'm going to go with the 0-5 and use the 4-3 on short yardage situations.
I would probably say it depends on who I'm playing and what his it depends on a lot of things. Depends upon if the other guy's playing a 3-4 or 4-3, and consequently what his nose tackle or linebacker looks like, and is he going to blitz a lot? What type of offense do I have? Am I going downfield all the time? Am I going downfield guess right often? Am I throwing a lot of flat passes? Am I going to run line bucks? If I on a neutral field, I'll take the 0-5 because 0-5 is going to shut down almost all nose tackles for pass rush and pass blocking, and you're only getting a 4 on the run anyway. It's still going to miss 2/3 of the blocks anyway, and it's only on a line buck. Which unless you're Zeb, you might not run that many line bucks, but you're going to be passing a lot. So I would say, go for the 0-5 in a vacuum.
Hold on. We have some breaking news here.
Uh-oh.
Hold on. Breaking news. Okay, we just heard from the NFL Network's Ian Rappaport that the Chicago Bears have agreed to trade Jared Allen to the Carolina Panthers for a conditional draft pick. Your reaction on that trade, Tom? This is true. This is not a made-up story.
My reaction to that trade, I don't know Mr. Allen's contract situation. I would have to look at that. but it's conditional pick, so that's probably going to be late. Probably a 5, 6, 7 are best. The Bears, I think, realize that they are mired in a sea of futility. So it's a good move for the Bears, probably, and a good move for Carolina. Carolina already has a good defense.
Yeah.
And Jared Allen, look, some of these guys who are older and in pass rushers, no matter what, even if they don't know the defense, you can just stick them on the edge, and he can rush the passer. And Jared Allen, I think, can still do that situationally, which will be more effective in the NFL than it is in Strat. Carolina defense might really be for real, and adding a good piece there, they're going to win with defense and like an okay offense. So, and they're in a weak division, so I like that move for the Panthers.
Agreed. And
what do you think,
Chicago's trying. Yeah, I love it. And Chicago trying to run a 3-4. Carolina's a natural 4-3, so it's a better fit for him for sure. Absolutely. And I think that also speaks to Charles Johnson has some health issues too. So all that added up, I think it makes a lot of sense. Jared might as well go out on a winning team, and the Panthers have a good chance in that division.
Yeah, I think so.
To get back to the playoffs.
Absolutely. Yeah. So, yeah, we should maybe we'll do an NFL show one of these days, because I do like talking football, of course. And now we're back to the Arizona Cardinals as we're 20 minutes in, and we're not even to the offensive line.
Okay, one thing I want to say off the top it's not really off the top, but about SOMIFA in general. So we're looking at Flacco. We're looking at that card. He has DeMarco Murray as a good weapon. This isn't just for Arizona, but for any team. You can't really, like in other leagues, you can't trade your way into the playoffs by just getting this fantastic defense that you're excellent, and nobody's going to be able to stop you. Even the best teams in SOMIFA have to deal with that average generic D card. So that means that every game is going to be more competitive. The scores will be closer. You'll be able to get on a roll if you get the right, land on your cards more than your opponent's cards. So it's kind of a cool thing that there is a lot more. It's more of a wide open season. In a lot of leagues, you can predict the playoff field to like 80% accuracy. And so SOMIFA, it's a little different. I like that your spreadsheet where you looked at their recent history, but even a team like Bob's Arizona Cardinals, if he's able to get on a roll and add some more pieces, this year looks a little light on the pass rush and run blocking, and you point out the issues on his pass protection. Maybe not, but he does have a strong secondary, and he has decent, as Von Miller there as a great linebacker. So he's a few pieces away from being a playoff team, and that would happen a lot quicker in SOMIFA than it would in other leagues.
Interesting point about how far away a team may or may not be from being a playoff team regarding the defenses. But yeah, it is good. I mean. Most of the guys listening are going to be SOMIFA League members, just like if we do autumn win drafts, it's mostly going to be autumn win guys listening. But we do have a fair number of subscribers. It's slowly climbing up on the YouTube, and I've gotten some emails from guys who listen to the games I broadcast and stuff who aren't in any of the leagues. There's this one guy; he's a truck driver, and as he's driving the truck, he listens to me calling the Strat-O-Matic games on YouTube, so it's pretty neat. So
is that George Torres?
I don't remember. It's been a while since I spoke to him, but SOMIFA 12. So we should maybe do a quick SOMIFA 24-team league, keeper league, of course, and no salary cap or anything like that. And like Dennis said, every team has the average defense, which I think I like a little better. I think because I just feel like in what's called the double counting leagues, where you you add up the points of your run defense and of your pass defense, and you get a corresponding draft card like poor, average, good, or excellent. But really, you're getting kind of a double benefits in those, because you're getting a better card because you have good run defense, and then your guys are making a lot more plays because you have good run defense. And some of those autumn win defenses, the guys are giving up 12 points a game. But I think the Seahawks give up 16 points a game the other year when they won the Super Bowl, or 17. So
yes.
So but I do like some of that also. And so it's an interesting dynamic. It's a different way of doing it. I'm not sure one is better than the other. But I'm used to this way. Yeah, like you said, you can't. Like you said, it can be frustrating. I think a little more on SOMIFA at times trying to play defense, but the modern NFL is more offensive oriented. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely.
So, but yeah, you get one of those excellent defenses in order to win. You can pretty much stand around and do nothing.
Yeah,
that's the only thing I don't like about that. But But a 30-team league, I love the challenges more to win. So both leagues have their strengths, and they obviously have some shared history, but and a lot of shared coaches. But anyway, we're talking about SOMIFA today. So now DeMarco Murray, now the offensive line, 5-4-4-3, either 4-0-0-3 at center, 4-7-4-3. So not a lot of pass blocking, not even a lot of run blocking. If you look, it looks like he's going to blocking back with Daniel Fells, who does have a nice card, and then 5-5 will help on the off tackles and the end runs. Now, DeMarco Murray's got the controversial card. He's off to a terrible start, of course, in the NFL this year. We have lots of solid yardage on that card, though. Right and wrong. Interesting. Pretty decent receiver, flat pass wrong, certainly. You got Calvin Johnson, Jeremy Maclin, a wideout. That's nice. Michael Rivera, not a great tight end card, but, not, kind of second level. And but Daniel Fells, pretty good blocking back card. So this offense, I think, looks like it's pretty good, I think.
Yes.
I think guys are going to fear the pass, and you're going to run with Murray a lot, and hit some of his big runs, get strong, and some positive yardage otherwise. He does get you the 4 and 5 yards. He's not really all or nothing. He's more like all or some. And Flacco's got the real strong flat pass card, so if guys are going to worry about Calvin and Jeremy Maclin, you can throw flat to Daniel Fells and DeMarco Murray and kind of ball control it. And then if they start creeping up, then you can take your shots down the field. So I think the offense is reasonable, not great, because Murray is not as strong as he'd like, and Flacco's not dynamite, and the offensive line is a little shaky. I mean, they maybe had a better tight end, but it's not bad. You agree, Dennis?
Yep, absolutely.
And it looks like, from just memory, probably the best offense Bob has fielded easily.
Yeah, he's used those high assets from the draft picks, as my boys run around the background, to get a Calvin Johnson, and to get DeMarco Murray, and to get those are some powerful pieces. So it's not like he's wasting, totally whiffing on a first round pick. He's using them to get established veterans, and sometimes that can pay off for you.
Yeah, sometimes it can. Now, and also Bob's only had this team 3 years. When he took them over, the talent level was really low on the roster. It was a really bad team, so it was going to be a long rebuild no matter what. And maybe this is his best chance at competing. We'll see. Now let's look at the defense. I don't like, now, first of all, he plays a 3-4, which of course is good. We like that. But we don't like the defensive line 4-4-4. I mean, that's going to be tough to stop the run. The linebackers go 5-4-4-4. It's a 3-4, so you'd be moving one of those inside linebackers up. So you can get hit in the front seven, especially against a team with good run blocking. Now, fortunately, for Bob, there's not a lot of good running backs this year, and he has one, so there's even fewer that he'll face. And there's even fewer running backs who are good guess right. So, the environment of modern football makes it harder to pound at him. But he's got to respect the run more. He's going to get pounded on the ground. Some people are going to attack these flats. They're looking at the other flat. He did a good secondary, but it's all 5s, no 6s. So I think it's and only Von Miller for pass rush. If you're going to blitz him, it's even harder then to move up and inside to cover the outside. So I feel like this is a defense that's probably going to struggle and give up a lot more points than I think Bob is hoping. What do you think?
He's going to get killed on the dump-offs. But if you are going to run a bunch of 4s up there on the defensive line, I think it's much better to be running a 3-4 than a 4-3. So at least he's got that going for him.
Yes. You can get away with 3-4 with 4s, but I feel like he's got to stop the run a little more than you'd like, so the team could struggle some. Let's take a quick look at special teams, which we never want to overlook, but I don't want to spend too much time on either. Not a very good punt returner, 6s plus 10. Mediocre kick returner, decent punter with no block, good punt coverage. Oh, God, he's got the horrible kickoffs, 51, 49, 44. That is Graham Gano.
Yep, don't you know?
Yeah, and not only that, 7 is to the 2-yard line. So not even getting as many deep kicks as you'd like. You got to look at those kickoff cards nowadays. As a field goal kicker, he's not bad. But overall, because that opponent kick return, I say a big minus. Not a big minus, but a minus for the special teams for Bob. So I see this team. I think also Bob, he hasn't had really the team to really compete. So it's hard for me to know what kind of coach he is. But I got to feel like the team is probably going to maybe disappoint him a little bit. Maybe 7-9. Possibly go 6-10 or 8-8. But I think that he will miss the playoffs. I'm going to go 7-9 here, mostly because of the defense and the special teams, and the offense is pretty good, just not quite enough to overcome those other points. If you had a high-powered offense, I would feel like, yeah, he could probably do it. What do you think?
I think he's headed in the right direction. I'm going to give him an extra game over last year and make him 5-11.
Okay. So I'm starting off optimistic. Now, Dennis, can you keep track of our predictions today so I don't have to listen to the whole show and write down the prediction? Can you do that in a spreadsheet that you can save?
Yes.
Is that possible?
That's very possible.
Here in the year 2015?
Yes.
On the planet Earth?
Yes. What time is it? What time is it on Earth? All right.
Okay. You got it?
I have it.
Okay, great. So you predicted 5-11, and I predicted 7-9.
Yes.
Okay. We're going to go to the Atlanta Falcons. That is, of course, Nathan Baylor, who has had some success in the league. As we look at his recent history, Nathan joined in 2008, taking over the Falcons with Peyton Manning, who's been on the team forever until he got traded eventually by Nathan. What happened? Oh, there it is. Okay. Now, 11-5, 14-2, 10-6. Recent history more important for how the current team is, but the long-term view is good to know how successful his coach has been. Last 3 years, 5-11, 10-6, 4-12. Made the semifinals with the two playoff victories 2 years ago. So he's shown he can coach well. He's known for many leagues as coaching well. He's a crafty GM, likes to make a ton of trades. He identifies young players well. Sometimes he makes some crazy trades that work out, and sometimes it don't. Now he's rebuilding right now. He's in the middle of a rebuild, partly mandated by Robert Griffin III's regression. I think when Nathan drafted him, Nathan had the number 2 pick in that quarterback draft a couple years ago. He took RG3 after Andrew Luck went first. RG3 had the great rookie year. I think most of us were pretty confident he was going to be pretty good after that rookie year, even with the injury, and even with some people saying, he's slight and blah, 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 blah. And it turned out those people were right because he's slight and he's gotten hurt, and the NFL caught up to the zone read unless Russell Wilson is running it. And that's really hurt Nathan's franchise, of course. And he's made it, and he's traded mostly for the future. I mean, and you see it on the field here. Boy, right tackle 0-0. The rest of the line, not much better. He's got the 3-4s. He's got a 5 at left guard. Pass blocking, he's only got 2 guys with better than a 3. You got Nick Foles, a quarterback. You have Brandon Oliver, Donald Brown, journeyman in the backfield. That offense is going to struggle mightily. I don't care how good of a coach Nathan is. And that's the other thing. SOMIFA has very, very good coaches and a great percentage of very, very good coaches. There's 24 teams. 17 coaches are easily you could say 17 coaches are real good.
Yes.
So it's a much harder league, I find, to get by just on your coaching. I think there's a lot of leagues out there, I'm not going to name any names, but where if you're a good coach and you have just like an okay team, you're going to go 10-6 pretty easily. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, agreed.
SOMIFA, that can happen, but it seems a little harder, and I think Nathan is aware of that. Now he runs a 3-4. And he goes, 4-4. Oh, yeah, look at this. 4-4-4 on the front, 4-5-0-4, and 4-4-4-4. I know Dennis likes it. The teams have a lot of 4s because he gets to hear my New York accent. Go 4-4-4-4. So Nathan is going to win very few games. It doesn't really matter exactly how many. I'm going to say 2-14. This team is dreadful. What do you think?
I think he's going to shoot himself in the foot by winning a little bit more than he should because he is one of those daredevil, risky kind of coaches. He'll take some chances, catch some people by surprise. But that being said, I'm still going to put the win total at around 4. So I'll say 4-12.
Okay, so you think he's twice as good as I do. Okay. 2-14, 4-12. So so not starting off strong here, but that can happen. And now didn't Nathan have access to a top pick and he decided he wanted a quarterback or something like that?
He traded it. He got Nick Foles. He traded it the number 2.
Oh, he traded down. That's right. He traded down.
And he got Nick Foles and where's that one at? Is it in your Atlanta Falcons trade log?
Yeah, I forgot I have to scroll up for somebody.
Yeah, here it is, right here. So Nick Foles.
He traded Dwayne Brown away. Good, I'm sorry. Good.
So you got the 15th overall pick, a 2nd round pick, and Nick Foles. And that 1st round pick, who was that? I want to say, I know he got Eric Ebron in the 2nd round. Let me look at the draft. Who his 1st round pick was? Oh,
maybe it's either Anthony Barr or it might have been a wideout.
We got Anthony Barr, Eric Ebron, and Nick Foles for what turned into
Teddy Bridgewater.
Teddy Bridgewater, yeah.
Yeah, well, we discussed that during the draft review show, how we felt about the trade. And now it's early in the second season. It's much too early to make judgments on these players. They only played 3 NFL games this year. But you start to see some things. Derek Carr is looking very good so far.
Yeah, surprisingly.
Surprisingly to you, I did like it better than Blake. But there's a lot more football to be played, so we'll see what happens.
There is.
Well, it is surprising to me as well. I didn't think he'd do this good right off the bat.
Well, the schedule makers have been kind.
Absolutely.
They kind of do that. They look at the schedules and they put some teams that were bad against each other early in the year, so that like yesterday, either the Browns or the Raiders were coming out of that game 2-1 and with a lot of optimism. So
that's right.
They're smart that way.
Whereas if they had to play a real NFL team, they'd be 1-2.
They'd both be 0-3. No,
yeah.
Actually, I've thought for a while now that Oakland was going to be better than people thought this year, because you keep drafting all that young talent high in each round, and it's got to eventually pay off. So,
well, the Raiders are improved. It's just a matter of, are they actually good? I don't think they're ready for the playoffs. Maybe 7-9. But again, it always helps when you have these weak schedules. But they've got weaknesses themselves. But if Carr really lights it up, we'll see what happens. Moving on to Buffalo, the 2012 season champions. Now in SOMIFA, Ed likes to call the league year by the card set we're using. So even though Dennis and I are broadcasting this in September 2015, we're using the 2014 Strat football card set. So for SOMIFA, it's the 2014 season. I think Autumn Win goes by the calendar year. But anyway, regardless. Now, Scott, Buffalo has long been one of the most talented franchises in the league. I mean, going back like 8 to 10 years. I mean, Jay Cutler and Adrian Peterson, and then like really good players all over the field. They had guys like James Harrison and Lamar Woodley, and like a really good offensive line, and Larry Fitzgerald. Now the team is starting to show some age. Now they have, under Scott's tutelage, they won the Super Bowl 2 years ago. They made the playoffs 4 of the last 5 years. They did win a playoff game last year with the 10-6 club. 2 years ago, they're 8-7-1. So Scott has not experienced a losing season yet with Buffalo. Let's see if he's in for one this year, though. He's got Jay Cutler starting at quarterback. And Jay, 3.2 interception percentage last year with 12 fumbles. Very Cutler-esque with those turnovers. Good must-running card. The must-running cards are better this year because they took out the kneel-downs finally.
Thanks to you.
Yes, thanks to me. It's true, actually. So we'll tell that story another time, even though I think I've already told it twice. But not today. Great flat pass card for Jay. Short pass card right, a little shaky. Get some help in the must runs. Short pass wrong card is pretty good. Let's see, going deep. Not too bad. 6-11 on the units. A lot of picks on right. That's not a bad card. Again, it's a card you can do some things with. Different type of card than the Flacco card because of the turnovers, but you can do some things with it. Unfortunately, Adrian Peterson's suspension for child abuse has resulted in Sean Green at number 1 in the depth chart, 4.2 average, and he's got a card you can hand the ball to, do a little bit with, I guess. Can't catch much, which hurts. The offensive line got a 6'7" Tyron Smith at left tackle. He's got a 0-0 at center. That's going to hurt.
Open up that Kerwin Williams card.
He does have a pretty decent card. I'm wrong. Let me just finish that offensive line. 4-4, 4-5, 0-0, 4-5-6-7. So we should have tried to pick like a center 0-4 or something, but maybe he doesn't care about this year. Now Kerwin had 53 carries, a 4.6 average, 1 fumble, but he's got a nice off tackle and my wrong card. Good,
yeah.
Guys.
So he'll be able to use him for a half. So he'll probably start off with Sean Green in the first half, try to keep it close, and then bring in Kerwin Williams to try to get some more run calls and use that Jay Cutler card more effectively. But he does have holes on the offensive line. That center 0-0, that's bad news.
Yeah. Ideally, I mean, it didn't take much to get 0-3. I don't think that Scott's really going for the year too much this year, But I don't know. Let's take a look at the defense. He's got Randall Cobb as a fine receiver, Larry Fitzgerald, more of a number 2 receiver card, I think. He may still be maxed out flat and short. I don't think so, though. I'll tell you he's off to a great start next year. He's maxed out short and pretty good flat, but not long anymore, and then nothing longer than 19 yards on short. So Randall Cobb has got a pretty solid card. Not quite the pure max, I think, or is he closer? He's got long gains. He's only got, it looks like, 15 on wrong, 1-4, 9. Yeah, he's only got 9-15 on one pass wrong. So flat pass, short pass, no deep threat there. Dwayne Allen is usually pretty good, but wasn't he coming back from injury last year? 29 catches is pretty good. He's a good blocker. He's got kind of an okay card, pretty good flat. So you got some good flat pass targets. Let's take a look at the defense, Dennis. It's an average 4.3, which right away says you have to have good personnel. Because if you have that 4.3,
he does.
You might know what. Yeah, I think I'm going to pass on the off tackle. I think I found a team that Zeb does not want to run linebacks against. Scott's got 4.664 on the defensive line, and he's interested in the Jared Allen news. As Jared Allen is his right end, and he got some pass rush 7, 11, 7. You know, Dennis, I've had
this is like an old school 1960s offensive line.
Defensive line.
Defensive line, yeah. Excuse me.
Yeah, that's right. Yes. You know, Dennis, I had, I think, a weakness that I'm just realizing for many years in SOMIFA or in these modern leagues where, like, when you play the old games, it's like, yeah, you know, you can get these guys who are like 10s, 11s, and 12s, no problem. And I kind of felt like, you know what, if a guy's not like a double-digit sacker, he's useless, you know? But I realized after, like, looking at the pass rushing chart and preparing some of my spreadsheets for the coming season, it's like, you know, if you have a guy who's like, especially if you're playing a 4-3, if you have like a defensive tackle who's like a 4 or 5 or a 6, instead of like a 1 or a 2 or a 0,
it makes no difference.
With the one blitz, it's not that bad. And especially at left tackle, those right guards are a lot of times they're like, you're probably going to face a 4. So I realized that in building my modern teams, I need to be like, okay, so this guy's not a dominant pass rusher, you know, but, you know, he's a 5 or a 6 or a 7, and I'm going to run into some 4s and 5s, and maybe there'll be a blitz, and you get the odd sack, and you know that's a big deal to get those sacks. So I'm going to be aware of that.
And you can boost that up by bringing linebackers. So you get a 4-6, yes. you bring the house, and suddenly he's an 11, you know, because the guy's playing in shotgun or whatever. But that's 11 against the 4. That's nice.
Yeah, and even with the 4, I like when you do have a 4-3. I love that you only have to blitz the one linebacker to get a +2. I mean, if your guy is like a 6 pass rusher, he's being blocked by a 5, 5 and a 6, even turning him into a 5 versus an 8, like you said, that's not too bad, you know. So, and then, like you said, if you bring the house, he gets bumped up, you know, a great deal. So, 4.664 with a pretty decent pass rush. 5.64. Now, I'm saying only the pass rating for the linebackers because the run rating I don't think matters nearly as much. It's maybe more of a short yardage specialty, and I don't think it can be confusing if I'm trying to do both. But anyway, 4.664 the defensive line, 5.64 with the linebackers. So at least if you run a 4-3, he has that 6 middle linebacker who guys are not going to want to throw at, and who doesn't even need to bring up because he's got defensive tackle 6s, so you can slide him around a little more and play that a little more effectively. Unfortunately, the secondary is weak. Darius Slay is a 5, and the rest of the guys are 4s, so that's going to be a problem. So he's a little vulnerable to the end run, but he gets some right calls that can hurt. Guys are going to target this linebacker. He's going to slide him out, but then he can't double team as much. Guys are down the field. So I think another team that's just like on both sides of the ball, not quite enough. I think this team could possibly have a very bad season. I know Scott won the Super Bowl 2 years ago. This team has always been very talented. So I feel like he's a pretty good coach. I just don't know how good of a coach he is. You know what I'm saying? Is he like that topper, that real upper echelon, or is he just like solid? Or, you know, I'm not sure exactly. You know, this will be a good test for him. If this team goes 8-8 or something, I'll be like, hey, great job. I'm going to go with this team. That defense, I think, is not going to do as well as it looks. So I think I'm going to go 7-9. What are you going to go, Dennis?
I will go 8-8.
Okay, 8-8. Isn't it great?
Yep.
Okay, so I don't know. I think I have played Scott with some weak teams in SSFA. He took over a rebuilding team. And he did a real good job. I think he was coaching that Saints team that was pesky. Remember that team?
Yes, absolutely.
So maybe I should give him a bump, but I'll stay with 7-9 because again, tough league. And look, we've just faced three teams that aren't that great. That means there's some good teams coming, you know. So I'm gonna go with 7-9. Do I play him this year? It's gonna be a gimmick and win. No, I don't play him. Well. Oh yeah, my team's at the good. I need trying to find the other pansies and maybe I could squeak out a victory. I've got I'm only in 3 keeper leagues, 2 in the fall, 1 in the spring. Neither both my fall teams have been rebuilding. Neither one is really going to be that good this year, so I don't really have a competitive team right now for the fall for either league. But those teams are building, and I'm feeling good about them despite Andrew Luck's interception fest. I'll just use Michael Vick next. He'll be fine. Let's go to the Bears. Is Michael Vick going to complete over 50%, Dennis, for the Steelers?
Yes, absolutely. The offensive coordinator will start calling a lot more dump offs and flat passes to make sure that it does.
He's not good at those though. So
He's got to. Just get it anywhere near Le'Veon Bell and watch out.
He's going to be. He's the more explosive, stronger armed Charlie Batch. A new, completely different type of player. But Chicago Bears. This is Brad's team. This is why I was glad I did this exercise. Because sometimes I do these things for these leagues or for Strat, and I say, you know what, Tom, you're crazy. What are you doing here? This is like we're crazy going into this level of depth. But I was glad I did, and I was thinking that way about this year-by-year thing with the coaches, their records. And I'll send this off to Ed when I get a chance, so he can put it up on the website if he wants. But one of the things I liked about it is because you overlook certain things. Like I know Brad has not had a lot of success in recent years, but I didn't realize it was just 2 years ago, 2012 season, made the playoffs 10-6, but won 2 games, which means that he was in the semifinals.
Yes.
I think the Final Four is a big deal. I didn't realize Brad was in the Final Four just 2 years ago. Now, the other 3 years around it have not been good, and really he's only made the playoffs 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, twice in the last 7 years, but one was just 2 years ago. The last other 3 years were 4-12, 5-11, 5-11. But I would not have thought of Brad making the Final Four just 2 years ago if I had not done this exercise. So that was kind of nice to do. Now, this is an interesting team. He's had a lot of high draft picks. Some have worked out, some haven't. I mean, you should almost start with defense in this team, even though we're kind of just going in a formula here. But we're going to start in defense in this team because that's exciting. And you don't see a lot of exciting defensive groupings, right? So those are always fun to look at. Plays a 4-3. That's another thing I noticed as I looked over some of the teams briefly. Seems to be a lot more 4-3 this year, which makes sense, I think. There don't seem to be that many really good nose tackles running around, nor as many good inside linebackers, but the nose tackle usually is the one that on which all that stuff turns. There are all going to be some good nose tackles in the draft next year, or theoretically good. Arizona starting a rookie nose tackle, Rodney Gunter. Danny Shelton is starting for Cleveland, even though they're being run on. His own ratings aren't too bad. And there's at least one other guy. Oh, and David Parry, I think, on the Colts. So you'll have some nose tackles in next year's draft who are already starting. Pretty easy for those guys to get a 5. Right. It used to be anyway, but now Strat's cracking down a little bit on that. Didn't it seem to you, Dennis, like they used to give away like nose tackle 5s, like middle linebacker 5s, like candy?
Yeah.
If you're like a starting middle linebacker, you were pretty much a 5.
Yeah, but that's certainly changed around. I think it's cyclical. I don't know if they have more detailed information that shows the middle linebackers are not rating out as high, or if it's just the way that happened, But yeah, you used to get guys like David Hawthorne and
yes.
Coming up with 5s out of nowhere. So
yeah, this is obviously the first set with the split defensive ratings, and we looked at Pro Football Focus. We saw a strong correlation. Pro Football Focus was mentioned by Al Michaels on the show during the NBC Sunday Night Football game last night, by the way. And one thing I noticed in looking at these inside linebackers in Pro Football Focus, almost universally they're strong against the run and not that good against the pass. And that must just be the way the NFL guys do it. Especially it seems like these 3-4 inside linebackers. So the era of the automatic 5 may be gone. He may now be a 45 or a 46. And he's going to help you at the goal line, but, it's going to be harder, I think, to play 3-4 and just move an inside linebacker up automatically when both the guys are 4s, against the pass. So we'll see what happens. So here's this front. Here's this massive front 7. Wow. Look at this for
nice.
The Bears. And you got, first of all, he had, what do you have, the 3rd pick? The 2nd pick?
Let me see.
He had the 3rd pick in the draft. Bridgewater went 1. Khalil Mack went 2.
Yes.
And then Brad drafted Aaron Donald, who's off to another great start this year. And we'll get the 6th, hopefully, that he deserved last year, most of us think. So he paired Aaron Donald with J.J. Watt. Then he gets Justin Ellis, a run stopper, just to play the 4-3. So he's got J.J. Watt, Aaron Donald, Justin Ellis, and Corey Liggett as his defensive line. He goes 6-5-5-5 with J.J. Watt, of course, the 6-12-9 as a down lineman. Hello, you might need a blocking back. And Aaron Donald is a 5'10". Okay, so that's pretty nice. And then, my linebackers are 6'5'6", with Justin Houston being a 66-12-12.
Wow.
Okay.
What a weapon.
And you put him on the line, and that's another thing. He's playing a 4-3. So who's blocking Justin Houston? Your center, not your left guard. There are not that many 7 centers out there. So you got, got to help these guys with the zeros. But you got hopefully your guy's a 4 or 5 center. Is probably what you're playing with, and you got to block a 12. That is rough. That's a tall order. And unlimited free safety blitz. I want to see some free safety blitzing, Brad. Please aggressively, thank you. And then you got Timmons is 6 against the run, and Thomas Davis is 6 on the other side. So that front 7, you can say, I'm going to target Lawrence Timmons and throw flat passes. I should say looking passes now since they're different. But here's the Achilles heel, the secondary. He's got a 5 at free safety, Rodney McLeod, and then it says Dennis likes to hear me say 4-4-4, Moses Malone style, which is not what you want. Moses Malone 4-4-4 is good if you're the 82 Sixers, 83 Sixers, but it's not good if you're talking about your secondary.
Yeah, and this was another draft. We're talking about the middle linebackers not being there. How about the secondary? Was there not a single rookie 5 in the secondary this year available in the draft?
That's right. Parrish Cox was a retread who was available in our draft, not in most leagues. But no, there were no secondary 5s. There's usually only like one anyway. It
seems like there's usually at least one safety and one cornerback, and maybe sometimes 2 of one of those spots. But this year, 0. Everybody's a 4.
But so you go for the year more often than I do, so you may have noticed that more in the past than I have. So, but yeah, there were no young 5s this year. The secondary, the corner class wasn't that great, really. I like Jason Verrett, but he's got injury problems. But anyway, we talked about the rookies. But yes, that's a good observation. So interesting defense. He's going to have to sack the quarterback. These guys are going to be in trouble. But he can just put the free safety looking and call pass, and try to blitz you. Or bring the free safety up to like Justin Houston's spot and blitz him, call pass, or free safety blitz and blitz Houston, and sometimes slides Timmons out, and maybe get some sacks even on the flat pass. So that's gonna be interesting defense. You can see the defense like giving up some big plays and other games, like having a bunch of sacks. It'll be kind of I think it'll be kind of like a schizophrenic defense, a little up and down. What do you think?
Yeah, I think so. I think if he does aggressively safety blitz, he could just shut some people out if he gets the right rolls. But if he does get beat over the top, he could give up some big scores. So it's going to be a hit or miss defense. I think, at the very least, this is one of the few times where you have a free safety and you blitz him, and you have another asterisk on the line somewhere, or a linebacker, where you're not unhappy if it doesn't land on your free safety. You have those.
Yeah, the alternate asterisk is fine.
Right. It's like whatever. They're 9, 10, 12. It's all good for me. So.
Yeah, it's not Mario Williams with that 6-12-1 he always seems to get. So.
Right.
The offensive line, and also there's a lot of youth in this defense. I mean, that front 4 is pretty young. Lidgett's in like his prime. The other 3 guys, and Watson in like his prime, but these guys aren't going anywhere in a hurry. I know Justin Houston's getting older, but there's really no drop-off. Linebackers are getting a little older. Secondary, he's got some youngsters there. Breland, who I don't like, but he's still young. Calvin Pryor. Interesting. So, offense. Let's see. I guess he's getting a blocking back. C.J. Fedora, which is nothing special. And then James Casey. Now he's got Tavon Austin. He's got to watch out for the second and short Percy Harvin run. Or whatever with Tavon Austin. You got Matt Ryan, a quarterback, excellent NFL quarterback, in my opinion. Almost saying gets too much credit. I disagree with that person. I think that was Byron. And Matty Ice had a great year last year on a bad team. That team could do nothing except throw the ball. He's been pretty much maxed out flat. Excellent card, pretty solid short. Okay long, so very solid card for Ryan. The backfield, he did not have much in the backfield. Giovanni Bernard and Tavon Austin occasionally getting a carry. Ahmad Bradshaw's card is not too bad, actually. I was looking at him, 90 carries. Yeah, he can run the ball a little bit. Like he always can. 3 fumbles, though, with 90 carries. That's not going to be good. The receivers are dreadful. Damaris Johnson and Ruben Randall.
Yeah.
And then you got Jordan Cameron tight end. So the offensive line to get 2 7s, a center and left guard, but otherwise you got 2 3s and a 4. And he's only got 1 blocker who's better than a 4. That's the center. So the offense is kind of struggling. Quick look at special teams. Punt returner's got a touchdown and a plus 17. For the 1 back, they have a 2 backs, not too bad. Kick returner's got a touchdown. But see, this is the problem with the new deep kicking.
Right.
If your guy's got like a touchdown, if your guy's got only like 24, 25 yards on 6, you're not going to take it out when it's 8 yards deep. Most of the time,
unless you're facing Graham Gano.
Yeah, or Sebastian Janikowski. Yeah,
right, exactly.
Yeah, so you're not going to get as many shots at that touchdown. I mean, you only seem to get like one of those a year anyway if it's on a 2. But I'm just saying, you like to at least have the opportunity to do it. Well, I guess if you're losing like late in the game, you'll take it out and try to get the touchdown. I guess like they do in the NFL. I guess so.
Right.
The opponent returns. He's got bad opponent kick returns too in the 30s. Opponent returns not too bad. But field goal.
The 30s aren't bad. Like you said, if somebody kicks it -8 into the end zone, they're not going to take it out because they're going to worry about landing on their own card and winding up at the 12-yard line. So, a 30-yard is not that bad. Seriously.
Yeah. I know, but that's why I like the idea. I thought of this in FPR XFL and why I prioritize getting a good kick returner there. If you get a real good kick returner now, who's like 30 yards, that's even more valuable because you can take it out every time. And a lot of these opponent kick returners are not that good anymore. I mean, if you have who's the guy, Josh Huff. If you have Josh Huff with 30 yards, and you're facing Graham Gano or Sebastian Janikowski, oh my goodness.
Yep.
You're starting at the 30 to 45 quite a bit.
Yep, for sure.
So all right. So I think this team overall, again, just not enough. Doesn't have the running game, the offensive line, or the receivers to really help out Matt Ryan. Secondary undermines that excellent front 7. I think they can do some things, though. I think Brad coaches pretty well when he has a pretty good team. I'm going to go, and we haven't seen too many good teams yet, so maybe later on I'll downgrade this team. But I'm going to go, and you know what, I'm talking myself out of it as I'm saying it. I'm going to take him down a notch, I think. I'll go 7-9 again. I was going to go 8-8, but I'll go 7-9.
Okay.
What do you think?
Oh man, this is really interesting. The one-sided teams like this.
It's a tough team to break. And he does have Matt Ryan, so it's not like he's that one-sided. You know what I'm saying?
Yes. But, man, I'm gonna go 6-10.
Okay.
And that's totally based on
I was thinking of going 6-10. Now, I have a question, Dennis. We've done 4 teams. Have you come into today's show with it making a conscious effort to not be as optimistic as you usually are when it comes to teams and players?
Well, so far we're split. You have 2 teams with better records than I do, and I have 2 teams with better records than you do.
Yeah, but normally you would have 4 teams with better records. Normally I would have everyone 5 or 11, and you'd have, normally we're both a little more extremes. Okay, I'm just curious. Okay, all right. The Cincinnati Bengals. This is Jacksonville J, right?
Yes.
Now SSFA champion at my expense, 1916, the Super Bowl with the rookie Glennon. Took over this team in 2012 on an interim basis. But I guess he did well because he got the full-time job.
Yes.
After the season. He went 8-8 last year. 8-8 isn't it great? It felt he had an underachieving team. Had a good, his team was oddly similar last year to his SSFA team, but not really as successful. And didn't have Adrian Peterson and Eddie Lacy, I think, instead. But the team disappointed him. He was not happy with it. With the way they performed, and he is very down this year's team. He was excited to get Derek Carr number 7 overall, and that's working out well so far. And Andy Dalton's playing well.
Yeah.
So if Andrew Luck throws 40 interceptions, maybe I'll have to trade for one of these guys. We'll see. but he's very down on his team this year. Let's see why. Andy Dalton, I know, is someone that you're not high on when it comes to strat cards, and understandably so.
Yeah, no, I think that Dalton can put some good strat cards up if he keeps performing well in the regular season. He has excellent, top-notch offensive talent around him. That's going to lead him to get some good cards. Although this is not one of them. This is a dangerous card.
Dangerous for the it's very dangerous in the wrong way. You want your quarterback to be dangerous to the defense, not to your own team. But what's interesting is Strat has pretty much taken the short pass wrong interception. If you have like a normal interception percentage for an average quarterback, your short pass wrong interception is like 2. There's so many guys that have interception on 2, and I guess because it's on 9 and the defense, whatever. But Andy Dalton was 2-6 on wrong on short pass this year. Hello, that's
yes.
a problem. That's a problem. The long pass splits on 9. Not that you want to throw too many bombs anyway. He's good flat, but he's going to occasionally get picked off flat, and we all know what happens when you get picked off flat. That's not good. But he can throw the ball flat a lot. He can do some things, not awful. I like Eddie Lacy's card this year. I mentioned it briefly once before.
Yeah,
and you didn't seem that thrilled with it. You like Eddie Lacy's card or not?
No, I do, absolutely. It's a solid card. I mean, this is a set that doesn't have a lot of those amazing wow cards, but this is an excellent card to use in this card set.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes, it's a good right-wrong card. It has some big numbers on wrong, on the edges, as Dennis would say. Has a couple of short gains, also has positive yards sprinkled in, and they're right. So I think it's a good card. And he's a Yak A. We don't use Yak in this league. Better receiving card that I realized. Even flat pass right. You like when you have like good yardage there on the running backs, +8, +9, +6 on the 6, 8, 9. That's going to help you with the dump offs.
Did you realize that Eddie Lacy had a 53 and a 67-yard reception in the NFL last year?
I did not realize that. No,
neither did I. Look at it. He's got the 53 on a short pass card on Snake Eyes and a 67 on his flat pass card on Snake Eyes. So nice. those are I do not remember those in the highlights, but that must have been some really fun plays to watch as a Packer fan.
What's not fun is trying to get those girls because you're probably not going to get them. I swear, every time you see that, well, look, you got to get a flat pass receiver and a two. I mean, you don't have a million opportunities, although he's a running back dump off situation possibility. Receivers Dwayne Bowe, Doug Baldwin, Kyle Rudolph. That's not going to help Andy Dalton too much. The run block is not going to help anybody. 0 center, everyone else is a 4. You got a left tackle 2 for pass blocking. The other guys are 5s. Offense will struggle.
The struggle is real.
You agree with that the offense will struggle, correct?
Yes.
4-3 defense goes 5-4-4-4 with no pass rush whatsoever. Linebackers are even worse. They go 0-0-4. Oh my! Although you do have a good blitzer there with Junior Gillette, but he's not. I forget what he did wrong, but he did something wrong. 0-0-4. Then you go 5-4 at corner and 4-6 at safety. This defense is going to struggle mightily. Jay is not even going for the year. If I bring up his off-season moves,
yeah, he's sold off a lot of pieces.
Yeah, he traded for the future more. Traded away Darryl Smith, traded away Chris Myers, the center 6'5", so he's embracing the rebuild. Traded up and got his young quarterback, so he's very excited about that. But this team's going to take a beating. I'm going to go 3-13.
I think well, first of all, he needs to promote Aaron Lynch to the starting lineup. He should be benching that Vincent Ray guy and getting Lynch in there. But I would say, gosh, I got to go at least 6-10, just from his coaching. Jay's a really good coach.
Jay's a very good coach.
So what was your prediction again?
3-13.
Wow.
I think he'll probably go 4-12, but I think he's already mentally defeated. He already feels like the team's not going to do anything. Jay's a defensive guy. He's forlorn looking at these defenders that he gets to run out there, and he hates Andy Dalton with every fiber of his being. So he'll probably go 4-12. I'll give him 3-13. He's got some karma to pay to make up for the rookie Glennon beating me in the Super Bowl. So. Do I play him this year, Jay? If I play him, I'm going to try to run up the score if I can. No, I don't play him. Oh, well. I had to get some payback there, but oh, well, I guess not. How about them Cowboys?
How about them? Wow, Super Bowl champion.
That's right.
Dallas Cowboys.
Defending champion, has been in the league since 2005, has never had a losing season, Dennis.
That's incredible.
It is.
Is that him and Ed probably are the only two that haven't had a...
No, Ed actually started out with a couple of losing seasons, actually.
Oh, look at Paul. Paul also hasn't had a losing season.
Yeah, which is not a surprise. So no losing seasons for Zeb. He had 2 8-8 seasons in there. He's made the playoffs in 7 of his 9 SOMIFA seasons, always winning at least 10 games. So he wasn't even doing like a cheap 9-7 mini playoff,
Right.
He won the Super Bowl last year, finally, with the 27-11 victory over John Madden's Tennessee Titans. Zeb lost the Super Bowl back in 2006, for those of you with long memories. And let's see what he's got going on this year. So right away, you got to say, hey, this guy knows what he's doing. I know when we did the mock draft show, we liked his roster, and there's a lot of talent on it.
Look at that.
So let's see what we got here. Dennis Pitta has got a pretty good card, actually.
Yes. Tasty pass blocking there. 5s and 7s across the board. That's going to be a lot of dump offs, which actually helps Cam Newton because if it hits his blank, that's a reason to let him check down and hit the 0-minute card on the D card.
Exactly. Well, I was thinking that you were going to say because Cam's got the must-run action. If you
And
get
that
the dump
too.
off, the must-run counts, and he's got a better
Not getting
must-run card
sacked.
this year.
You're not getting sacked. You're going to hit the must run, or you're going to hit a blank. Actually, you're right. That there won't be as many dump offs because he does have the must run. It's going to hit those first, right?
Yes, but I think I'd rather have the Cam's must-run than Cam throwing a flat pass right, although you get the no man on the defense. But either way, it's good.
Yes.
Third and 13, I'll take the dump off. Second and 10, I might take Cam on the must-run. Yeah, all sevens except for a 5 at center, the slacker, Jason Kelsey. And not only that, but 2 5s and 2 6s. 2 5s and 2 6s with left guard Justin Blaylock picked up cheaply. He was traded away by a rebuilding team. I think it was Brad in Detroit. So that's a pretty solid run blocking line too. Now the problem is the quarterback is Cam Newton, of course. And he's got a good running card this year, much better. They all have better running cards, as Dennis alluded to. Getting rid of the kneel downs. And look at that. Every run is like a short game. That's pretty nice. Must run 2 to 6 at 10 yards or more. 7 plus 7, 8 plus 5. So when you're throwing short pass right, and you got 8, 9, 10, 12 must run, Cam might be that quarterback you want to call run against. They used to do it to me with Michael Vick at times. 1, 3, 6, 10, 16 short pass wrong completions. That's awful. That's pretty bad.
That's better than Russell Wilson, I think. So
no, I don't think so. 16. I bet he's got at least 18.
I think he's got about 15. We'll find out when we get there.
So and now Cam's long pass card has usually been decent. This year it's awful. 3 and 9. That's not good. I mean, his flat pass is better than usual. You could throw some flat pass wrongs here.
Yeah.
But that's not a very exciting card. You need good receiving targets with that card. You got Des Bryant, who's I'm going to assume maxed out, but then you have Jermaine Kearse, who is certainly not. Luke Wilson's got a very good flat pass right card. Only, I think, 16-22 in the short pass, but for big yardage. Dennis Pitt a sneaky flat pass card. But the running game has left Zebediah this season. Fred Jackson is finally, after many, many years, on the trail end of his NFL career. Still not a bad card on roll. Look at Freddie Jackson. He's getting the love. Getting love from Strat-O-Matic as the aroma of Asian marinated pork chops being cooked on my behalf starts to waft into my room from the kitchen.
Nice.
That's a good move. I think that would all get a thumbs up from the SOMIFA community.
We need
we
need an applause there for your chef.
Well, unfortunately, I was on the Dallas screen, so you'd have had to take care of that as I was trying to get the show going. But Latavius Murray had a big game yesterday, so Zeb wants to remind me that was a good pick, probably, or potentially. We'll see. It's only one game. It was against the Browns. But that's the other running back. Both of these cards, Fred, you can run guess wrong with these cards a little bit.
Sure.
But I wish you had a quarterback that would force one pass calls. But Zeb's such a good coach. He can do a few things in his offense. Anybody else can do anything. Juwan Thompson's card isn't even that bad.
Juwan Thompson's card is very good. How many rushes does he have? Can he run him a whole half?
I think so. He's got 50-something. Yeah, 54.
Perfect. So you can run him half. That's your first guy off the bench, second half. Yeah, very nice.
Yeah. So he can cobble together a running game, I think, with Thompson, Fred Jackson, and Murray. Yeah.
And with that pass blocking and Cam's, and
the run blocking.
Yeah, first key card. And that defense?
Let's take a look at this defense now. It's a 3-4, which is always good. And it goes 6-6-5 in the defensive line.
Yes.
7 left end and a 12 right end. The linebacking core falls off noticeably, though. It goes 4-0-6-4. I know you don't mind the 0 on the inside too much, but then you go, now he's going to keep Dansby there, and he's going to slide Jackson out to cover Lamore. And maybe occasionally slide out to help Jason Bean on the right side. So those 4 outsides won't be left alone to defend the flats, but they will be left alone in coverage. 2 tight end offense. Hello. He's got Richard Sherman at one corner as a 6. He's got the overpaid Byron Max on the other corner as a 4. With safety 4 6s. You can coach with this defense. You can do some things with it. A lot of respect for Zeb. No losing seasons ever.
Yep.
But let me see what the special teams are before I give them the kibosh. I love hammering all my predictions. Julian Edelman's a good punt returner. Ross Stewart, Marcus Thickman's not bad. Kick return, nothing special, but not awful. But again, so the kick returning, unless you have a guy who's real good, it doesn't even matter. You're just going to down it 70% of the time anyway. Good special teams on the kickoff return. Great ones, actually.
Now here's a team you don't want to take it out if you have Josh Huff or
you need to pay attention.
Or Omar Bolden. You run Omar Bolden out 9 yards from the end zone, and you're going to wind up on the 2-yard line.
Exactly. Yes. Yeah, you need to be very aware of the opponent kick return cards this year before you start running out those kicks. And I can tell you from having played some games in FPR XFL, not everyone is up on that fact yet.
Yeah,
I do see a lot of 1st and 10 from the opponent 13. I'm up on it, but they aren't always. Robbie Gold, not that good kicking this year. That's all I need to give Zeb the gush, as my neighborhood friend Tim used to say going up. I'm going to give Zeb his first losing season in the SOMIFA history, 7-9. What do you think?
10-6.
Wow. A lot of respect for the coach there. That's where that comes from. Okay. And I think I play Zeb this year. He's going to beat me. My team is I'm going to lose to everybody good this year. So, okay, we move on to the Denver Broncos, who have already played. Tim Bollier, I think that was the Thursday night opener, I believe, Dennis, was Tampa Bay at Denver this year.
Yeah, we had a doubleheader because there was another game that came in.
There was another game that came in, but I think that the Tampa Bay Denver game was up by itself a little while.
Yes.
Tim getting off to a good start. Want to know, although it was a close game against a Denver team that is not supposed to be good. This was Chris Beddick's old franchise. Tony, who's in SSFA, is taking over the team. It's in a rebuild. Tony's likes the rebuild. He's done a good job, I think, with the early draft, and also getting his trade for Bjorn Werner overturned was good for him. Let's see, and this is getting a blocking back. It looks like he has 3 sevens on the offensive line, a 5 at right guard, a 4 at left tackle. There's the old dynamic, Dennis, where he has 2 left tackles. One's a 7, one's not a 7. And he put the 7 at right tackle. And you said you said this last year on one of our other shows, maybe trying to out-psych everyone. They're going to put their pass rush at left end to get the right tackles. I'm going to put my 7 over there.
Yeah, it could be.
Look at his run blocking. He's got 2 6s and 3 5s.
Nice. And then and when you have to go on a 3rd and long in shotgun, he can bench Staley and bring in Bobby Massey as a 5 pass blocker against some of those other right ends.
And he played pretty well against Tim, and Tim's got a good team. Now, Eli, I think, had a pretty good card this year. 63%, 2.3 picked. Again, not elite. But all right, the flat pass is not bad, not great, 10 to complete. The short pass not as good as I thought on right. I know a little bad. So actually the card's worse than I thought it was.
Yeah.
But, a little disappointing, I think, for those numbers. But not a bad card. But he's got a sneaky rushing attack. He can run the ball because Alfred Morris, of course, is usually pretty decent at least. Let's see what he's got going on this year.
This is an Eddie Lacy-esque card with a few more short gains and not quite as big on the edges.
Yeah, and Alfred usually has a fair number of carries. He's never known as a great receiver.
Right.
Let's see, only 2 fumbles, so that's nice. Dan Herron, I felt, had a pretty decent backup running back type of card that you could get some utility out of this year's set. 78 carries, 2 fumbles is not good, but that's not too bad for a guy that's not going to generate run calls.
Right.
Maybe get you a few carries. I thought he was a better receiver. He's not.
Well, the yardage is good there. If you guessed wrong, so on the flat passes.
Kenny Stills is maxed out deep. Keenan Allen, I think, is not that great.
No, he is very good.
77 catches with a 10.2 and the longest of 35. No, he's not. He's not maxed out short. And he's only got 15 units long, 915. That's a very good card to you?
I meant the receiver himself. So Keenan Allen is a very good receiver. Yeah.
But he did not have, but his stats were not as good this past year. And this card is really not that good a card. Delaney Walker's got a real good card. He's stuck on the team, of course. And Ryan Newitt's a 5-7 block. So I think this offense, I think is pretty sneaky. Because I think that Tony's going to run the ball a lot.
He'll get some dump offs.
And he can do it with the running game.
Yeah.
And he can Eli's got a fine flat pass card at least.
And when he does get the dump offs on the quarterback right, it's better than it usually is for Eli.
Yes. And the occasional bomb to Kenny Stills. And so the offense is not too bad. The offense can do some things. Not great, but it's not too bad. And annoying, I think, if you're playing it because you feel like, all right, none of these guys are that good. He shouldn't be doing well against me. But I think it's a pretty decent offense overall. 4-3 defense goes 6-5. Now, Vince Wilfork is a true nose tackle, isn't he?
No, he's a right tackle. He was the Patriots played at 4-3, yeah.
It always screws me up by switching that. Anyway, he goes 6'5", 6'4" on the defensive line. Now, so many guys play blocking back. That 4 right in is going to be a target, but what are you going to do? And then he goes good line against the run. Then he goes 4-5-4 at linebacker. That's a problem. Then he goes 5-4 at corner, 5-4 at safety. So a defense, when you're in those 4-3 defenses with no 6 anywhere at linebacker, I feel like you're up against it with the flat passes. And, then if you want to bring the free safety up to flood, short pass 3 men with the decent passing game is pretty good. The dump offs are good. There's not a lot of pass rush. So I think the defense will probably struggle a little bit, play not as well as you'd hope. It seems like there's a lot of teams right in the middle this year from what we're looking at so far. I'm going to give Tony take a quick look at the specials. This is an enjoyable show. I enjoy doing this. Plus, you know all the guys, and it's SOMIFA for me especially.
Stedman Bailey, look at that Stedman card.
Stedman tell no tales. So many of these guys. Forgive me. You've been in the league with some of these guys for so many years. You know them well. It's fun reviewing their teams and talking about it. You play these guys so many times. It's like you know them already. Like what a win. I don't know most of those guys already. But I know Josh Cribbs is not very good anymore. Stedman Bailey is ridiculous with the one return. I saw that the Seahawks did that to they took the play the Rams did to them last year, and they used it yesterday against the Bears. Just a quick note, Dennis. Why use it against the Bears? Why don't you save it? Use it against the Cardinals in a couple of weeks.
I know.
You're going to beat the Bears anyway.
You'd think. But, yeah, they pulled that out of their bag of tricks. The Utah Utes did that as well in college football against the Oregon Ducks. So we've seen it twice this weekend. And from what I hear, that's one of the oldest plays in the book. But I just don't remember seeing it before the Rams did it. So,
well, the book is so old that they stopped doing it probably like 40 years ago. Josh Cribbs, tremendous kick returning guard. I didn't realize that. How do you like that?
Yes. Yeah. So don't be bad-mouthing Mr. Cribbs.
No. Here comes Mr. Cribbs. The returning because of it's a movie reference, as I'm sure you'll know. Let's see. Well, this is fine. Nothing too bad one way or the other. Very good kicker. 2-10 out to the 32.
Yep.
Goskowski. Okay. On the strength of Goskowski, Tony. I think Tony's still trying to step up as a coach. He's not bad, but still improving. I should do worse with this team. I'm probably in 2. I think the offense is going to play better than you think. I'm encouraged by his performance against Tim. I wouldn't be surprised if he's running the ball and doing well with it. I'm going to give him 7-9. I'm going to go 7-9 for these Denver Broncos, which is probably a little high. What do you think, Dennis?
I will agree with that, and I'm going to say 6-10. So
okay.
you've predicted 7-9 5 times for the first 7 teams.
Parity, Dennis.
You're right. Maybe so.
Detroit Lions. That's Brad. Brad. Last year was his first year in SOMIFA, but he's been an SSFA for many years and won the championship a couple of years ago with, I believe, Tom Brady as his quarterback. Now this is Kendall's old team. Kendall was in the league for many years. Painstakingly built this team. Then they had a down year last year with some injuries, I think, and now they're back because a lot of the guys are healthy, and Brad should be able to reap the benefit of that. Last year, it was his first year in SOMIFA, but again, he's a long-time SSFA veteran. Brad went 6-10, but the team had issues. It wasn't really his fault. I'm going to start offensive line because you got 3 6-7s on the offensive line. That's pretty nice. Then you got a 7 at left guard and a 5 at right tackle. So pass blocking is excellent. Now Matthew Stafford, who is performing magnificently in the FPR XFL, Dennis, which is almost over. I'm 8-1. Has got actually a pretty solid card. He's got like an Andrew Luck card from last year where he's not great at anything, but it's pretty decent all-around card. I wish he was better long pass, so maybe you got to downgrade that a little bit. But his flat pass is pretty good. Short pass, 1, 4, 8, 14, and 22. So that's pretty good, especially for the play action. Long pass, he used to be better at it. He's 6'10", which is not that great. But also it's an okay card. It's an all right card, not bad. Like Joe Flacco type of card. But Arian Foster, I believe, has got a pretty good running card this year.
Yeah, top 5 running card. Very nice.
Only 2 fumbles and a ton of carries. When he's healthy, he gets the ball a lot. And he's a 5 pass blocking. Unsightly 7, no yards on linebacker wrong, but the rest of it is nice.
Yes. Plus 34 on 10. Guessed wrong. You'd love to have those chunky numbers on a 10 or a 4.
Yeah, but look at that 5, 6, 7 is 0 plus 3 plus 2. I'm wrong. A little chunkier than I thought. So this card is a little more sputtering than I thought. It's good on right. Look at that linebacker right.
Yeah, you need that 6th center in this with Arian on your team.
Yeah, I think he's got him. and I think he's a pretty good receiver, like he usually is. Yes, he is. The 5-pass right yardage is weak. 8+2 is not nice, but so he's a little hit and miss that I would like. But you're playing with Stafford. He has a center 6 and a right guard 6, so Zeb would be just
loving it,
licking his chops at this club. He'd be upset that the left guard's only a 4. Now the receiving crew doesn't look too strong. Jordan Matthews, Marcus Colston, and Chase Ford with Charles Johnson on the bench. So that's going to hurt the offense. Ladarius Green only had the one good card so far, the top-notch card. 3-4 defense goes 6-4-5. The nose tackle 4 is always a target. 6-4-5. 5-4-4-4 at linebacker. 5-5 at corner. 4-5 at safety. Plays at 3-4. Brad's a pretty good coach. But the wide receivers, I think, will not allow him to take advantage of some wrong calls that might come his way because Foster. Foster's card is a little spotty outside of the linebacker right. So I don't like that. Stafford can't beat you deep too much anymore. The defense has enough things to target that I think this team is not going to do as well as you might think. Special teams, I don't see much in the return game. Good coverage on the punts. Field goal kicker, a little shaky. It seems like a lot of these field goal kickers this year, like 13 from like the 13 to 32, and not nearly as good as they usually are.
correct.
It seemed like everyone's usually at least like it's like everyone's like usually 2 to 10 after the 22.
Yeah,
and then like 2 to 9. And this year, you see guys like 2 to 9 or 2 to 8 and stuff like that. And like, what's going on? What's going on out there?
I don't know. What's the matter?
So let's see. Stafford, Foster, the line, weak receivers, his defense. I'm gonna go 7-9, Dennis.
I already wrote you in for 7-9. I knew you were going to go 7-9. I'm going 9. I'm going 9-7. This is a mini playoff team.
Ooh, 9-7. Tell me why.
The pass blocking, Stafford and Foster. That's all you need. You're going to get a lot of guessed wrong at Stafford's card, and you're going to hit that short pass card a lot, and you're going to get dump offs. And the flat card is one of his strengths. So we'll be good.
Okay, a little second level deeper analysis there, which I think might be right. They're getting a bump for the pass blocking and the QBRB combo. Okay, I can see that. And Brad's a good coach. So, but right now I've got everyone 7-9. All you have to do is go 9-7 to be the 1 seed.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Plus he's playing all those 7-9 teams, so he's going to get some wins.
So I don't know. Yeah, let's see. Green Bay. That's Ron Dickinson. The team is up and coming, especially as soon as the Dolphins fire Joe Philbin. That'll help out his quarterback situation. We'll talk about. I mean,
Tannehill has a really nice card this year. I know that in the NFL he's struggling, but this Tannehill card is his best yet.
Talk about a disastrous organization. I mean, they just seem so dysfunctional. They can't get over the hump. I mean, and also talk about how important coaching is in the NFL. Rex Ryan, in my opinion, we know is at least a pretty good coach. Okay, at least pretty good. Okay. Joe Philbin, most of us think, is not pretty good. Now, these two teams start out with some good expectations. They want to know. They both had a bad loss in the second week, right? And then Buffalo goes down to Miami, right? And just slaughters the Dolphins. The Dolphins should be a 10-6 team this year by virtue of their talent, But I have no confidence in Philbin.
Yeah. Ever since he was on Hard Knocks, usually on Hard Knocks, my estimation of a coach goes up. But after Philbin was on Hard Knocks and he's like, it cut who was that? Chad Johnson with his little escapade. And he just seemed to have no real control over that room. The players had to have a 3-person players committee coming into him and say, we want to be involved in decisions like this. And his estimation in my eyes went down after that season of Hard Knocks. I think that's the only time I've watched Hard Knocks where I didn't like the coach a little bit more. So
interesting.
Yeah.
Well, I've not been impressed with his on-field performance. And like Fish fan, I'll tell you on the forum, he's a big Dolphin fan. He didn't like, I mean, they could have lost to Washington on the road. I mean, geez, but out to the offensive line, 7's at center and left guard, 3 at right guard, 4 at left tackle, 5 at right tackle. So you can get sacked a little bit. I like the run blocking, only a 4 at center, otherwise 5 and a 6 at right tackle. Maybe a double tight end offense. I don't think Will Johnson is that good. What do you think, Dennis?
I think it can go either way, but I think Ron he likes the pass blocking. So, whatever one he gets better blocking on. So
Yeah, well, he didn't have a blocking back. Oh, yeah, Will Johnson can block.
yeah, probably he's going to go double tight end.
2 catches for 6 yards and a 4-4.
Not going to happen. Yeah,
So
double tight end.
Jason Morrow's got like an okay flat pass type of card, so I got him as a steal, I think, in order to win, even though he's out for the year. They got him in the 6th round.
Yes, very nice.
And he's 22 years old. I'm a Jet fan. I am not a Jason Morrow fan. I don't think he looks that good, but I think in a 30-team league, he can at least, be like,
solid number 2 tight end.
Exactly, So, all right, so Ryan Tannehill, 9 fumbles. Look at that run card for Ryan Tannehill.
Look at that. The other must run card, too.
11 plus 30. No, yeah, I know. The must run is always more important.
My goodness.
But 2 to 6 plus 10, then plus 9 plus 8 plus 7. So 2 to 9 is plus 7 or more. So that pass block is going to help me. You almost wish you had more must runs. You do what you did.
Yes.
It's 8, okay? Flat pass guard is excellent, virtually maxed out. The short pass guard goes 13, 19, which is not that great, but those five must runs are practically 4 completions. So
go to his, close this out real quick. Go to his defense. I'm going to give you my prediction, and then I got to go run and pick up my daughter, and then I'll be back.
And I'm going to continue without you, correct?
So yeah, show me his defense, and I'll give you my prediction, and then we'll pick it up when I get back.
Sure thing. It's a 4-3.
Okay, nice defense. Okay, so I'm predicting this as a 10-6 for Ron.
The up-and-coming Packers finally making the playoffs with the rebuilding team is Dennis' prediction. All right, Dennis is going to go pick up the kids from school, and then they'll join us. So it's going to be me solo for a little while, which means that we'll probably get through half of one team in about 45 minutes. I was going to mute the Crowley household, but I don't want to do that. I might miss him when he comes back. Fancy go to the Google control panel. And I will lower the volume from the Crowley machine. All right, let's see if that helps us at all. Okay, so with some of the Green Bay Packers here, Ron Dickinson, a very good coach. Been around a long time, loves to play with the older seasons. I've known him in IFL for many, many years. Now, he took over the Pack in 2007 in mid-season. 2008 was his first season. And he's been with the team ever since. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 full seasons where he had the team for the whole year. 5-11, 8-8, 8-8, 11-5 with a play of victory. 3-3, 6-10. What happened was, I think the 8-8 seasons and the 11-5 seasons, those were your 2, 3, and 4 for Ron. He was getting more acclimated to the modern NFL style and to being in the modern keeper league. And he decided to blow up his team and rebuild. And that's when you saw the 3-13. It wasn't just like a fluky 3-13. It was a conscious effort to rebuild. And he's done a nice job. There's a lot of young talent on this team. Dennis and I were pretty pleased with it. Thought it was pretty good. When we looked at the draft review, we wanted to look also at some of the draft picks some of these guys had made as part of looking at their team, Here's this rookie, blah, 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 blah. Let's see. He drafted Mike Evans, Carlos Hyde, who's off to a very strong start. Trent Murphy, Richard Rodgers, the tight end. Let's see. There's other picks in here. Stephon Tuitt, who I didn't care for, but is playing pretty well. Not grading out well against the run so far, but grading out well with the pass rush, which is a surprise. I don't think he has any sacks, but he's applying pressures, which don't really help us. We need sacks, but still, just saying. So, yeah, some good young players again. Some reasonably young players. Ryan Tannehill, the quarterback we just showed you. Offensive line. You got Matt Forte and Terrence West will be the lead backs this year with Anthony Thomas able to run the ball like on 3rd and 1 or 2. But you need him guessed wrong, so that's going to be tricky. Now, Forte's only got a mediocre running card. Not going to see too many right calls, but it's the type of card that can do okay guessed wrong with a good line, and he has a decent line. Forte, a very solid receiver. The yardage of the flat pass right, not that great. The 4, 5, 7 is nice. The 10 is nice, but 6 is only plus 3, and 8, 9 incomplete. So, you feel like he's probably more effective in real life than in Strat with that, but he's going to catch it. So, 1st and 10, even if he gets a 2nd and 7, it's not too bad. some people talked about Terrence West slipping in the draft and having a good card. He does have a pretty decent card. Look at that. I wasn't aware of this card being quite this good. Well, I wasn't going totally for the year, so. But it's a nice interior rushing card. That's going to help. Mike Wallace is maxed out. Mike Evans, rather, is maxed out. Mike Wallace, 67 catches at 12.9. Wallace got a pretty decent card. Forgot a 12.9 average. He's got some long gains on it. 1, 3, 6, 12, 18 long pass units on wrong. He's only a 26 on short pass wrong. But it's not too bad. He had 10 touchdowns last year. I didn't know that. Mike Wallace, really? They were talking about him being a bust for the Vikings. Owen Daniels is the same tight end every year, so we know what he's about. Interesting offense. Can do some things, and Ron's a good coach. We get Dennis' prediction of 10-6. Now let's see the defensive side of the ball. It's a 4-3 defense, 5-6, 5-6, with some pass rush coming out of Rob Ninkovich being a 5'9", and left tackle Gerald McCoy is a 6'11". He'll be feasting on those right guards. Linebackers 4, 5. Oh, my eyesight's. I knew I should have worn my glasses. 4, 5, 4. So that's a little weak. Goes 4, 5 a corner. 6, 4 at safety. So I'm not that thrilled with the defense. I don't know what I expect. I'm not picking anybody to do good this year, or everyone to be mediocre. DeAnthony Thomas, great punt returner. 5 plus 28, 6 plus 16, 3 plus 9, 9 plus 8. Most guys have their quarters fair catches. And he's got a touchdown, of course. And a decent kick returner, pretty good kick returner. Punter's got a block and a long gain. I don't like that combo. 7 plus 32 on the opponent kicks. Opponent kick returns. And it doesn't look like Mike Nugent puts as many deep into the end zone as some other guys. So he could lose some field position there on the coverage side. Nugent not a great kicker here. 2 to 9 from the 13 to 22. But also 2 to 9 from 23 to 32, which isn't bad. So it's a little up and down. I feel like the offense doesn't do any one thing well enough. And I worry about that 4-3 defense with weak pass coverage linebackers. And the corners are only okay. I like Ron as a coach. I'm going to go 8-8 for this team. 8-8 for the Packers. But he's drafting well, and it takes time. But so he's going to wake up and have surplus and be able to trade for a running back or whatever he needs. As long as Tannehill is decent. And look, Miami played. Buffalo's got a really good defense. I felt that way with Andrew Luck the first 2 games also. Yeah, he didn't play well. He played terribly against the Jets. He made a lot of bad decisions. I have Andrew Luck on 2 teams, so I pay a little more attention to him. I pay a lot more attention to him, I guess. And I know the Jets were putting him under tremendous pressure, and nobody was really open, but he was forcing some throws in what was a 10-0 game for nearly 3 quarters. They should have run the ball more. They were having some success early. But I was going to say his first 2 games were against Buffalo and the Jets, 2 of the much better defenses in the league. But then they struggled too against Tennessee yesterday. Titans not known as one of the better defenses in the league right now, though they are an improved team. So we'll see what happens with Luck. I was going to say with Tannehill, he played against a good defense yesterday. So Houston Texans. That is Paul. Half man, half Mankiewicz. This team, one of the more successful franchises in league history. They're an original team, 2002. So Paul drafted this team from scratch in 2002. It's 2015. Or he drafted the team from scratch in 2003. It was a 2002 season, right? So he drafted the team in 2003. It's 2015. He has never had a losing season. Okay? Tom Landry. Okay? We're talking about 12 seasons of Strat football in a 2014 league, in a league that has tremendous coaches. Paul went 8-8 the first 2 years, probably built for the future, being a shrewd GM like he is. And Paul is easily probably one of the 2 or 3 best coach/GM combo guys out there. He had championships hanging in the living room, up and down the up and down the community of leagues that we have here. He's won 2 Super Bowls in SOMIFA, back-to-back in 05 and 06. He's made the playoffs 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 straight years he made the playoffs. 10 straight years he made the playoffs. Only one of those years fewer than 10 wins. So 10 straight seasons in the playoffs, 9 seasons of 10 wins or more. Okay? And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 seasons of 11 wins or more. I mean, the numbers just get better and better the more I count them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 seasons of 12 wins or more. There's 6 seasons of 12 wins or more. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 6 of his last 9 seasons, 12 wins or more. Lost the Super Bowl 2 years ago to Buffalo, 24-14. So he's made the Super Bowl 3 times in 9 years. He's won it twice. So, I mean, what else is there to say? I do think the roster may be, I don't remember if it's on the skids this year or if it's good. I don't remember. Because the talent has fallen off on some of his teams. Offensive line, Chris Myers is a center 6'5". Otherwise, he's got 2 4s on the right side, 2 0s on the left side for run blocking. So that is a weakness. Pass blocking is in all 5s, except for the left side's got 2 4s. So that is a weakness. I heard some movement over there. That's probably just something in the background. Yes. You got Drew Brees at quarterback and Le'Veon Bell at running back. So that's a nice combo. The Bell's rushing card, not that great. We've talked about this whole set not being that great against the for running back cards for the most part. Brees 2.6 INT percentage with 7 fumbles. Flat pass maxed out. Short pass 1, 4, 10. Why is that right? 1, 4, 10, 14, 19. That's a little low for Drew Brees. 14 short pass, right? 14, 19. 68.2. I guess they really want you to flat pass it up. Long pass 7, 11. So Strat is really encouraging you to throw a flat pass a lot with a lot of these quarterback cards. And you should. And that is the modern game, in a lot of ways. So Le'Veon Bell always got Jonathan Stewart. Stewart's got a nice card now. Paul likes to throw to his back, so Le'Veon's real good at that. Let's see, he's a 0-5. Pass blocking helps. See, running card, linebacker wrong, not too bad. Linebacker right, pretty good. Off tackle wrong, really hit or miss. 2, 3, and 12. Although not a lot to be excited about. And run wrong is not too bad, though. You get 2, 3, 11, and 12. And 6, 5, 4. So interesting card for Le'Veon. Maxed out receiver. He's got better flat pass yardage than Forte. On right, and I'm wrong, of course, but right's, guys are still going to mostly get pass. We don't play FPR in this league. We play the dump off the white die, the other modern rules, but we don't play FPR. So most passes will still be guessed right. By most, I mean 85% of them. But Jonathan Stewart had a nice bounce back year last year. He's on my spring team. 175 carries, 4.6 with a dot. 2 fumbles. He's also a 0-5. And he's got a little better card, more consistent. So Paul's got options there in the backfield, and Paul knows how to use his options well, so that's helpful. Now, Paul normally has great receivers, but they have fallen on hard times. So we're not seeing it right now. He's got Brandon Marshall, 61 catches, it looks like, with 11.8 average, and that's not a very good card. I mean, this is a number 2 wide receiver card on short pass, pretty good flat pass card. And he's 12-18 in the bomb, but no long gains. So, he's actually a little better than your regular number 2 guy, probably. Brandon Cooks but he's got to be Paul's number 1 guy. Brandon Cooks, 53 catches, 10.4. He's got a better card than you would think for only 53 catches as a rookie. But he only played, I think, about 10 games. He's got 1, 4, 9, 12, 15. He's got 18 also. He's got 12, 18 deep. Number 2 card short, a decent card flat. But these aren't the old, Andre Johnson, Steve Smith, Texans. Maybe that's his spring team. I don't know. I don't remember. But the bottom line is that Paul almost always has tremendous receivers. But this team, not so much. Jason Witten, 64 to 11.0. He's got the typical Witten card, great flat, pretty good short, and can go deep. More of a threat to go deep than a great deep target. But you pick your spots there. So Breeze with a flat pass is going to be aggressive with that and do well with that. He's got running options. The offensive line is going to hurt. He doesn't mind running linebacker. Both these guys are pretty good at it, though. Receivers are okay, decent enough. I think Crowley back. Yes, that's the kids must have been right in the neighborhood because that was pretty close. Paul plays a 4-3. So I'll give you 20 minutes on Paul's team, and then Dennis can give you a prediction in about 30 seconds. 4-3 defense goes 4-5-4-6. Goes 4-5-5 at linebacker. It goes 5-4 at corner, 6-4 at safety.
Of what?
Not in love with that defense, really. 4-5-4-5. Got some good pass rush. Like to use it, Dennis. I went through Green Bay. I'm finishing off Houston right now.
Okay.
So I'm gonna show you Houston real quick. You don't want to repeat too much information. Yeah, Drew Brees, real good flat card, pretty good short card, but probably not as good as you expect. Only okay deep. Offensive line is weird. He's got 5s on the right side of the center and 4s on the left side for pass blocking, so he can be pass rushed. He's got a 6 at center, 2 4s run block on the right side, 2 0s on the left side. Brees is a great flat card. Le'Veon Bell has got a very good receiving card, kind of a weird running card, kind of solid line block, right and wrong. One tackle, not that great, a little chunky, but the end run is pretty good against wrong. 2, 3, 11, and 12, and you're getting 4 or 5 yards, and most of the other hits are not too bad there.
I assume you've already talked about Paul's record and never had a season.
I did. I spoke. I went. In fact, I went into great length into Paul's history in the league and his tremendous success. You got Jonathan Stewart's got probably.
First of all, what was your prediction on Green Bay so I can get my spreadsheet up to date?
8-8.
8-8. Okay.
Yeah. Well, I'll go back to the real quick just for you to make a quick prediction. Oh no, you made a prediction. That's right, Ryan Tannehill.
Yeah, I'm good. Okay.
That's right. All right. So you got Jonathan Stewart, who's got more of a solid card.
No, a nice card.
Short games in the middle and stuff like that. Had a pretty good year last year. So he's got options in the ground game. The receivers not as good as usual. Brandon Marshall is not maxed. Neither is Brandon Cooks. Jason Witten's got his typical card. There's no fancy blocking back hiding there. Jared Cook, I think, is a pretty good tight end. Yes, you'll see the 2 tight end offense out of Paul. So that's going to help him a lot. He plays a 4-3 defense, which I'm not a big fan of. In this incarnation, what I'm saying, you know what I'm saying. The 4-3 is weaker, and if you don't have real good personnel, I feel like you can get picked on a lot in the front 7. You get West Coasted to death. He goes 4-5-4-6 up front. Goes 4-5-5 at linebacker. Very good. Nice pass rush on the outside, and Paul doesn't mind blitzing, and he seems to be good about blitzing and not getting caught with it too much. 5-4 corners, 6-4 safeties with Cam, the strong safety 6. So I'm not a big fan of this defense. Drew Brees, flat passing, Stewart, Paul. Let's see the special teams we've got going on. Punt return, not very good. Good kick return to the one back. Niall Davis. Good coverage units. Field goals, pretty good. That's out of Terry. I'm going to go... Because it's Paul, I'm going to go 10-6. I was going to go 9-7. I'll give him 10 wins. 10-6.
I decided 9-7.
All right.
He does have more weaknesses than he normally does. And if you look at his past record, he has never had a losing season. I think that's going to continue, but just by the skin of his teeth.
Well, last year he was only 9-7. And it was the first time he had won 10-plus games in like the previous 7 seasons.
Wow.
So, yeah.
That's fantastic.
Yeah. Before last year, he had 9 straight seasons of 10 or more wins, and in 6 of those years, he had 12 or more wins. So last year was only 9-7. That was not a good year for the Texans.
Very nice.
I thought you were going to say something. Very good. All right, Kansas City. This is Lawrence now. Lawrence Green is a veteran SSFA coach, and he is taking over the Chiefs, who I think these are the former Lions of JJ. Although that could be that's Jeff Bevier's team as the former Lions of JJ. This is the former Eagles because he traded Tom Brady to the Chargers because just like Bob found the team had like Tom Brady and little Alps. Bob did have some good young defensive talent that had a bunch of injuries last year. So This year on paper, it looks like just Tom Brady, nothing else. And they traded Tom Brady in that big deal. Let's take a look at that briefly because it was such a blockbuster when you see a guy like Brady change hands. That's the only trade he made.
Wow.
So he traded Tom Brady. He got Colin Kaepernick before the 4 interceptions yesterday. He got Colin Kaepernick, C.J. Mosley, a 2 and a 4 next year. That'll probably be a late 2 and a 4 next year. And Lawrence did not have a good team. And in trading Brady, of course, he elevates himself into I'm going to assume we're going to look at his team in a moment, but it's presumably up near the top of the draft next year. Let's look at his team first, and then tell me your opinion of the trade. Colin Kaepernick's card is not very good, Dennis. A great running card, but even the running card, the run's nice, but the must run, they give him more a card like Michael Vick got a few years ago. Really good low numbers, but I mean, he's only got 6+6 and 7+4, 8+1, so not a great running card.
No. And
the flat pass throwing is not too bad, but it's not great. The short pass, especially the must run, not being that great. It's only 8-10, 8-15. And then 3-7 in the bomb. Seems like a flat pass with Colin Kaepernick. He does have Golden Tate and Odell Beckham. He's got Trey Mason. He's got a decent running back card. So actually, he's got some personnel there. The offensive line is not strong. He has 7s at tackle, a 5 at left guard, 3s at center and right guard. They're going to give up sacks. He's got a 0 run blocking at center and left guard. 5s elsewhere, though. So it's a weird offensive line. Then let's see what the defense has got in store. There's a Vincent Jackson also, so he might play a 3 wide. 3-4 defense goes 4-0-5, 4-0-4-0, 0-5 at corner, 4-4 at safety. This is worse than my defense was last year.
Yep.
So not good, Dennis.
Not good at all. And I thought that as far as the trade, are we going to talk about that now?
Let's do a prediction first, and then the trade.
Okay. I have a bad feeling that this is going to be a long year for Lawrence. I'm going to predict 4-12.
Okay, Dennis goes 4-12. I know Lawrence fairly well.
That Kaepernick card is just a killer.
I'm going to go 2-14. No, hold on. Yes, the defense is so awful, and Kaepernick can't do enough down the field. Mason is okay, but not great. So many weaknesses elsewhere. I mean, Tate and Beckham. Receivers are good to have, but they got to be. They're secondary. You know what I'm saying? They're the potatoes. You need the meat.
Yeah.
So I know 2-14. All right. Now, what do you think of the Brady trade?
But
also, let's say this: Lawrence is rebuilding. He traded Brady to rebuild, so he can count less if he goes 2-14. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah. Absolutely. He knew he was in for some lumps taking over the team, but getting into SOMIFA is such an honor. It's a prestigious league, so you're going to go through the pain in order to just solidify your spot as one of the coaches. So for the trade, I think he could have gotten a little bit more, but at least 2 first-round picks.
That's what you mean. That's good. I'm sorry. I was literally good.
Okay, so I think he should have got 2 first-round picks. Mosley is a top 5 pick, but that 2nd and 4th next year are going to be at the very bottom of the round, or close to it. I mean, that's the only piece that he was missing, TJ, in order to have like excellent personnel at every position. So he's going to be, 22, 23, 24. He's going to be at the bottom of the round. But then again, you are rebuilding, and the key. This trade will hinge on Kaepernick's development as a quarterback. I thought he was, making strides after that week 1 win. He looked better. He looked a little bit more accurate. They talked about, simplifying the playbook to, cater it to more of his strengths. But then you saw what Arizona did to him, and it's just like, oh boy, not good. So
he didn't have too much success against the Steelers either.
Yeah, exactly. So if Kaepernick is a league average quarterback or better, then it's a good trade. If he's not, then. But then again, the problem with selling off a guy like Tom Brady is you need to have people interested in buying him, and there really wasn't a lot of competition. I bet you Lawrence didn't get more than 1 or 2 offers. or the casual, what are you looking for, from email from somebody who doesn't really need him but just wants to find out if he can get him on the cheap. So considering the circumstances, I think it was a fair trade and a good trade. He needed to do something, but I just wish he would have squeezed TJ a little bit tighter.
Yeah, well, we all know that TJ can be tough to deal with in terms of that. He
Yes,
set the price high.
This was the time to call his bluff, though. What else is he going to do? Go with Kaepernick with that mega powerhouse team? I don't think so.
Interesting. And we're going to get into TJ's trade later because, Dennis, I did some investigative reporting. And, we don't want to skip ahead too much. But TJ took a different route this year with his team than he usually does. So I emailed him about that, and I'll have some comments from the man himself when we get to the San Diego Chargers portion of the show.
A lot more trades this year, for sure.
I agree with you that Lawrence should have tried to get more. But like you said, we don't know. Maybe this is the best offer he got by far. And there's something to be said for saying, you know what? I am getting C.J. Mosley.
Yes.
And I'm getting 2 other picks. Even though they're late, they will be young players. And I'm moving myself up, probably at least 4 picks in the draft for the next couple of years.
Right, exactly.
So even though I didn't get as much as I wanted, it was the best trade I could make, and I got some pieces. I think sometimes when you're rebuilding, you might get stuck in that position.
Yeah, it wasn't a lopsided trade by any means. It was. I just felt that he was in the position to get more out of that one coach. But sometimes guys will just say, no, forget it. I'll stay strong. But but he was because you're going to talk about him later. Because of the moves he made previous to that, he was kind of pot committed to making a move like this. And I thought that would have been a position you could have leveraged a little bit.
Yeah, I think you might be right in this case where if you look at the trade, it's a great trade for TJ.
Yes.
Great trade for TJ, and it might be a decent trade for the Chiefs. Now, you can't always look at it that way because the Chiefs might have just had to make the best trade that they could make.
Right.
But yeah, maybe he could have pushed for a little more. But we'll see what happens. Maybe he gets Marcus Mariota next year, and then he'll be all right. And Mariota's playing very well. How about that?
Yes.
Okay, so moving on to the Vikings. All right, 4 wide and some pass rushes. Usually the order of the day for Dale. Is this Dale
Ripley? Believe it or not.
Yes, we like making that joke every year, both of us, I think. Nice day. You see, I'm working the screen here. You work the sound effects. That's how it goes. There you go. Now I can click down. We're in the middle of the alphabet here. Now, Dale, he's been in the league a lot longer than I thought. He joined the league in 2007, and his team was the New Orleans Saints for a couple of years. And it was lean times. I don't think that was a very good roster that he took over. It was 6-10, 4-12, then 10-6 made the playoffs, then 8-8, then 3-13, then 8-7-1. Somewhere in there, he traded for Peyton Manning, and that's when he went 8-7-1. Then last year, made the playoffs 10-6. So the team looks like on the uptick. But Manning's card won't be as good this year as it was last year. I had him in the spring, so I know the card well. A lot more interceptions. It doesn't seem like it's not like he's interception laden, but he's more middle of the pack, and that can make a big difference, especially the way Dale likes to play, running the 4 wide, throwing all those flat passes. Now, the offensive line only has a 7 at left tackle. He's got 5 everywhere else, a 4 at right guard. Not a lot of run blocking. He loves running multiple receivers, as we said. Now, let's look at the Manning card, Dennis, so you can get an idea what I'm talking about here. But even though Dennis plays in so many leagues, he already knows these cards inside and out, probably. Must run will not occur. Flat pass, very strong. Short pass, look at that short pass right. 16 units. 16 units is not bad, but it's human. You're used to seeing like one, like another, like the 5 or something, like one more number in there,
Right. This is like a Matt Stafford guessed right short pass card.
Exactly. Yeah.
Typical Matt Stafford card.
A lot more missing ink than you used to with the Peyton Manning card. The wrong card is great. So if you have a good running back, you're in good shape. Now, here's what I was talking about. The short pass wrong interception is only on a 2. On right, though, 2-8 and 12. Now, it's a flat pass, 2-4 on wrong. 2-4, 11-12. Now, long pass, he still has good units. He's got 8-14, which is one of the better ones in the set.
Right.
But the interception on right, 2-11 on 11 and clean on 12. So still a good card, but now you might be like, oh, well, those pick numbers aren't too high, but normally they're so low for him. It's like, well, you're going to throw a couple of interceptions now, And it doesn't take much to make a difference negatively in terms of turnovers when a lot of the other guys are not turning over as much. Do you think I'm overreacting to the interceptions on Manning's card? Am I spoiled from what I've seen the last couple of years in the spring?
Well, I mean, he did start his inevitable decline in the last quarter of the NFL year last year. So
yep.
The first half of the season, the first 12 games or whatever, he earned that, long pass 8, long gain on 8 on a long pass. But then
he was Peyton Manning for 12 games.
Yeah, and then he became, like you said, mortal.
Yeah.
And we're seeing a little bit more of this year.
Absolutely.
This will be the last long gain on 8 on a long pass for Peyton Manning. I can say that confidently.
That's a good call.
Next year he'll have like the like a Russell Wilson type of
yes,
connection on 4 and maybe 10 or something like that, and that's it. Maybe. Yeah, it might even be worse than that.
Right now his average gain is 5.9.
Yes, so he's going to be one of those flat pass wizards next year, and then retire.
And you got to hit the receiver's card down the field.
But my question, card is a fair representation. This card is a fair representation of his season in the NFL last year.
Yeah, but my question to you originally was, do you think I'm overreacting in terms of what the impact of these interception numbers will be on Manning's performance in Strat this year?
No, not at all. I think that short pass, because he's throwing those wobblers up there, he'll get picked more often, and sure. it will have an impact. You can still win with this card. This is a very good card, but it's not your typical top 3 card that Manning would produce.
No, because really solely because of the picks, and maybe a little less because of the short pass right. If the picks were normal, you could live with the short pass right, but even the flat pass, that 2 to 4, I'm wrong. You're going to throw some flat pass interceptions on his card if you're West Coast all the time. You're like, oh, come on. You're not going to throw a ton, but they'll pop up, Now, Frank Gore, the timeless one, the ageless one, but boy, he's got the 71-year-old backfield there with Peyton Manning and Frank Gore, but they're both still effective for sure. Gore's got a nice linebacker card. He's pretty decent on tackle. Yeah, Gore's got a pretty solid card. Gore has the type of card he usually has. Pretty solid card.
Yep. This is very, very good talent, and he'll do some things for you.
Sure. Now, the run blocker, not that great. Now, he's got Sammy Watkins, is pretty good, but not number 1. He's got Roddy White, who is, I don't think that great.
I think he's got
80 catches, 11.5. Yeah, he's number 2 type of card, no long gains, only 15 units deep, not 7 only maxed. The flat is strong, and that's what Dale likes to do. And he's got like Reggie Wayne and Greg Jennings. It may be time for an influx of youth.
Well, he has Cordell Patterson there, and he got Sammy Watkins. So if Cordell Patterson gives his gear, his game gear.
If you got Peyton Manning, Frank Gore, Reggie Wayne, Greg Jennings, and Roddy White, it was 5 years, 6 guys for the year.
Yeah, you're right.
A little over but he's going to ride Manning into the sunset. You know what I'm saying? So,
yep.
And then when he rebuilds, he knows he's going to have to rebuild. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
And he's done a real good job coaching this wacky style with the 4 wide, not even the FPR. He must love it if he's in an FPR league, but he's done a real nice job with that the last couple of years. It was 10-6 last year with that formula. Now defense, he goes 5'5", 6'5", and he had some good young players on the team. I remember from looking at the draft review show, he has not just gone old for the year the last couple of years, so he's had some decent pieces for the year. Maybe some injured guys. I don't see a lot here. Maybe traded them away. I don't know. But I remember thinking that. Anyway, he goes 5'5", 6'5" in the defensive line. Was Sharif Floyd the 6? He goes 5'5", 6 at linebacker. Plays a 4-3. 5s at the corners. 6 at strong safety, 4 at free safety. So no pass rush really, but a pretty solid defense. What do you think?
Really good. A very good defense. And if you have a 4-3 defense, this is the kind of defense you want, with 5s and 6s on your D line, where you can let guys just run into that and let the D line take care of it, so you can leave the linebackers home. I like this defense. Very solid.
And with his short pass defenders, he can bring that free safety up more aggressive. That's one of the reasons, Dennis, that I love the good short pass defenders, because I don't want to. I know the double team is strong. Well, all right. I want to be able to do what I want with my free safety. I want to bring him up into the line, into the flats. I want to double without having to worry as much about, oh my God, now I'm leaving long pass 0 to a 4 or something. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. The only thing I would have maybe done differently is put that
3-4.
that free safety put that 6 at the free safety spot,
Oh no,
just so you can move him up to fill a linebacker spot.
no way.
You know, you can move him to middle linebacker and squeeze that 5 outside.
You want to play a 4 at strong safety and a 6 at free safety when you're going to be double teaming a lot or whatever. Okay, but now when you move the free safety up, you're giving up the strong safety 4 to a tight end.
Yeah, but are there really that many top tight ends that are going to kill you?
Well,
I don't know.
So to me, even the Owen Daniels tight ends, short pass 3 men covered by 4 is a solid play to them. You know, so
yeah, maybe you're right. If you're hyper
I would always
with the blitzing and the double teaming, yeah, that makes sense.
I would pretty much always put the 6 at strong safety and the 4 at free safety, because if I'm going to bring the free safety up, I'm probably doubling the flat anyway. I'm not going to single put him in there. If I have good pass rushing linebackers, I guess that would be my way to go. Would be this way, the way he did it. I like it this way better. But
yeah, and then another thing you have to think about is Blanton is a 4-6, so you can still bring him up for a containment if somebody likes to run on third downs.
Yeah, or you can run key with him. Now he's a linebacker 6.
Right. So yeah, that makes sense.
So, but I understand what you're saying as well. The special teams here, pretty good coverage. It looks like. Oh no, terrible on the punt coverage. What I'm saying, bad punt coverage, bad punt returner, great kick returner. Omar Bolden. It's Omar.
Yeah. Omar's coming. Omar's coming.
All these kickers this year are like 2 to 9 for the 22 and 2 to 8 for the 32. So that's nice. So yeah, Manning's pretty good. I wonder if you're going to go. I wonder if you're going to go more conventional offense. I don't know. Manning's pretty good. Frank Gore's pretty good. Not in love with those receivers. Defense is pretty good. He did a nice job last year. I'm going to go 9-7. I was going to go 8-8, but I'll go 9-7. I'll give Dale a little extra bump, I think, and that could maybe better, because Manning does a maybe better call than I'm giving him credit for.
I am going 10-6. I think it will be better. I think that all those 5s and 6s in the defense is going to come out to good results for Dale. Plus, he's playing all those 7 and 9 teams you predicted. So
that's right.
Pick up a couple win.
I'll tell you this: if he does go 9-7, I think he'll make the playoffs. So, and he gets a chance to get one of those 9 or 10 wins in the first quarter when he travels to the Meadowlands to take on my Jets, who are not going to be that good, I don't think. 7-9, perhaps, like the rest of the league. New England. This is Jeff Wobegon. What's his name again?
Jeff Wendlet.
Wendlet, that's right. Close enough. Okay. 2-10 in offense, it looks like, and maybe a blocking back. He's Philip DeMarco. Okay. This is Mike Kudik's old team.
Yes.
Mike has Mike given up Strat completely? I was in another league with him, and he gave up his team over there.
A baseball team or a football team?
Football.
Yeah, I think he may be focusing on baseball. That's my guess.
It's a bad call. Okay.
I agree.
But, yes. Gave up his team at the wrong time. I mean, unless it was forcibly removed from him. I don't think so, though. But
no. He cut back.
Yeah, Philip Rivers. Well, yeah, sometimes you got to cut back. I did that many years ago. I used to be in 7 or 8 leagues, and I'm in 3 keeper leagues and like 2 other little projects. But Philip Rivers had a real nice year again last year. Oh no, 3.2 picks. I didn't see that. Let's see. Even Philip Rivers got a decent must run. 2 to 8 is 5 yards or more.
Crazy. But it's only on. Wow, it's on 5.
Great flat pass card. You see, so much of this is also what you're expecting. You know, I look at Philip Rivers' card, I'm like, wow, great flat pass card. His interceptions are even slightly worse than Peyton's, and I'm like, yeah, well, so what? It's on 11. But you know, you used to Peyton being like 2 to 3 all the time. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
All right. Let's see. Short pass, they're not that great. Their strat is really. I think I said this while you're gone, but they're really pushing the flat pass with this set. Third with the bad linebackers, the split ratings, and these quarterback cards. 13, 7, 13, 20 the short pass. Not bad, but I would like to see a little more on right for a guy like him. 7 long pass right completions, but 9 is practically a clean pick. 11, 12, 13 on longs, that's good. At least I'm wrong. It's only 2 to 4 and 12, but it's still clean. So a little shaky card there. I don't know. What do you think?
It's solid. It's usable. I mean, the interceptions are gonna kill you. But yeah, look, if you have a good running back, that flat pass card wrong is gonna be nice.
Yeah, but you got to play him more West Coasty and
Yes.
not get tempted by anything down the field too much. And he has a real good running back. Lamar Miller has one of the better cards in the set this year. Is he even 97 longest? Oh, he's a dot anyway, but I didn't know he had a 97-yard run. 5.1 average. Caught 38 passes, would have been an EXC. 0-2 blocking. Linebuck is like a Jonathan Stewart type of card, but I guess comes a little better in the numbers. I thought it would look better than naked eye, but the numbers, it's good. There's a short gain in the middle. You do have like +4, +7, +5. Good yardage on the wrong. Does a little bit on right. So I thought the card would look a little better, but I know it grades out well. Maybe I'm a little too stingy with my evaluation of these running cards. What do you think, Dennis?
I like the card. I mean, that's just about as good as you're going to get in this set. So, yeah, nothing wrong with it.
And Deshaun Jackson, I know, is going to a great card. He's on my FPR team. And
Ellington's a nice weapon to bring in on third downs to give you that extra receiver kind of to go that's going to be in the backfield with a 4 pass block rating. But he's a nice weapon to have.
Oh, wow, look at that. Yeah, great. Yeah. Even the flat pass right yardage is good, so the dump offs. Okay.
Yep.
What card did Malcolm Floyd have? 52 catches, 16.5.
Yeah, that's a nice card. That's a good card. I like that kind of card. I
need more hits for this card. Like this. But for me, the yardage of this card is not enough to offset the lack of hits, especially deep. He's only 9-15 deep. You know, I could live with this card if he was at least 12-18 deep. You know, but 9-15, I don't know. But both those guys go deep well. Then he's got Travis Kelce, who's a possession guy this year, and Jermaine Gresham, who's someone in Autumn Winker trying to trade it to me. I was like, no, thank you. The team's going for the future. Like, but he's starting for Arizona. Like, they don't even throw to the tight end.
Yeah.
But low yardage. Look at this. Flat pass wrong. 6 and 7 is like +4 and +6. It's the
not good.
Malcolm Floyd there. It kind of interesting offense. The turnovers bother me with Rivers. 4-3. Dennis can already hear my voice that I'm predicting 7-9. Let's look at the defense first. Oh no. May have wanted to pick up a right tackle 4. I'm just saying. Goes 5-4-0-6 on the defensive line. Goes 4-6-4 at linebacker. 6s at the corners, which are wonderful.
This is the kind of
safety.
Oh, go ahead. I was gonna say this is the kind of team that you go 3 wide against and run linebucks because that 4 is going to turn into a 0. You're going to have some nice juicy numbers there.
But I think you can coach. I think you can coach around this defense because the corners are so good. And the coverage guys are so good that you could bring Jim Leonard up. You know, you can slide Bobby Wagner around left and right because guys don't want to throw at the middle linebacker 6 too much. Of course, he has to stay home sometimes. Of course,
right.
Sometimes you leave Bobby Wagner home and just pop Leonard left and right to float over there. And you got to call it a run and occasionally bring guys up to the line to help those defensive tackles. I think you can coach around this defense a little bit. I don't know anything about this guy as a coach.
What's his record from his past?
Well, he took over. I think he took over during the season last year.
Okay.
So we don't have a track record here.
Okay.
That I'm aware of. So I don't know. What do you pick? You go first for this time.
All right. I think go back to the offense again. It's Rivers and.
So he's got awful punt returners. Walt Powell. His kick returners aren't much better. He gives up a block.
Yeah.
He's a long gain on 12, but otherwise not bad. Field goal.
Right, I'm going to give my first. Good,
2-10 up to 32.
I'm going to give my very first 7 and 9.
Here's the offense first. Okay, you're going to go 7 and 9 on him.
I like the receiver pep tandem, but I think that he's going to. I'm just not sure about how he's going to overcome that weak run defense up the middle.
I'm gonna give him 8 and 8. I think he can coach around the defense. I think Rivers, some picks will hold it back. I think if the special teams are a little better, maybe I'll go 9 and 7. I'll give him 8 and 8.
Okay.
Do I have anybody with a winning record so far besides Paul?
Do I have
anybody? Paul? Do I have anybody?
Paul and Dale are the 2 teams that are in the playoffs, 10 and 6 and 9 and 7.
And we're halfway through. And there's only one team that has 10 wins so far, and we've gone A through N. Good job.
Yes.
All right.
I've got 5 teams with winning records.
Yeah, of course we got. Yeah, but look at the back end there. You got San Diego's loaded now. You got NFL there. You got your teams there. You got Tennessee there. You got Tim's got a good team. So, the predictions will be increasing in a hurry.
Plenty of time.
Now, what team is this again?
The New York
Jets. Now we'll take up the rest of the show talking about the Jets and their history in this league.
Let's see it. Bring the spreadsheet up.
Oh, this is an ugly history. It's not good. So I joined this league in 2003 at 12-4 the first year.
Nice.
Made the semifinal, lost to Brad. Then came the dark ages. 5 out of 6 years, I lost 10 games or more as I pursued franchise quarterbacks, and that's when I learned. That's when I learned at the end of that. All right, you got to take this seriously because you're getting your ass kicked on an annual basis, and that's what produced me becoming the fanatical young player follower that I am today. That sounds wrong, actually, but you know what I mean.
You like that, man.
Yeah. So I made the playoffs now 4 out of 6 years. I went into a total rebuild and blew up the team a couple years ago, and it went 5-11 the first year. Went 10-6 last year, which I was not expecting. That was a bad team with all 4s and 0s in defense. This year, I like the roster a lot. I think the roster is improving, but I think the team is going to regress a little bit because they don't do some things as well as last year. The offensive line is not as good as last year. It's a below-average offensive line. I think Andrew Luck's card was better last year. Reggie Bush was actually kind of decent last year. There's no really good running back this year. The defense has improved marginally, but it's still weak. So I don't think it's going to be strong this year.
You have to be happy with Devonta Freeman's 3-touchdown, 150-yard game or whatever it was yesterday.
What's his rushing average for the season, Dennis?
I don't know. Couldn't tell you.
3.5.
Ooh.
So wake me up. Wake me up. Talk to me on Thanksgiving, and we'll see what this guy's numbers look like. So, I was not a huge Devonta Freeman fan. I just figured he's going to get the rock. Get 800 yards in a 40 average, and I know he's a real good receiver. So at least it's someone to take. And I took him in the 5th round. So
yeah.
I'm kind of going running back by committee until like somebody real comes along and maybe get in the right spot or trade for something. But anyway, let's look at this team. It's got pass blocking is not good. You got a 5 at center, 5 at left tackle, 2 3s on the right side, a 4 at left guard. Andrew Luck, this will be familiar to him from the NFL. So he could be under some pressure against some of these teams. I got a 5 run blocking at center, a 5 at left tackle. The rest of the guys are 4s. So offensive line, not a strength this year. Should be better next year, but still need some help in the future.
Let's see that luck card.
Okay.
So this is his 3rd card.
This is his 3rd card.
Last year he had a very good card, better than you'd expect. But this year I thought it was worse than you'd expect based on his numbers.
I was concerned about the card.
Yeah, you told me early on that it's not going to be a good card, and you were right.
Oh, I was concerned because you got to realize, so the NFL completion percentage now, it's like if you're not like, well over if you're not like 64 plus, it's hard for Strat to justify the real good card, I think. Maybe not hard to justify, but they don't seem to give you a real good card there. And they played so many bad teams. So I was concerned it was not going to be that good, particularly flat or whatever, Then also he has a fair number of carries, but only a 4.1 average. Right. So the most runs would take away some possible completions, and they wouldn't be that good. Whereas last year his average was better, and his must runs were better, And also the interceptions, it was 2.6, which is average to slightly below average, maybe in a 24-team league, certainly. Whereas last year he threw no picks at all. So I was a little concerned with that. Last year had a nice, solid all-around card. So you look at the card, and run is not too bad. 6-8 short gain. The must run better than I originally hoped. Again, the kneel down's helping. 2-7 yards or more, but not as good as last year's.
Right.
A little off. Now, the flat pass is not bad. I don't mind that 2-7 incomplete. I know you look at me like I'm crazy, but that's not too bad, actually, mathematically. Right. The short pass, 4-7, 12. He's got 14 on right and 18 on wrong. So the short pass wrong is not very good. That's not going to help you a lot. And he gets a little bump for the must run. Instead of a 14, maybe it's like a 16, you can kind of say. The long pass is pretty good, 9 and 15. So, but he's got a lot of picks on right, 2-8, 11, and 12 is clean. And the picks on short pass, 2-7 and 12 on right. So really, if you have like a good running back,
right,
you go like flat pass and bomb with this card, you can do well. I don't have good running backs.
Right.
Even though I have great receivers. Okay. So you can see with this card, it's not that great a card. And what's your impression looking at it right now?
Yeah, I think this is not a top 10 card. in this card set. So
I agree.
and I think that there's going to be very few times where, coming into this year with all the hype and a lot of people picking the Colts for the Super Bowl, I thought that this would be the last time you'd see a luck card outside of the top 10. Now I'm not so sure. There's so little talent around him that he's being forced to do things that he's really not capable of doing right now, and that's carrying an entire team on his back. But
but they beat the Titans.
They did. Remember the Titans.
Yeah, Crickets.
Hopefully that's not the last time they have a victory for a while.
That's right. Yeah, well, of course, thankfully Luck's off to a good start this year. Oh, never mind. Oh, okay. But so Michael Vick, please come through. All right, help wanted. No, I mean I'm not panicking on Luck at all, but I think at this point it's clear to say, I think that most of us thought that this would be a year where, he throws, 4,900 yards and 48 touchdowns or something. And
it still could be. I mean,
and it has a tremendous record. Yeah, in that division.
Right.
It still could happen. It still could happen. I mean,
right.
You got to realize 2 of those first 3 games were against the best defenses, 2 of the better defenses in the NFL, hands down, and they both bring a lot of pressure. But they didn't play well against the Titans yesterday, and they don't have much of it. They don't have a good defense. They can, they're
he's gonna get,
not
he's
awful.
Gonna get 5. He's going to get 5 more games in division, which should boost his stats. But the problem is, from Strat standpoint, because you're doing a stock replay,
you get counted.
Yeah, you get hit. You get hit by that. So, one thing that I do like is actually I think you're doing a better job surrounding Luck with talent than Ryan Grigson. If you look at those receivers, if you look at DeAndre Hopkins, Julio Jones, and Allen Robinson as your top 3 receivers in a 24-team Strat league, with Andrew Luck as your quarterback, that's pretty damn nice.
Yeah, but who are the tight ends?
I don't know. Who plays tight end, 2 tight end set these days? Nobody but guys like you.
But
Zach Ertz. Zach Ertz and, I don't know, Chris Gregg. Who's he?
No, you're not looking at my screen, Chief.
Kobe Fleener and Zach Ertz. My God, look at that. Five legit targets.
That was me baiting you into giving me a compliment there. And if anyone from the Colts is listening, I'm available to take over the GM job. I do need a few days' notice, and I will be firing Chuck Pagano just for the hell of it. But you can email my YouTube.
You cannot ask for a better group of targets for Andrew Luck aside from Reggie Bush.
You know what's crazy? When these tight ends have a decent year, they get crazy flat pass cards. I mean, look at Kobe Fleener's flat pass card. He had 51 catches with the 15.2 average. Ouch.
Nice.
I mean, look at that flat pass card.
That's crazy.
So
that's crazy.
So but this is a weird team because Luck is. I mean, Luck's not. It's not a terrible card,
Right.
But it's not a real good card. Like you said, not a top 10 card, certainly. I don't have a running game at all. I mean, I got Reggie Bush, Devonta Freeman, and Kyrie Robinson. I don't have great pass blocking, so I'm running a 2 tight end set with Ertz, Fleener, Julio Jones, and Hopkins. I'm going to throw like every play pretty much, which is new for me, right? No, I did the last year. So, exactly. But so I don't know what does this team going to do? I don't think they're going to do well. I think it's a lot of interceptions, a lot of sacks, and a lot of 2-yard runs by whoever I hand off the ball to.
Right.
And so we'll see what happens. But and then you go the defensive side of the ball. So you do like Allen Robinson now, huh?
I always liked him.
Yeah, he had a great game last week. And he yesterday with 4 for 68. Here's the defense. I'm playing a 4-3, Dennis. But thankfully next year I am transitioning. And next year Sylvester Williams at nose tackle for the Broncos and Ryan Shazier, if he comes back onto the freaking field, I will be switching to a 3-4 permanently.
Perfect.
4-3. I go 5-4-4-5, a defensive line. I go 4-5-4 at linebacker. I made the interesting decision not to go 4-0-6, but to play leaving the middle. But anyway, I go 4-5-4 at linebacker. I go 6-6 at corner, 4-4 at safety. And I do have extra defensive back 4s. Those are really good backups. That's not a good defense, Dennis.
Yes, you're right. It's not a good defense. It's lacking in pass rush, and there's too many 4s on the field. But you bet better than you did last year with all those 4s and 0s.
Well, it's lacking in pass rush. It's not very good against the run inside. It's weak at linebacker, but otherwise it's pretty good.
Those 2 6 corners, man, can't go.
2 6 corners. I know they got to carry the day. It is better than last year's defense. Last year I had Last year I was starting, I think, either 3 or 4 zeros, and only 3 guys that were not a 0 or 4. This year I'm not starting any zeros, and I've got 5 guys who are better than a 4. So it's better, but I think the offense being worse and the run game. Let's look at the special teams.
Now, did you avoid running backs on purpose this year, or you just didn't prioritize them, or did you think, I just missed out on some guys, and so that's why I didn't take them?
Well, I drafted 2 running backs, but I didn't draft them too highly. But no, I felt like my feeling was, as a GM, that, of course, before the NFL season started, all right, this Andrew Luck card is not that great. I still am developing. I need a lot of guys who need some seasoning. I'm gonna focus entirely on the future because I expect Luck to have much better cards in the future. And if I don't make the playoffs, that's fine. I'm going to try and win once the games start. But if I go 6-10 or whatever, I'm okay. I'm totally okay with that. And then next year we'll get the ball rolling. And so I just kept in my draft board and took best available player. And I liked Ryan Shazier better than Carlos Hyde and I didn't like Latavius Murray. There were some running backs I kind of liked. I liked Christine Michael a lot, which was probably I drafted him too highly. Devonta Freeman I thought could be okay. But there was not the right matchup of the back at where I was willing to draft him. And there was other good players that I just liked a lot more, even if I didn't need them. And some guys I did need, like Jawan James, is a guy that like some of these safeties I drafted, like Bradley McDougall. So a guy like Coney Ely, I need some help with the defensive line. I just like those players better, and they fit a need than the running backs that were there when I was ready to pick. And I feel like the roster is, like, for the future, very strong right now. And I feel like next year could easily be a year, if Luck doesn't throw 35 interceptions. Well, that's the problem. Well, you assume Luck's going to be good. But anyway, if Luck doesn't throw, 30 interceptions, if he throws a manageable 18 interceptions or something, then next year could be a year where all I really need is a running back. And then I can probably, trade for someone or go by committee or, get a good call for the year and then have a much better team. You know what I'm saying?
Gotcha. Yeah, it makes sense.
So that's kind of what I was looking at. Real quick. The special teams, punt return decent. Solomon Patton number 1, Ellington no good number 2, kick return okay number 1, okay number 2, nothing special. Warren a good punter with no block. Opponent punt return not that great. Opponent kick return is very good, so please take it out against me. Dan Carpenter is a pretty good kicker. 2-10 to the 22, 2-9, and 12 to the 32, and then 2-7 to the 41. So that's nice.
That's very nice.
Since it's my team, I will let you make the prediction first, and I will not be wounded by a low ball prediction because I know that they're not quite ready for prime time, so to speak.
Yeah, you went 10-6
last year
with a really weak defense.
Yes, the defense, which it's hard. I have a weak defense this year. Last year's was even worse. It's hard to imagine, but
well, because it's the season, I'm going to give you a 7-9, and that's my second 7-9 in a row after not pulling one out of my hat. So I think you're going to be better than you think. I think you're probably going to give yourself a 5 or 6 win prediction, but you actually have very good talent. And with these draft defensive cards, you're going to hit receiver readings. That's going to help you move the ball. And that kicker is going to win you some games. It's going to be late in the game. You're at the 38-yard line and you roll that 50-50 field goal and make it.
I think he's going to miss a series of 54-yard field goals, giving the opponent the ball right about midfield. And I'm going to go 6-10 for my Jets, which is great because then if I go 7-9, I talk about what a great job I did. But I'll go 6-10 for my Jets. I just feel like, it's too easy to shut down receivers, even though I have 4. It's too easy to shut them down. Luck's card, not good enough short pass right to sustain the drives. Then I got weak pass blocking. And even last year, yeah, I really didn't have a running game either. But Reggie Bush's call was at least kind of okay last year.
Yeah, it was
like none of these, Kai Robinson's card is not too bad. Christian Michaels is not too bad on wrong, but he can only run on like second and short. And Devonta Freeman's a good receiving card. You're going to see a lot of 2 tight end shotgun with Devonta Freeman in the backfield. That's what you're going to see. Actually, it's going to be. Go ahead.
Are you going to use Kyrie in the first half or the second half?
Second half. Reggie Bush is unlimited in the first half.
Okay.
Kyrie and Devonta are unlimited in the second half. By the way, I forgot. I'm not going 2-10. I go blocking back with Zach Ertz because he has it in the card, and you get a -1 on the pass rush.
Nice.
So, and of course for the end run lefts that I will not be doing. All right, so that's enough for the Jets. Who hopefully, I think heading in the right direction. We'll see if they get there. That guy, my spring team was so good. The Giants. This is Renee. Now this team had a weird off season because I thought that Renee was like with Kyle Orton and Forsett was like going for the year kind of like I'm tired of like losing and I got an opportunity to have a decent team here. I know I'm a good coach, but then he traded Forsett and focused almost exclusively on the future and was trying to trade off other pieces. So it looked like he was maybe going for the future, I think. So like you look at his trades, we traded for Kyle Orton. Then he traded for Justin Forsett. That was the interesting deal where
he moved down in the first round and then moved back up later on in the first round.
Yes. But did not take a quarterback. So it was weird that he went from he had the number 4 pick overall.
No, he did take a quarterback. He took Bridgewater.
That's right. What am I talking about? Okay. I was going to put all the draft picks here, but I got this is too much work, so I got tired of it.
Gotcha.
But he traded the number 4 overall and the 4th round pick next year, and he got the number 15 overall, a 2nd round pick, and Justin Forsett. That's a pretty good deal. Then he traded Nick Foles and that 15 and his own 2 and to move up to number 1. So it looks like he kind of got Justin Forsett. It looks like he kind of got Justin Forsett and like a 4 next year for like he got Justin Forsett and a 4 next Justin Forsett a 4 next year and moved up from number 4 to number 1 in the draft for like Nick Foles and for like Nick Foles.
Not bad. That's what I'm saying. You get assets. He probably made the first 2 trades thinking I'm just going to go for it, and then when the person said I'm shopping the number 1 pick. Well, let me just explore what he wants. So he wanted the 15th, a 2nd rounder, and the first rounder he got, from Arizona. I mean, I'm sorry, the first rounder, 15th in the round, and the 2nd rounder, and that's less than he gave up to move down. So he's like, okay, sure, I'll do that. So it's just, Bob being a little bit reasonable helped him. Bob being reasonable.
Arizona. Sure.
Yeah, made him make that move after he says, "Oh, I'm just going to compete. I'll worry about quarterbacks next year. I'll go with the rental quarterbacks every year."
Renee made that deal with Nathan. Nathan had the number 1.
Oh, you're right. Okay, with Nathan after Nathan got it from
Bob. Yes,
from Bob. Okay.
The Baltimore Will Hill deal got Nathan number 1. Then he made the deal with Renee.
Gotcha.
It's
all about value. He got value for moving down, and then he got value for moving up.
I talk about like going for the future and stuff, but like since like my team has some things going for it, like when it got closer, I was like, oh, maybe we should try to get a decent running back. I was gonna maybe try to draft a Kerwin Williams or whatever. I feel like Renee traded Justin Forsett away pretty cheaply in this deal here. He traded. Now Forsett was on the block for a long time, was not getting a lot of interest. We know he has an all or nothing card, but seeing what Renee got, I was like, man, I could have made a better offer and not felt it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And I think you can do some things with that Forsett card. I know it's strange and bizarre, but you can do some things.
I didn't even realize he had traded Forsett away. I thought I didn't realize that.
He basically traded away for Brooks Reed and Tyrone Crawford. I guess Tyrone Crawford is sort of the big draw. And again, but maybe part of it was Renee saying, I'm going future. Let me get this guy off my team. I don't know.
Right.
I did that in a Strat basketball. I did that in a Strat basketball league one year because you never want to tank. Number one, you get in trouble with the league, and to me, it's wrong. I don't feel right tanking. But there was no lottery in this basketball league, and Tim Duncan was going to be the first pick in the draft when he was coming out of college. So what I did was I just made my team so horrible that I had no choice. I went 2-48. I got the first pick by 1 game, and I got Duncan. And I just traded with everybody. Like nobody could do anything. No one could rebound, pass, or score. So the rest took care of itself.
I know that Renee was shopping Joique Bell, and maybe when he couldn't move Joique Bell, he said, "Well, let me just try to move Forsett."
Yeah, he was shopping both those guys, and. But
It's not like he doesn't have a good running back. Chris Ivory is like the 14th rated back according to Ed's little ranking. So
and a
he's
pretty
still
solid
going
player.
to, he's still going to have a solid back, and he's doing well for the Jets. You're right. So,
all right, now look at this team, because the team on offense still looks like they can compete from Renee's style of competing.
yeah,
You know, I mean, the offensive line's got 3 sevens on it, including both on the left side, which is what you want.
right.
You know, he's run blocking. He's got a 4 at right tackle, but he's got 3 5s and a 6 otherwise. Right. And then he's got Kyle Orton, who's got a Chad Pennington card. You know what I'm saying? He's got the great flat pass with a low turnover, I believe.
Nice. That'll work.
Come on. That's a great flat pass card, you know?
Fantastic, yeah.
And and then even short pass, he's got, 13, 18, so he can complete a short pass. And even bomb, he's got, 6'10". So it's probably a little better than some of Pennington's cards, especially in the bomb. Then you got Chris Ivory, 198 carries. This guy cannot catch a pass to save his life, by the way. This is the worst.
That's right. He doesn't need to.
He's got a pretty decent linebacker card, pretty decent off tackle, even some men run wrong. And, with that good line, that card can do some work, Yep. And he wasn't able to trade Jacob Bell, who I think fumbled a lot last year. 5 fumbles and 223 carries. Kind of a lot. But, you can hand in the ball sometimes if you need some carries. Not great. Good receiver, of course. You can go pro sit if he wants. Those are only backs. That's the problem. Receiver Pierre Garcon, kind of a number 2 guy. Justin Hunter, not really that great. At a 17.8 average. I didn't like the big yard, but it's way too many misses for my taste. Right. You give me the big yards, you got to be, I don't know, I want to see 12, 18, or 16, unless you're going crazy with the yards like Kenny Stills at one year. Martellus Bennett's real good. Russell Reese is not nearly as good as he used to be. He's a 7. He was one of the only guys in the league that could block J.J. Watt. Actually, decent running wrong card for the receiving card. Yeah, he's not the same guy he used to be. Let's see.
But he had like a 40-yard catch yesterday, so he'll get that long pass column back next year.
Sure. Let's see. Then you got a 4-3 defense here that goes 5-5-5-5 up front with 2 12s, including a left tackle 12, who's going to destroy those right guards.
Yep.
He goes 4-5-4 at linebacker, 4-5 at corner, 4-4 safety. Renee's team has been struggling for a few years. We talked about the past of these teams.
Yeah.
Earlier, Renee was like one of the premier franchises for the first 7 seasons of the league. From 2002 to 2008, this team made the playoffs every year, right?
Nice.
Usually winning between 10 and 12 games, won 13 games once. They lost 2 very close Super Bowls, including the first one, 27-24, and the 6th one, 23-20. Okay. Wow. And then hard times, as Chad Pennington and Tiki Barber went away. I think Renee got into a position, which is what I got into after my first season in the league. I had a good team. When you overachieve with some teams and you have a lot of success, you start to I can get by with my coaching. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And coaching can carry you far, but when the team gets too bad, especially in SOMIFA, when there's good coaches and teams guys doing good teams, you can't quite get over the hump. I think that's happened in the last 4 years. He's gone 5 years really. He's 7-9, 6-10, 9-6-1 to make the playoffs, but lost 7-9, 6-10. So after the first 7 years of all playoffs, last 5 years only 1 playoff berth, and now it's been since that Super Bowl in 2007. They won a playoff game since then. Only 2 playoff appearances since then. So I think you notice that instead of rebuilding more overall for the future, and a lot of times though he had these teams all these 4s on defense, and he's got that type of team again. Let's see the special teams he's going to do in this team. Returning, got Jarvis Landry, good kick returning, not the good punt returning.
We'll have for dinner.
Then he's got not the best opponent kick returns. Pretty solid kicker for this year. Not the best, but not too bad. So I don't know what to make of this team. I'm going to go. I like the line. I think, I like Renee's coaching. I always say that. I like the flat passing with Orton. I think Ivory can do some things. Defense, I like the front 4. Otherwise, a little shaky, but he's a good coach. At least he has 1 corner 5, so it's not all 4s back there. I'm going to go 8-8 for this team.
I say Renee's back in business, and he's back in the playoffs with a 9-7 team.
Okay. If my predictions, if we had trading during the season like baseball, under my predictions, everyone would be trading away at like week 8 because they'd all be like 3 and 4, or they'd be making a push. You know what I'm saying?
So you got 7 and 9.
I chose 8 and 8 for that team.
Oh, 8 and 9. Okay, got 8 and 8.
Oakland, that's Nelson. Now this team has struggled for many years. Last year was 7 and 9. He had been losing 10 games a lot before that. Now I don't know how much of that was he's made some good draft picks in recent years, so I don't know how much of that was a fluke and whether or not it's sustainable.
I'll be right back.
Sure thing. So I'll continue on without Dennis for this part of it. Let's see what we got here for local. That's Nelson's team. Now they got Alex Smith at quarterback, and Alex Smith's got a pretty good card this year. The offensive line is pretty strong. 2 sevens pass blocking, but also a 3 and a 4. And the 3's at left guard. You don't like that, especially against those 3-4 defenses. He's got a 4-5 at right tackle. He's got a 6 at left guard, and he's got 2 6s on the offensive line and 2 5s. Okay, so that's a pretty good line. He's still got Saxon with a nice run blocking line. And I think he likes to run the ball. Alex Smith had a good statistical year last year. He's got a nice end run card. He had a decent must run card. 2-9 is 4 yards or more. So he's 6 yards or more. Tremendous flat pass card. Look at the short. This is like a Joe Montana card. He's got 15-23 on short pass with 6 units of must run. He's not bad at it. Only 4-9 deep. But that's a nice card. And I think he's got some decent rushers. He drafted C.J. Anderson, who has a pretty solid card. 173 carries, only 1 fumble. Pretty solid. This is what you're getting this year. Lamar Miller, Jonathan Stewart, C.J. Anderson. If your guy is not the real top guy, you're getting a guy who's a short game somewhere in the middle of the card and pretty positive, pretty good yards around that, +4 and +6, and he's decent on right. That's kind of like your second-level guy there. Pretty good flat pass card, especially on wrong. And even on right, the yards is not too bad. It'll help with the dump-offs and just with general flat passing. You should see a lot of that with Alex Smith. And then he's got Torrey Smith. So it's interesting. You got Alex Smith with these speedy receivers. Torrey Smith is maxed out deep. So he's a card I don't mind. He's got the big average, but he's maxed out deep. And it's at least a number 2 short pass card with 1926 completions instead of 1622. Taylor Gabriel is the other receiver. He's got Kendall Wright on the bench as a flat pass machine. You might want to see him in certain games. Gabriel's got the good deep card, good yardage, but not as good flat. Yeah, see, Chris Johnson and Isaiah Crowell don't have terrible cards either. So he can run the ball a lot. 155 carries for CJ with only 1 fumble. Didn't have as bad a year as you'd think for the Jets last year. I'm a Jet fan. Not that good a card. Really end run only and still not that great. So maybe I'm wrong about that. But Larry Donnell's okay. I don't know if he's going to go blocking back or double tight end here. Jackie Battle. I don't know. Defense is a 4-3 unit. Oh boy, he's in trouble on that side of the ball. Defense goes 4-0-4-5. So with a 4-3, and it goes 4-6-4 at linebacker. So Luke Kuechly is going to be asked to plug the run and the flats, and he can't do it all. You got 1-5 at corner. The other corner is a 4, and then you go 4-5 at safety. So the defense is going to just, I think, hold this team down. I'll take a quick look at the specials. You there, Dennis, or no?
Yeah, I'm here.
All right. And the return game, nothing too spectacular there. Good punter, good coverage except for the long gain on the punts. But a kickoff is okay, nothing too good one way or the other. Kicker is okay. That's what you get this year. 2-10, 2-8 here. But this defense thing is really going to hold back the team. Weird kind of a wide receiver quarterback mix. I'm going to go 5-11 for Oakland.
I'll go 6-10.
Okay. I was going to go 6-10, but is that defense, right, Dennis?
Yeah, just too many holes there. And I just have a feeling with that's a 4-3 defense he's running, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that's the problem that I see is like people are going to take advantage of that 4-3 defense with those linebackers.
Yeah, when you got 4-3s with all four, with like almost all 4s in the front 7, it's usually a tall order.
Yeah, it is.
Philadelphia Eagles. This is Jeff's team. This is the Marcus Mariota team, hopefully, is what he's looking for. And they're built to try to make that happen. But based on a couple of the teams we saw, it may not be in the offing. We'll see. Offensive line's got a 7 at left guard. It's got a 5 at right tackle. It's got 4s at the other position. It's got a 6 center, 5 left guard, 5 right tackle. Run blocking. The other guys are 0s. Pass blocking, not awful, but not good. Run blocking, spotty. Drew Stanton is the starting quarterback. By the way, Jake Matthews is grading out very well through his first 3 games this year. So the guys who took the chance on him and drafted him are being well rewarded. He slipped the most drafts. We were both not that thrilled with him because of that. But it's only 3 games, and the grading changes a lot between now and, let's say, week 13. But it's a good start if you drafted Jake Matthews. Congratulations to you. This team plays a 3-4. See, he wants to lose. Why is he playing on a 3-4? He should play 4-3. Drew Stanton, 55% completed. Take a look at this card here, Dennis. And flat pass is not a strong play, as you may have guessed. A short pass, also not a very strong play, Dennis. And long pass, you get the idea. Long pass actually not as bad on long pass wrong, but it's actually not awful. The flat pass, what kills you. Mark Ingram has sort of an underwhelming card, which I thought would happen. 964 to 4.3 on a passing team in a weak division. It's not awful. He's got 2 short games in the middle. Also, he's got the +1. He's not very good on right. AJ Green's a great receiver. John Brown's card not that great. He's having a good start. So you were right about him so far. Austin Severino-Jenkins got a decent card, can block him back, but Stanton's going to hold back the offense, and Ingram's not that great as anyway. Defense 3-4 goes 4-4-4 on the line, goes 0-0-4-5 at linebacker, goes 4-4-4-4 in the secondary. So that's going to be rough, although at least it's a 3-4. I'm going to do a real quick special to see how bad it is. Micah Hyde may win him. Micah Hyde may cost him Marcus Mariota. Should have traded him away. Jacoby Jones got a touchdown. Ryan Allen's got a good punting card, a decent punting card, whatever. We know not going anywhere, so rushing through it. Got a great kicker, Justin Tucker. He's really young. I want to trade him away. But I'm going to go for this team, Dennis.
How low can you go?
I'm going to go 3-13.
I'm going 3-13 as well. The first time we've agreed on a rating this year.
Which is pretty remarkable. Because we're almost always within 1 game.
Yeah.
And now the good teams. Every other team is good. See, well, my 7-9 is going to look a lot better when I reel off like 7, 12, and 4s now. So
Sounds good. Sounds good.
Pittsburgh Steelers, Ron Martin. I want to talk about history of a franchise. He's been a little more up and down than I thought, but Ron is a 3-time champion, 0-time champion. Ho, ho. 3-time champion, but he's got a lot of losing seasons mixed in. He won the title the first year, then 6-10, 7-9. Then he went 12-4, 11-5, 12-4, then 3-13. Then 12-4 won the Super Bowl. 12-4 lost in the playoffs. 13-3 won the Super Bowl. 11-5 lost in the playoffs. Then bang 6-10. So generally very successful.
Is that that has to be the closest Super Bowl victory, 24-23.
By mathematical law, that is the closest Super Bowl victory.
Well, unless you had an overtime win, maybe that would be closer because the game was tied through 60 minutes. But
which is closer, a 24-23 regulation game or a 3-point overtime game?
That's a good question. I think
we'll have to ask the philosophers. I bet if we posted that in the forum, we get a heated debate between Smokey Joe and Longshot.
You're right about that.
Okay.
And Fish Fan would chime in.
Yes, but not as heated. And just shorter posts. I mean, I post more than anybody, but I'm just saying. Pittsburgh. Oh, that's right. He cleaned up for the year anyway by getting Jeremy Hill in the draft. Now, Jeremy Hill is not having a good year right now in the NFL. Is that surprising you right now, Dennis?
I think there's a lot of time, and like I said, that team, that Cincinnati team, has a lot of talent. He'll be fine. Not really worried about it.
And also, some guys can have like a little bit of a down year and still be real good after that,
or just a bad 3-game stretch. I mean,
Absolutely.
you have if this would have happened games 9, 10, and 11, you might not have even noticed it. You know what I mean? So
yes, unless he was on your team, then you'd be like looking at every box score.
Don't overreact.
Yes, that's true. Relax, Aaron Rodgers. Speaking of him, so he's got Aaron Rodgers at quarterback, who has his interception split on 12 this year, which is well deserved and also crazy at the same time. He has a tremendous must-run card. The guy on the kneel down, he's 2-11 is 5 yards or more. Even only 2-6 is 10 yards or more. So that's weird.
That must-run card. Go back to that again. It needs a little bit more time. Look at that. No negatives. No, not. I mean, I know you said it, but look at that. That's just nuts. I don't ever remember a must-run card not having at least a 0 somewhere on it.
I believe this is unprecedented.
Crazy.
If only they could recover an onside kick. Now, our great flat pass card, short pass card, also great. He's got 19-25. Long pass card, very good. 8-15, 8-14. That's like almost max, I think. So, yeah, great card. Interception split on 12, which, by the way, is still 2 and 2-3. So, wow. Yeah, he's in good shape. Offensive line, where's the pass blocking? Where's the beef, Mr. Martin? All 5s everywhere. You have Aaron Rodgers. I don't like the job you did there.
I don't think that's bad. Fives will get it done most of the time.
Yeah, most of the time. But it only takes one sack to kind of undermine it. You know what I'm saying? So, but I mean, Ron does a great job. He's a 3-time champion. I didn't even made the Super Bowl in this league, and I'm calling him out. But I'm just saying, though, against certain teams, that can't hurt you. If a guy's got like a 12 and a 9 somewhere, and then one blitz or something, you're going to get more sacks than you care for. Let's look at the Jeremy Hill card. 2 5s run blocking, 3 4s. I didn't even look at what kind of type of offense he's going to play. Either blocking back, I think Carlson's got actually a reasonable card to play blocking back as opposed to Crockett Gilmore. I'm not positive. Marcus Wheaton is split end, really?
Yeah, that's a little surprising. He's a 4.54. He's not bad.
Okay, I thought he was worse than that. Okay.
So, but
3 catches, 12.2.
And he has a dot, so that's always. You have Aaron Rodgers. You have that long gain on 8. You want somebody who can go all the way.
Yeah, but you also, I think, want somebody better than Marcus Wheaton. But
true.
Anquan Bolden, I guess, is number 1 receiver. 83 catches, 12-yard average. At least he's maxed out short.
Yep.
You got Josh Hill. The tight end is
sketchy.
Yeah, I got a decent card, but John Carlson had 33 catches last year. Is he retired now?
Yep, he's retired. Too many concussions.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, very nice card.
He's going to play.
Yep.
Jeez. He's going to lead the league in receiving, I think. Interesting. Let me take a look at the Jeremy Hill card. 0-5, which helps. 5 fumbles does not help a lot. That's part of the bugaboo this year with him. It's funny. A little all or nothing on wrong, but very solid on right, which is not something you used to see, but now you're seeing it.
Yeah, it's atypical, but it's a very usable card.
Yes,
especially when you have Aaron Rodgers and you're gonna at some point hit one of those big numbers with all the pass calls you're gonna get.
Absolutely. Now the defense is a 3-4 because Ron is smart, and it goes 5-5-6 on the defensive line. Boy, Sheldon Richardson is the latest NFL problem child. Looks like. Let's see what happens. Doesn't look good right now. That guy was drafted, Lynn Williams. 5-5-6 on the defensive line. 4-4-5-5 at linebacker. See, I would have to ask Derby Guy if he's run any numbers because I haven't. There has to be worse pass defense linebackers this year than we've had in recent years. Because I just don't remember seeing that many guys with like 5s and solid linebackers. Where most years, like the good teams are like 5-5-5 across, no problem. You know what I'm saying? Maybe they have the second.
It's because of the split ratings, I think. A guy like Malaluga would be just a straight 5, and Matthews would have been a straight 6, I think, if they didn't have split ratings. Yes,
I agree. So he was 4-4-5-5 at linebacker. He's got 6-5 at corner, 5-6 at safety. I like that. So I think the defense is really going to help him out, as well as his stellar coaching. And he's got Aaron Rodgers, and Jeremy Hill will do enough. The receivers are lackluster. Could hurt him near the end of the season, like in the Final Four, but I don't think it's going to hurt him enough to keep him out of that type of competition. kicker, I wish was better. 2-8 from the 23. This is a weird year for kickers. What do I do with this team? I'm going to go 12-4.
All right, I will say 11-5.
I like the things you can do. I like where the defense is strong in the secondary at corner. He plays at 3-4. He's got two good linebackers. He has a good defensive line at 3-4, so he doesn't have to bring guys up for the run as much. I think he can really coach this defense and do a real good job with it. And then Aaron Rodgers and Jeremy Hill get enough done on offense, particularly Aaron Rodgers. That's why I'm going to go 12-4 with Ron's coaching. You're going 11-5, though, right?
Yeah, I think that what will cost him is a couple of those drives where good coaches are focusing on his on Bolden and Carlson, and those drives will fall short on third downs. So
and the odd sack.
Yeah,
I do think he's a contender to make this. I do think he is a contender.
Yes, absolutely.
To make the Super Bowl. So
agreed.
San Diego Superchargers. All right, here's a team that I wanted to talk about a little bit in depth.
Good, because I'm going to need to go pick up my son right now. So
Okay.
You start talking, and I'll be back hopefully by the time you make your prediction.
Well, I'm going to tell the long story short real quick, Dennis.
Okay.
That is, I asked TJ if he had a change of philosophy this year and decided to go for the year because TJ almost always drafts future and does a great job drafting young players. And I asked him if he tried to go for it because a lot of his guys were already hurt and out next year. Like guys who are out for the year, like Terrell Suggs was going to be out for the year, and I know Dontari Poe was injured, and one of his good players, Jordy Nelson, was out for the year, and stuff like that. And he said no. He said it was just a matter of the opportunity coming up. He saw Tom Brady was available, decided to see what it would take to get him, realized he could make a good deal. Saw Justin Brissett was available, realized he could get him, so that was a good deal, and away we go. That's what he did.
Just about value. It's all about value.
Yep. All right, go ahead.
Okay, let me go get my son, and I'll be back.
Okay. So San Diego Chargers, TJ's team. This is always an interesting team because TJ is a great drafter, and he always is constantly restocking his team with good young players. Look at his draft picks. He hits more than most GMs, that's for sure. But on the field, that hasn't always translated into a winning season. The bugaboo for many years has been the quarterback. Now, Colin Kaepernick. When Kaepernick had that great card on his first year starting and doing real well for the Niners, TJ went 15-1. Colin Kaepernick and CJ Spiller with a real good card on the Bills that year, and the rest of his team was always good. They're 15-1, but he was upset in the first round by Nathan in the playoffs. So that team didn't take advantage in the postseason of what it had done in the regular season. And you look at the history of this team, it's interesting. For all the talent they've had, TJ's an original league member. 2002 was the original card set. 1, 2, 3. There's 5 playoff appearances in 12 years, which is, I guess, about average, maybe a little below average. I don't know. For his personnel, you would have thought maybe more. They did make the mini playoffs one other time. I'm not counting that. And he's also had 1, 2, 3, 4 seasons of double-digit losses. He hasn't won a playoff game now in the last 4 seasons. He did make it twice. Last 5 seasons, he was 9-7, 10-6, 7-9, 15-1, 6-10. So 2 of the last 3 years, 7-9 and 6-10. And it was looking grim this year for his team, I thought, because it was another team that had a good offensive line, had a real good defense, had great receivers, but didn't have a good quarterback card at all with Colin Kaepernick. And even at running back was struggling with, I forget who we had back there, but it wasn't anybody too good. The CJ Spiller card, then he traded Bishop Shanky. But then the opportunity to trade for Tom Brady comes along. And he worked out a deal where he gave up Colin Kaepernick, CJ Mosley, who was the 5th pick in the draft, and then a 2 and a 4 next year for Brady, which I think was a good deal for TJ. Brady is far from done, as we see, and TJ always has a good roster around him. So if he knows that Brady's going to be good for, let's say, at least 3 cards, which I think is probable. He has the card right now. Brady's still looking strong in the NFL this year, so he should have a good card next year. And I'm sure you're going to get at least one more good card out of Brady after that. That's at a minimum, You can certainly get into with more than that. So it was a great deal for him And he had a lot of success earlier in the league in SOMIFA. Well, maybe not that much, but in some success earlier in his SOMIFA career with Kurt Warner late in his career. So another sort of move to, hey, let me just take the good veteran quarterback, and I can do the rest of my team real well. He drafted Bishop Sankey, starting for the Titans. C.J. Spiller, maybe if he comes back healthy, can do a little something, get a little bit better card, a limited usage card. And he traded for Justin Forsett, which was maybe a bit of a steal. I don't know. I don't think Renee got too many good offers for Forsett because he has a weird card and he's like 30 years old, and Kubiak's gone from Baltimore, so not sure how much people trust that, Mark Trestman as the Ravens offensive coordinator is going to utilize Forsett aggressively. I mean, this Forsett card is so bizarre. There you see it. I mean, it's got long gains on 2 right and wrong. Linebacker wrong, yeah, 2 is a long game, 9 plus 21, 11 plus 41, 12 is a long game, but nothing else is really good at all. Off tackle wrong, 2 and 3 long gain, 4 plus 23, 11 plus 37, 12 plus 52. Nothing else is more than 2 yards. There's zeros and minuses in there. That's 8 out of 36 or 23 or more. Everything else is outright bad. And of course, he's not going to write either. And running a 2 long gain, 3 long gain, 9 plus 29, 12 plus 44. That's also 8 units. But the minuses are worse. They're -4s. So off tackle is probably the play here. And at least off tackle right 4 is plus 7, 2, 3, 4, and 7 and 11 to get you some yardage. And he's decent receiver gets wrong. So this team reminds me a lot of TJ's 15-1 team from 2 years ago. And there's something I noticed as I was going through all of these things year by year. Like, to me, it was a big deal when Nathan upset TJ a couple years ago, because TJ had this roster that looked unbeatable. He had Kaepernick and Spiller, and he was going to tear up the league for years. I think it was before Ray Rice, had his problems from beating his fiancée, hitting her, whatever. So he went 15-1 that year, and he lost to Nathan in the playoffs. But I didn't realize that he did the same thing to Nathan 2 years earlier. 2 or 3 years earlier, TJ was like 9-7 or 10-6, and Nathan was 14-2, and TJ beat Nathan in the first round of the playoffs. So Nathan just got payback. Now they're even, I guess. I mean, they were 14-2 and 15-1, and each time they lost to the other guy, who was only 9-7 or 10-6. So that was kind of an interesting league history thing that I didn't know about until I did the year by year thing. So let's take a look at this team. He's got literally all 7s on the offensive line. Good luck getting a sack. Then he's got 6s at guard and a 5 at left tackle, 4 center and right tackle. Some of these guys are really good players too. Kalichi Osemele, TJ Lang, Justin Pugh. Then you got a guy like Chris Watt and Jordan Devy on the bench. So, Gary Gilliam on the bench. So, the legacy of getting guys who are at least playing the NFL and developing it continues. Chris Watt maybe take over at center next year, possibly, for Will Montgomery for TJ's Chargers. Tom Brady, well, we all know about, won the Super Bowl, 1.5 interception percentage, maxed out flat pass with a tremendous card. He's got, 4.950, 17.26 short. He's got 8.12 long. He's got excellent card. This is a really, really good card. And he's going to have plenty of time with only 7s there. You got Jordy Nelson, Alshon Jeffrey, both maxed out. Antonio Gates has a much better card than I thought. I thought he was, they're slowing down and getting older. That's what they're telling me, and instead he gets this card. He had like 69 catches, 11.9 longest to 34. This is a league where the dot matters. But look, flat pass maxed out with real good yardage. Short pass maxed out. And he still gets you 50 units of the bomb, which is not bad for a tight end at all. And he's only one of 2 tight ends. Jimmy Graham's the other tight end. Jimmy Graham's card not as good as it was a couple years ago with all the long gains, but it's still maxed out with receptions, flat and short. More of a Jason Witten type card than the, Vernon Davis type card that you used to see from Jimmy Graham. But, you can throw passes behind the 7. You're going to dump offs to, maxed out tight ends and to Jordy Nelson and Alshon Jeffrey. It's going to, it's gonna be tough to stop this team. Very tough to stop this team. You're gonna get pass a lot. He's gonna run with Forsett, and you're gonna hope that Forsett doesn't hit it. That's really the way it's gonna be. Now the real problem, even more of a problem, is the other side of the ball. This defense is awesome. I mean, there's no sugarcoating it here. This is a 3-4 defense that goes 6-6-6 on the defensive line with defensive end 12s. And even the nose tackle, Terry Poe, is a 6-6. So against those center 3s and 4s and even 5s, he's going to get an occasional sack. The linebacking core is the weak part of the team, of the defense. They go 4-4-6-4 against the pass. They're better than that against the run. But hey, you got a 1-6 on the inside. You can slide the other guy out to help that 4. You can bring a safety up to help the other 4, and you can do that because you have a tremendous secondary. This secondary's got corner 6s, a safety 5, and a safety 6. Earl Thomas had the free safety 6. So he can move his free safety up into one of those flats. He can move his free safety up into the right flat to help Paul Kruger. If he wants to get them blitz Kruger because he's a 12, he can slide D'Amico Ryans out to help Suggs on the left side because Suggs is a 4. And then we got to go long past no men. Yeah, but this guy's coming by a 6 unless you got a real good blocking back. And that's the only guy who's not going to be covered by a 6 or a 5 is your running back or blocking back. If you go 3 wide against him, he's still got a nose tackle 6. He has a 4 extra defensive back. He can still double. His middle linebacker is a 6, so you can maybe throw flats at him. But, I don't know how many points you're going to generate doing that. It's a great defense. It's literally great. And on top of the 212s on the defensive line, he's got 212s at outside linebacker. TJ likes to play conservative. I think some of the criticism of some of his coaching and some of the defensive teams at times has been maybe tends to stand around a little too much and not try and create negative plays. I would encourage him to try to create negative plays. Like last year, this team had Kaepernick, but the rest of the team was real good. And I picked them to do real well, and they didn't. They went 6-10 or something like that, or 7-9. And the defense gave up a lot more points than you would have thought looking at the personnel. It was a 6-10 team last year. So yeah, I mean this team is the best team we've looked at so far, and it's not even close. Let's see what they got in the return game. Decent punt returner, Philly Brown, Isaiah Burst, not that good as a 2. He's got CJ Spiller as a number 1 kick returner. He's got a 4 touchdown. Okay. A great opponent punt return, +1, +2, +6. A very solid punter, so no problem there. Okay, kick returns, 22, 2017. No long gains being allowed there. Matt Bryant is the best kicker in the set this year, basically. 2-11, 2-11, 2-10, 2-10, 2-7, and 12 then on the deep one. I mean, even his kickoffs go into the end zone a lot. 6-9 is the -8, -9 yards. And then they had the 4 units of touchback. So, I mean, Justin Forsett, the running game is the weak point of the team because Forsett is all or nothing. Sankey's got a decent card. He can do little things like that. But there weren't really running backs out there to get that would have cost him a fortune. TJ did not like to trade a lot. I mean, in terms of giving up a lot. He's very, very tough negotiator. He likes to, he's not going to make it. Basically, he doesn't really make a deal unless he thinks it's a real good deal for his team or definitely a positive deal. It's kind of I haven't seen him give up a lot to get that last piece, I don't think there was any running back out there this year that was available in trade that I saw that would have fit the bill. He got Forsett very cheaply, and it helps him a lot. But this team should be real good. I know the team has struggled at times. I'm going to go 12-4 for this team. And really, they should win the Super Bowl. They really should win the Super Bowl. Not having looked at everyone else yet. TJ, I think, made one Super Bowl, I think. No, he's not made the Super Bowl. He only had one postseason in which he won 2 games. So that plays into my thinking at times. I feel like you've been in the league a long time. You've had some real good teams. You have not made the Super Bowl. So that's a negative, I suppose, but, he could overcome that, right? But anyway, by talent, the team should make the Super Bowl. I'll pick them to go 12-4. I'm sure Dennis will have a very strong record for them as well. Now let's move on to NFL Ed, who always gets the most out of his talent. And has a much better team this year than he has had in recent years. Now, Ed, of course, is one of the premier franchises in the league, one of the very few best coaches in the online Strat football community. You go down to what he's done. He is a 4-time Super Bowl champion. All right. He went 7-9 the first year of the league. He has not had a losing season since. He went 7-9 with the 2002 season. For the next 10 years, he won double digits every season. And 8 of those seasons, he won at least 11 games. Then he went 10-6 in 2012. The last year went 9-7 and lost in the playoffs. As a matter of fact, Ed has advanced in the playoffs 9 straight seasons. 9 straight seasons, he has won at least one playoff game. So if you play Ed in the opening round of the playoffs, good luck. Now, the personnel on the roster was not very good last year, and yet Ed managed to go 9-7 to make the playoffs and win a wildcard game before losing. This year, it's a lot better, I think. Pass blocking is not good. Center's only a 3. Right tackle's a 5. Other 3 guys are 4s. He does have all 5s and 6s run blocking. 6s at guard, 5s at the other positions. Now, Ed loves to run the ball a lot, doesn't throw that much. If you just look at his stats every year. So I'm not sure. It looks like, I guess he's going to go blocking back or maybe pro set. I'm not sure what. I guess blocking back maybe. 2 tight end maybe. I guess blocking back with Derek Carrier. Carson Palmer completed 63%. He's got a very good card. Only 1.3 on the picks. Flat pass, 6 only incomplete. It's not bad. Short pass card is nice. 3-7-12. All right, 16 completion. It looks better because you have those 3 in a row, but none of them is a 7. So 3-7-12, 15-16, 22. That's a solid card. 4-7-8. The bomb is really nice. 8-14 deep. So he'll probably take some shots deep this year. He's got Jonas Gray, Denard Robinson, Roy Halou, Bilal Powell, Shane Vereen, guys like that to run the ball. Like 7 running backs. Justin Gray, Jonas Gray's got a pretty decent card, actually. Doesn't fumble. And look at that. Somebody's pretty nice card for a part-time back. Doesn't receive it all. Is that you, Dennis? Or did he log off? I think we just lost him. We lost him or we lost connection? No, we didn't lose him. There he is.
Hey, I'm back.
There you go.
So what did you predict for San Diego?
12-4.
Okay.
Are you familiar with this team or no?
Yeah, I'm good with it.
Do you want to make a prediction or do you need to?
No, I will say 13-3.
Okay, and I said that by rights that team should make the Super Bowl because it is really loaded. The defense is crazy. The only thing that's going to be a problem for him. So what's so great also, he's got the 2 tight ends. He's got Gates and Jimmy Grant on top of Jordy Nelson and Alshon Jeffrey. Yeah. And he has literally all 7s on the offensive line. So if he's throwing short passes and long passes, he's getting dump offs, he's getting flat pass rides on maxed out guys like Antonio Gates and Jimmy Graham.
Nasty. That's a nasty offense. You're going to have to be perfect against him on defense.
Well, and what you got to hope is that Justin Forsett, I mean, he's going to get the ball a lot. If he has one of those games where he has 20 carries for 40 yards, that could be a tough game for TJ. And also, I think TJ needs to move around a little more on defense. I know he's got the great personnel, but he had great personnel last year and gave it more points than I felt he should have. And that's happened to him before. So I think he needs to be more aggressive, trying to create negative plays instead of being too conservative. You know what I'm saying? Against particularly against good teams. If he wants to, make it into the Super Bowl. So look at Ed's team now. 6s at guard, 5s at the other positions on the offensive line for run blocking. So that's strong, but weak pass blocking. Center 3, right tackle 5. The rest of the guys are 4s. Carson Palmer's got a very, very good card this year. Very low turnover. Great in the bomb. Solid short. Pretty good flat. Running games by committee. Jonas Gray, Denard Robinson, Roy Halou, Bilal Powell, Shane Vereen, guys like that. A lot of guys with decent cards who can do some things. He can work them in. Ed loves to run the ball. I've seen him average like over 40 carries a game in some of these modern seasons when he did not have a very good quarterback. So when I played against Ed, I call a ton of run. But that was before this Carson Palmer card. He's got Demaryius Thomas maxed out, of course. Rob Gronkowski is, I'm sure, maxed out, at least flat and short. He is, and he has got 149. The tight end's 15 deep. So you got 2 real good receiving targets there. Brian Quick is, I don't think, very good. 25 catches, 15. He does have a dot.
Yep.
He is all right. It'll work. Them a 2 receiver card. That's fine. I guess he's going blocking back with Clay Harbor. I don't really see a good blocking back tight end option. Harbor 26 catches, 11.1. So not too bad. You can use him. It was 0-2. The defense now. Now this offense will, because of Ed's coaching, he can do a lot with the offense. I went through his record. He had a 7-9 season the first year. Dennis has not missed the playoff since.
Nice.
And he had 9 straight years of 10+ wins until last year when he went 9-7 and made the playoffs. And he has won at least one playoff game for 8 straight years.
Wow, fantastic.
All right, the defense is 3-4. And goes 5-6-6 on the defensive line. Goes 4-4-6-4, the shrewd pickup of Jarrell Freeman. I want that 6 in pass coverage. You can run the ball against me. Well, I only pounded a 4-3, but if I'm playing a 3-4. 4-4-6-4. Then he's got 5-4 at corner, 5-6 at safety. So, Ed does a great job with his 3-4. He's got the guys against the run, so he doesn't have to bring linebackers up. But, a little weak there with the linebackers. The 1 weak corner, although we can double on him. Some pass rush, but not great pass rush. And it's Ed. I'm going to go 12-4 because it's Ed. Well, I was thinking 11-5. I'm going to go 12-4.
I'll go. I'll go 12-4 too.
He's got a good number 1 punt returner. Oh wow, he's got Sebastian Janikowski also. He went the Dennis Crowley route with the kicker. Plus 50. All right. I'm going to change my prediction.
Now the thing with Janikowski is that he doesn't have that +2 on 7. It's all negatives back there. So
most of the guys are negative.
5 on that. But it doesn't have that positive number in the middle. -8, -9, -8.
No, I'm saying most guys have that. The +2 is the abnormality.
Oh, okay, gotcha. But you're gonna. I just think that he has that 2 through 10 out to 32. He's that solid kicker. Aside from the kick return stuff, I don't know. It's worth taking a gamble on. And besides, what I had before was Graham Gano, which has that abnormality.
Well, we're not talking about you about your order win team. We're just talking about Janikowski now. Come on now.
But I think it's usable. I think it's a good card.
A good card, you would say.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay.
It's a good kicker card. Where does Ed have him ranked? I'm not the only one.
I don't know where Ed has him ranked. I don't know.
I'll tell you.
But I don't think Ed puts as much work into his rankings as he used to.
9th. Janikowski has the 9th best kicking card.
Okay. I would have to do some math. Look, Ed does math, so I'm sure that there's something to that. But I think even on his own comments, Ed said he doesn't do the rankings as much time into his used to. I think he said the kicking is totally subjective. I don't know, but I'd have to do math on Janikowski. But I worry you get into a semifinal against someone that's going for the year, and he's got C.J. Spiller or some good number 1 kick returner.
And they will. Those playoff teams will have those.
He's going to take it out on you every single time. You get the ball at the 44-yard line.
Well, what if he lands on 23 or 25 on his card?
No, the good kick returners have mostly got 27, so he's got the 18 instead of 20. Big deal. I'm
just not worried about it. I think that he brings you so many other positives that it's worth it.
All right. Well, order win, I think also it's different. 30-team league, you're not going to enter as many good kick returners, not as many guys who go for the year can cover all the positions. And Janikowski is a good kicker in the NFL, so I can see why I would want to get rid of him. I'm just saying it could be a real problem under certain circumstances.
True.
And I'm sure it will be at times.
Yes.
So,
hopefully not at the wrong times.
Yeah. So for that reason, I will predict now 7-9 instead of 10-12-4. No, I'm just teasing. Look at the returners are good and his defense. I am going to downgrade. I'm going to go to 11-5. We'll go 11-5 now.
Okay, I'll stick with 12-4
because of Janikowski. And
Okay.
another thing is the running game is not that great, you know, but and the pass block. Seattle Seahawks. We don't need to talk about that, do we?
Nah, we're good.
Now the Seahawks. Let's look at history. There's some good, bad. Now, did you join the? I didn't know this. You and I joined the league the same year. So did you also draft your own team from scratch, or you took over from somebody?
Took over from somebody.
Okay, all right then.
I was actually do you remember a guy named Joe?
I know a few guys.
Joe something or other.
Not Joe Perone. I knew Joe Perone. I knew Joe Smith, but no Joe Golden. But no.
This is the Joe that died a couple years later. Was a friend of Tim Ferricious.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay, I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah.
Okay.
But he didn't quit because he died. He just quit because he quit. That's who I took over from.
Okay, so you probably took over mid-season or after the draft or something.
Yeah, mid-season.
All right, so you being unfairly credited with this 3-13 record. That's my fault. Okay. Then after that, bang, 5 straight years of playoff for in Crowleyville. 10-6, 11-5, 15-1, 9-7, 11-5, but no Super Bowl, no trip to the Super Bowl.
No.
And 3 years of one and done. So you were not happy with that. Then the down years, the lean years, 3-13, 5-11, and then back with a vengeance. 9-7 makes the playoffs. 12-4, 13-3, and the semifinal loss to Seb on the heart-crushing "I should have double teamed" to call.
Yes.
I remember you said that at the game. It was a great game though. So your teams are doing real well lately. Obviously, you do real well in all the leagues. Cooper Helford, of course, will lead the way. I like Cooper Helford, actually. They should play more. He's the real Luke Wilson. You got offensive tackle 7s. You got 5s everywhere else. You got good run blocking. A pretty decent run blocking. 3 5s and 2 4s on the right side, which is okay. Well, let's look at Russell Wilson with the sick must run card. You need that pass blocking to get those must runs. That M-run card, 6, 7, 10 short gain, 8 + 14. Geez, look at that M-run card. And we know you'll use it, that's for sure. That M-run card only has 11 units done wrong that are not at least 14 yards or a short gain.
I know.
25 units or more of short gain or better, with 4 of those units being 26 or more. Jesus.
Yeah.
Must run is weird. 2 to 6, 13 or more.
Yeah, then it kind of peters out after that.
Yeah, exactly. And with a +40 on 3. And then 7 +5 and 8 +2. And yeah, so it's weird. They gave Michael Vick a card like that. I'd rather have the Aaron Rodgers type.
Of course.
Give me the move the chains. Although when you get those must run +40, the defense is like, what am I supposed to do about that?
Yeah, exactly.
When I had Michael Vick, they're like, I think of Michael Vick. I think he had 3 was +35, but 4 was +31. And I must have that +31 like 4 times. And guys were like, what the they were like, WTF. How am I supposed to? It's a 2nd and 10. I'm supposed to shadow the quarterback.
Yeah,
it's crazy, but it was a lot of fun. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Russell Wilson got a nice flat pass card this year. You gotta like that.
Very happy with that.
Flat pass is king. Now short pass, you were maligning it earlier. 9 are right, but all those must runs. 2, 5, 9, 14 units of must runs. 6 units which are 10 or more. So that's almost like that's at least like another 6 completions. So you can almost consider having 15 short pass right completions. But 159 and. He's got 18. I told you 18.
Oh, you're right.
9-18. He's got as good as Andrew Luck. 9-18 and long pass 4 and right. But all those must runs, that's like 10. That's like better than any regular quarterback. And then becomes 4, 7, 10, 12, 13. So he's got a good card. Russell's got a good card.
Very good.
I know you wish the short pass wrong was better, but you can throw flats finally so the Kansas puts the hell out of you, or double off him to cover the must runs. You got the pass blocking. You're going to get your must runs. And you can throw it downfield because you can get must runs right and completions are wrong. So I like that combo.
Yeah.
You got Marshawn Lynch, who was one of the better cards in this set, but not one of the historically great cards.
No.
But I'm always looking for too much. But I like his linebook is nice. Very similar to last year's card in a lot of ways, except doesn't have the big hits as much on 2 and 12. The runs are shorter there. Outside of the off tackle 2, you don't have like a +43 or a long gain or something like that. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But still a very good card. I would probably run him and run even less because I like the line book. You can move with the chains all day with the line book card. Good yardage on right on the line book. I think his guest right card looks better this year. Line book and off tackle. What do you think?
I do. I think I have those 4 or 5 yarders that can keep the chains moving, and that's really similar to the way the Seahawks played with Lynch as the running back.
Sure, and the way they always do. Yeah. Now, if I recall, last year he did not have anything on short pass. Is that right?
No, he did. He had 7.
Okay.
7 and 12, I think. 7 and 12. So he got an extra.
Looks a little better this year on the receiving. It wasn't bad last year. The flat pass wrong is great. And, guys with a double team or blitz, you can hit that sometimes. Now, obviously, you picked up Andrew Hawkins. That was a brilliant move. I don't know who gave that guy. What were they thinking? I'm joking, folks. I traded Andrew Hawkins to Dennis. He's got a pretty solid card for number 2 receiver. I like the flat pass, which will help you on the dump offs. He's got a number 2 short pass card. I wish the long pass was better, especially with Wilson. But you got him fairly cheaply, late 5, and a decent card. I would like to see you pick up maybe a little better card somewhere if you had the opportunity, but I guess you didn't. You already get up a lot for next year. What about Nate goes 40 and 16.2?
He's not very good either.
Yeah, you know what? If you play a team where you want to throw some bombs, I would put Nate in over Hawkins because he's got 12-18 on the bomb. That 12-18, and make him the bomb guy, but you don't have a ton of great receiving targets anyway. So, but if it's a team where you're going to do your thing where you run, go deep, then I might put Nate in there over Andrew. If it's a team where you're going to go more flat short, I'd leave Andrew in there. Steve Smith, the 8th one, I think he will make the Hall of Fame, even though he didn't play any Super Bowl winners. Boy, he's only got a number 2 receiving card as well. That hurts you. But only because we're looking at a real good team. I like the flat pass guard for Steve Smith this year. It looks nice, and he's got the dot. He hits some long gains.
Now look at Percy Harvin for me. So I have this guy who's a 6'6" or 6'4". So if I was going to go heavy flat, would you use him more? I just didn't like his flat card, even though he has supposedly maxed out. It just didn't appeal to me that much.
Well, he's got more of a running back flat pass right card, like a Matt Forte, where where it's not like that tight end type of flat pass card, and it's not that dangerous on wrong. So I mean, like you say, maxed out, but you got to realize that the 3 is a negative gain, so you don't want that. That's might as well be an incompletion. So you're down to 5, 8, 10, 11, down to 25 units on flat pass right, and 4 of that is a +3. I'd probably keep Hawkins in there because he's better for the for the short pass and is good enough flat pass.
Right.
That would be my
that's what my plan is. So I mean, I'm bringing in Harvin on 3rd downs to be the blocking back or the halfback if there's not too much of a pass rush to worry about.
Sure. But you might look at where the yardage is for on Lynch and him on right as well, because Lynch is. I'm not going to count it right now, but Lynch has got 25 completions on right as well. Lynch is also a 25-30, I think, 4-10, 12, 14. No, he's only 22 because he loses as running back, loses yards in 2 spots. So yeah, that's right. Okay. Although flat pass wrong, I like that. Julius Thomas, I don't think he's even playing for Jacksonville yet. He's still hurt or something? I don't know.
Yeah, still hurt.
He's got a dot with 11.4. He's got Owen Daniels' car with a dot on it and more yards on the flat pass, so that's fine. And goes deep better than most tight ends with the 9.15, that looks like. But still not something you're going to try too often, maybe around the 30 to try to get a touchdown. So he's acceptable. You going 2 tight end with Heath Miller? Is he any good?
Yes. I'll use Cooper Helfet in the blocking back, but two tight end with Miller is the base.
Yeah, this is Owen Daniels' card. Even Miller looks like he's a little more yardage than Daniels in the flat, but it's an Owen Daniels card, which is fine, and that's good. And then we're Wilson be good in the flat. You want that,
right.
That's one of the reasons to go. Look, when you got double tight end with Marshawn Lynch can receive in the flat, and Marshawn Lynch can run. You're gonna have a lot of good matchups there with, running with no guys in the zone, or throwing a flat and they blitz the guy, or they're afraid to blitz or double down the field. So that's one of the reasons why I like the tight end. You pin those outside linebackers back with the 2 tight end, 1 running back offense if your running back can catch. And even if you can't, at least you're pinning one of the linebackers down with a good second tight end like Heath Miller.
Right.
Can Cooper Helfet catch it all? I think I looked at his card. It wasn't too bad. He's 11-18, 36 long.
Yeah, he's good.
Oh, yeah.
He's 3.43.
He's not bad. And good yardage.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Well, he's got the 5.10 on long pass. I did work with that with David Johnson last year in one of these leagues.
Yep.
I kept throwing him bomb like the 27-yard line. 2-4 defense. Goes 5.55. 6.446. I like that. You know what that means, Dennis? Stand around in the linebackers. Even though you're not a stand around guy, 5.55 I can't see that. Reggie Nelson is a 6. Yeah, 5.556 in the secondary. Interesting. Not a typical Crowley defense because of a lack of pass rush. I know you like to have some blitzers and sack. You are going to get some sacks with Sue.
But that's you're not seeing the go to the 3-3-5. On third downs I'll have some pass rush.
All right.
So
okay,
I got Ryan Davis, Jack Smith to bring in. Sure. So that's kind of like a fun little group to bring in and blitz like crazy.
Well, it also is nice when you have this type of setup and you have those outside linebacker 6s. You can blitz them or double with them more often because guys are scared to throw at them. So you might help you get a little +2 or whatever. Move Justin Tuck up, whatever. So it's like a Jay Villi defense. A lot of solid guys and not a lot of flash. Interesting.
Yeah.
So let's see what the special teams look like. Dwayne Harris is a pretty decent, but not is all right. Okay. All right. Probably you're gonna go touchback unless the guy's got a bad opponent KO. You're gonna run it out against Janikowski. You're gonna block punt there, but you tell me it doesn't matter. Opponent punt returns are not good. I don't like that. Could you get somebody better than John Ryan? What happened?
No, I should have, but I did. Like I said, I'm trying to be competitive, but not sell out because I don't think I have a top team this year.
Okay, with the punter, Blair Walsh kind of sucks. What happened here? 2 to 8, 11 to 12.
Blair Walsh is not bad.
2 to 8, 11 to 12 from the 7-yard line is not bad.
It's not bad. No, it'll have to do
12 from the 7-yard line is not bad. That's not bad. You're telling me.
Look at who I had.
Well, I'm not comparing it to what you had. You couldn't draft somebody better. I'm asking compared to what you had. I'm asking in a vacuum.
Make an investment. I made an investment with a high pick on Greg Zuerlein. So I'm not gonna I'm not just gonna throw that away. He's a good kicker, and so is our man here, Blair Walsh. Those two. Yeah. So it was Zuerlein. I got
very good kicker. I think your team is good enough for the defense and Wilson and Lynch that I don't want to be kicking 2 to 11 or 12 field goals tonight. Of course, you're going to go for it anyway, I guess. But
so that was the deal.
The thing that worries me about I like Walsh a lot, but what worries me also is with him still temporarily kicking outdoors next year, you can have another in Minnesota. You can have another off year from him possibly. But 2 to 8, all right. I don't care what you say, Dennis. I'm overruling you. 2 to 8, 11 and 12 from the 3 to 12 is not good. Okay, and from the 3 to 22, it's not good.
It's not.
And from the 22 to 32, it's fine. And even there, he's 2 to 8 and 12. He loses the 11, so it's not as good. And I know he's really mature in life, and the deep ones are good and stuff like that. But and he's got a strong leg, so he didn't even get into the end zone that much. But you have good opponent kick return this year. So
look at the opponent kick return. This is really the reason why I made the deal.
I know, absolutely.
So look at if when we run across, we go to Nathan's team real quick and look at his. That's what I was going to put up with. If you look
can I ask you a question?
Yes.
How many kickers are there in the set this year?
There's lots.
32, I believe.
Yes.
So your only choices were Blair Walsh and Greg Zuerlein? You couldn't draft somebody in the draft who was better?
I didn't want to waste a pick.
All right. So, okay. Yes, because you only had 8 9th-round picks by the end of the day, or whatever it was. So no, I know. Look, you can't have everything, and I know you've skimped on the kickers before, and it hasn't really bitten you. I think your team is a lot closer to the top than you think, because I think that Wilson and Lynch are real good. I think you've got enough with Julius Thomas, Steve Smith, Heath Miller, and Andrew Hawkins. You got 2 7s in the line, playing a 3-4 defense with a real good with 5-5-5 defensive line, 6-4-4-6 linebackers, all 5s in the secondary except for 6 free safety. What's wrong with the team?
No, it's
besides
just not.
Kicker,
it's just not. It's just not one of the top teams. There's some powerhouses in this league.
Was Caleb Sturgis available?
I don't know. I'll have to check on that.
Guys, I had Caleb Sturgis in Battle Royale. He was costing me games his field goal was 2 8 11 and 12 was the one he kept missing. But anyway, I digress. But anyway, I like this team. I know you do real well as a coach. I like this team a lot. Blair Walsh. I'm gonna go 13 and 3.
And if I can go 13-3 with Blair Walsh, that's a good thing.
Yes, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go. What's your prediction for your own team?
I say 11-5.
Okay. We don't play this year, by the way, which is good for me because you destroy me with this matchup. I don't think I'd win the ball against you. St. Louis Rams. And by the way, I'll let the record reflect that I've not picked 4 straight teams to win, I think, at least 11 games.
Yes, this is the meat of the league right here.
It's going to be end of the alphabet all year long for the league this year. I'm sorry, Atlanta. I'm sorry.
You're right.
Sorry, Detroit. St. Louis.
There's some big hitters up here.
Yes, indeed. And we've been going through some of them. This is Wayne, who was a very good coach, and has had some success, including a championship. He's an original league member, drafted in 2002. Drafted his own team, went 4-12. I bet he was future oriented. He went 14-1-1 the next year and lost in the first round. That must have been rough. And but then showing resilience, he was 12-4 and wins the Super Bowl the next year, 31-27.
Very nice.
I like that. So after the 4-12 start, he made the playoffs to 4 of the next 5 years. There was a 5-11 year in there. He won at least one playoff game in 3 of those years. Then, as Matt Schaub faded away, came mediocrity. 7-9, 8-8, 11-5 out in the first round, 8-8. But he's bounced back, 10-5-1, and 9-7. 3 of the last 4 years he's made the playoffs, but he has not won a playoff game in any of those years. He now has not won a playoff game since the 2007 card set. So that is 6 seasons without a playoff win. I know the team is better this year. The team has invested a lot in Blake Bortles. And the early returns are not promising. He did have the good game in week 2, but we'll see what happens. He needs Blake Bortles to be at least an okay NFL quarterback for the future of this club. I think that's pretty obvious. Although, I mean, he's made the playoffs 3 to 4 years of backup type guys and stuff like that. All right, now the team for the year. Oh my God, Blake Bortles is the starting quarterback. Next team. Okay, let's see. He's got 2 7s pass blocking. He's got a right guard 0. He's got 2 6s run blocking, a 5 and a 4. He doesn't have much of a running game either. Rashad Jennings. He doesn't have much of a running game, but on the bright side, he doesn't have much of a passing game either. So it's not good for the Rams. This could be a very quick prognostication. The Bortles is a tremendous running card, which is pretty cool. Young quarterback syndrome. I wonder what his. He averaged 7.5 yards a carry, but 7 fumbles, 3.6. Look at that. 6, 7, 8-year-old game. Old school. That was in the old days. Floyd Little, 1971.
Yeah.
2-11 on the 2-6, 11 yards or more. More Russell Wilson than Aaron Rodgers because 7.5 yards. He's got a good flat pass card, actually. Short pass card. You need the must run to get that going. He's got 8 minutes must run. He's in the 4 completions. So it's like kind of like 12 and 18 is Andrew Luck. Blake Bortles, Andrew Luck with the same short pass card. And 4, 12 deep. Throw some picks on right. His card is really not as bad as I thought it was going to be.
Okay.
I think that, okay.
Yeah, you're right.
That's an interesting comment.
No, I think you're right.
Interesting comment from Dennis. Like,
I didn't realize how bad you thought it was. I mean, I knew that he was.
I thought it was like not playable. Instead, it's playable on a below average team.
Decent. For sure.
So you got Eric Decker. You got Michael Floyd. What's happened to him in the NFL? Killing my own win team.
He's hurt.
Oh, nice. Nice little pass card. You got Charles Clay, long-time Ram. Solid regular tight end card. So it's like 24 tight ends in the same card every year. What's he doing? He's going to go blocking back? It's backup tight end Don Simmons. Charles K blocking back. Don Simmons, a tight end. Okay. Good luck, Don.
Dion.
Dion. Sorry, yeah. He had 24 catches, 11.8. Okay, he's not as good as I thought. And he's not that good either, but he's not as good as I thought. 4-3 defense. Jennings doesn't have much of a card, right?
No, he's not as good as it was last year, but it's not bad. No. I mean, it's all right.
Okay, yeah, he can handle the ball. Okay. Talia Farrell is, I think, a little similar. Defense goes 5-5-5-4, 4-4-5 at linebacker. Oh boy, 5 corner, 4 corner, 0-4 safety. Well,
Yeah,
there's 2 quarterbacks in the draft next year, so maybe
he's not that bad. And Wayne will coach them up. That's the thing.
Wayne's a great coach. He did last year a tremendous job getting a bad team into the playoffs. 5-5-5-4, 4-4-5, 4-5-0-4. That's a bad defense. That 4-3 is going to get shredded. And then you got these running backs and Blake Bortles. I know Wayne's a good coach, but I want to go.
I'm going 6-10.
Yeah, I want to go 6-10 because he's a good coach. But I want to say 5-11. He has had some bad seasons before, but he's done good lately. Takin's not going to help too much in the old W column with that attack. He's got a touchdown in the punts. I know he's been beating Wayne by like 6 in the fourth quarter. He's got a bad team, and then Takin runs one back with everything else being a fair catch. Come on, I'm looking for a reason to go 5-11 here. I can't really find one. I'll go 6-10 because there's good coaching. But in a lot of guys' hands, this is like a 3-13 team easy.
Yeah.
6-10.
Definitely. Okay, got you down.
Wayne and I will be battling out again for the who can get the most out of their terrible team award. Not terrible. His team's a lot worse than mine. So, and I did pick myself 7-9, so that's on talent. Tampa Bay, Tim's got a pretty good team. I think Tim is overrating his team this year, but we'll see. But a lot of it is like you and me. You're optimistic, and I'm maybe a little cynical. So
yeah.
Offensive line. He's got a 7 at right tackle. He did the same thing that Tony did. I'm going to put the 7 at right tackle because all you tricky bastards are going to put your pass rushing guy at left end. Okay. He's got a 7 at right tackle. He's got a 5 at left tackle. The rest of the guys are 4s. So he can definitely be sacked. It's not like he's going to get sacked willy-nilly, but you know what I'm saying. Of course, you got Romo's going to throw a lot of flat passes. That'll counter that. Romo's got a great card. Romo was really impressing me earlier this season before he got injured. I'm not a Romo fan, but it's almost too bad he got injured. When Bryant went out, when he really looked like he was just like zipping it around, casually almost, dare I say it, Aaron Rodgers-like in terms of, like, I'm good enough now that as long as you guys don't totally suck, we're going to still win. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, he definitely has matured and has just gotten better than the last few years.
Yeah.
Before I would be like a little bit skeptical of him. Yeah. But he's really come on.
He's gotten rid of he's really reduced the mistakes. Because he's going to come back and throw like 20 picks, but we'll see what, But so I'm not a Dallas fan, as you'll know, from the forum. But I was impressed with Tony this year when Dez went out and stuff, and then last year too. They could easily beat Green Bay in that game. But I think Green Bay would have got the ball and come down at the end, even if Dez Bryant got the catch. But so now we'll see. I don't know how long he's out. Do you remember? They say as many as 8 weeks, or is it shorter?
Yeah, no, 8 weeks. And so he's got 1 down. He's got 7 to go.
Okay.
But it really just depends on how he recovers and everything too. So
yeah, and the guy's getting older now, but he's played a lot of injuries before, so he doesn't get trying it out there. So he's got a great flat pass card, maxed out except for the interception. He's got 17-23 short pass, which is nice. He's got 40 too much run, and he's not that bad. 285 tomorrow, so that's not awful. That gives him a little more bump. So that gives him more like 18.5, I would say 18.5. 23. That's a very good card. The long is 6 and 10. A little disappointing, but Strat's not giving you those really good long pass cards anymore because that's not the way the NFL's played anymore. Right. So real strong card from Romo, I would say. See, I think Tim is overhyping the Robert Turbin card because Ed had him ranked number 2, but Ed wrote in his notes. But Ed wrote in his notes that it's based like solely on like the off tackle average or something like that. You know what I'm saying? Like the off-tackle long average or something like that. So
75-25. Yeah, that's it.
So, and Turbin has the equivalent of 6, 7, 8 choking off-tackle wrong. That is real good. He's not bad, right? So I guess Tim's not overhyping it. I'm maybe underhyping it.
No.
You can't run at all, which I hate that because you hate like when the offense knows where the guy's in the game. I know we'd have to put a guy in and run. I need to get an end run wrong with Robert Turbin. It's like 5 to 8. Look at 0 + 1, 0 + 2. It's like you're going to give him a shot at the off tackle or line book for that. But at least he has a line book, which is good also. So and he's good, right? So maybe I'll probably wrong with that. But I always have a problem with those guys that don't have a short gain. It's like plus 16 instead. It's like visually it doesn't register as strongly. You know, I see the short gain. I'm like, oh yeah, short gain. But it's like plus 13. I'm like, well, what do I do with that? You know, why is this guy no good? How come he only doesn't have a short gain?
He always rolls low on the short gains.
Yeah. Shady McCoy, 4.2. I think his card's a little better than people are saying. You know, I think he's been kind of killed. You can run that off tackle wrong a little bit. The right linebacker's okay. It's not a good card, but you can run it a little bit. And that's one of the problems. Like I always have this problem with Reggie Bush. Some of these backs who catch a lot of passes, their average is low. You know, and like look at flat pass right, 6 is 2 yards.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Even flat pass wrong, 6 is only plus 7. Yeah, sure, he's got some other double-digit gains, but they all do.
Right.
You guys got a plus 7 on 6, they'll have plus 2 on right, you know?
Yeah.
And on 6, you know, you either have a bad number like a 10 or a 3 or 4 or something, but 6, that you want that to be at least 4 or 5 yards, so it hurts a little bit. So it's definitely not the shady card from last year, but it's not a shady, if I can say that. I don't know, Victor Cruz, we always got the kids back there. I don't want to.
No, but I got the headphones on and we're not being censored.
Okay.
So
that's
right.
Set. Yes, I'm generally fairly profane in real life. So, Victor Cruz, this is not a good card at all. The short pass, the long pass is pretty good. 3-7. He's got 15 long pass, a 9-15 long pass. He's got a third tier short pass card of 16-22. I know that receivers aren't terribly. Well, I'm not even gonna say that, but I know guys don't always say, "Oh, it doesn't matter." It does matter. In my math that way. Now, Antonio Brown. Wow, 129 catches, Dennis. 1,700 yards. He must have a great wide receiver card. Let's take a look. Oh, no, it's the same as 12 other guys. Maxed out.
Well, Tim actually brought something up on the forum, which, you know, I think is something to look at. You know, there is no way right now for Strat to give these stud wide receivers their due. They can be double teamed just as easily as anybody. And that's one of the things he suggested that they work on. I had thought about an idea. Now, tell me what you think about this. You know how they're ranking guys for yak? Well, yes. Why don't you rank the guys for their level of studliness as a wide receiver? So you get the top guys that are like the best in the league. Yeah. Make them A's for whatever you want to give them, and give them like a 50% chance of breaking a double team. So most of the people would have like a 33% chance. The really bad receivers would have no chance. So you have A, B, and C, 3 levels, and give just the best of the receiver class every year the ability to, break out of that double team. So you roll, in the cards and dice game, you roll a dice, and if it's, 1, 2, 3, you're out of the double team.
I got you. I number one, I'm in favor of anything that weakens the double team, because especially playing with stock teams, it's ludicrous. When you get some of these stock teams that have one great receiver and then the other guys are just ordinary, you are never going to get that guy's numbers playing head-to-head, because he's going to be mercilessly double-teamed, especially when they can't run the ball. Cleveland with Josh Gordon that year was such a great example. Oh, I could throw to Jordan Cameron. Congratulations. You got 7 yards. You know what I'm saying? But, Josh Gordon on a Cleveland replay was never going to get his numbers. A.J. Green a lot of times. Even Antonio Brown, now they have Martavis Bryant's card, but absolutely, I agree with that. Steve Smith in Carolina never usually used to have a good second receiver. So,
and then you get guys, and then it kind of adds to the cat and mouse, because you think, do I want to use my double team where it has a 50% chance of working, or do I want to use it on somebody who I know is going to be shut down if he happens to be the receiver?
So no, guys, I've never heard or read this proposal that Dennis just made before, but I would definitely be in favor of that. I mean, they could have it, whatever, we need a
cool name of it. We need a cool name for it. You can't just call it.
Well, it doesn't be a cool name. It has to be a Strat acceptable name,
right?
Because wide receiver stud factor is a cool name. There's nothing wrong with that name, but it's not a name that Strat would use. Right. Yeah. Well, we could work on the name, but no, yeah, I think that would be great, and whatever the percentage would be, absolutely, because these guys, especially the last 4 or 5 years, come on. Some of the Calvin Johnson years, this Antonio Brown year last year, what Julio Jones is doing right now. In real life, they're doubling these guys, and it's not working. In Strat, you double these guys, and he is shut down.
Yeah, and you can't make it so that the double team never works. So it's got to be some balance in there.
Yeah, but I think the FPR does address that to some extent. Now, because you can double team, like if I'm playing, I can double team Antonio Brown all day with the FPR, but I'm giving you flat pass wrong to like every other guy on the field, and you're going to kill me with that. And I have to do some run calls to stop the flat, and then I can't double team Antonio Brown. So FPR helps with that, but I think this rule is better because it doesn't have the downsides to FPR of there's no reason to run the ball at the mid-level or worse back. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, agreed.
So, yeah, I like your rule initially. You have to hammer out some of the details.
Yeah,
maybe we can do that. Yes.
Sure. We can put it up on the forum and see what people think.
Yeah, well, we could message Raven first and let him parse through it because he's good at
that's good. I like
that. Looking at the angles and the math and stuff like that, I assume.
Sounds good.
He's had a lot to do with a lot of rules over the years. So, anyway, Tony Brown is good. Let's see. Brent Selleck is a 6, so that helps, I guess. 32 catches, he got a dot, 10.6. Nice flat card. Not a good otherwise card. Brendan Davis, not the man he once was. 26 catches. He got a dot, though.
He traded for Jim Dre, who has like a crazy card.
Oh, yeah.
Or drafted
flat pass card. Yeah.
Check out that card.
Why is he not
in the lineup?
He's not showing the lineup, but it is secret weapon.
Secret weapon.
17 catches, 31. He's got the great flat pass card. He's pretty decent short pass. Great yardage, not great completions, but still, yeah. I agree with Ed instead of those types of cards. So he's going to be helpful. Frank Summers, ex-Jet. Used to be on my team. And this is why he's not on my team anymore. So, yeah, maybe he just didn't do the depth chart right, but I can't imagine. Frank Summers is only been there for an asterisk, you know?
Right.
So there's a lot of it'll be Jim Dre all day. Now, you can go flat to Dre and Selleck nicely with Romo.
Yes, very nicely.
You know, and even Shady if you get a blitz a little bit, I guess. But I don't know. With this offense. I'm not thrilled with it, despite Romo. 4-3. The turnover should be good for this offense, though. It should be low turnover.
Right, and that wins you a lot of games.
4-3 defense. Plus, Antonio Brown, I'm sure, has a punt return touchdown, which I saw in the playoffs. It killed me. 4-3 defense goes 4-5-5-6. See, I like putting the 6 at the right end because of the blocking back sets. You know, guys like to run over there. I hate when you have the 4 right in there. The guy's got a blocking back. It's like, I got to worry with it all game. You know.
Yeah.
4-5-5-6 on the line. 4-6-5 at linebacker, which is nice because you got Michael Kendricks at 6. He can slide out to cover the 4 sometimes. You know. He's got 5-6 a corner, which is nice. 5 safety, 4 free safety. So nice, pretty nice defense. Guys are going to want to attack on the ground, but you need to have good blocking or something. Tim is going to bring Bruce Irvin up into that and run sometimes like he used to do with Lance Briggs for years. He's going to use.
I think he has a. Does he have a 5 rated? Does he have a 5 nickel back?
No, he's got a 4. No, he's got 4s.
I thought he had an extra 5 that he decided not to trade. Go to the 3-3-5 just to make sure.
He's starting.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
He traded Darius Slay in the DeMarcus Ware.
Oh, that's right. That's what.
Traded Slay and kept Joseph. So
gotcha.
Which makes some sense because sometimes you're not going to get as much value for the veteran player if you feel like you can replace the younger player because you're a good drafter, or you're going for the year. You say, screw it, I'll keep the guy who's less value, and I'll use the other guy to get the good piece. You know what I'm saying? And so he got the better piece, and he got other things in that deal. I think so it wasn't like straight up. I think, and Ware's having another good year again. He's not ready to hang it up yet. Interesting, really interesting team. You know, this is Tim has so many. Tim always has teams like this. It's like a solid all around team, no deficiencies, but sometimes like just not as much, if anything, as you'd like. You know, like when he had Shady last year, different story. Both in this league and in Order Win, where he won the Super Bowl at Order Win. You know, he had Shady and Calvin Johnson, Antonio Brown, and the good Vernon Davis card. So it's like, okay, this team is not missing anything. You know what I'm saying? Right. But I feel like if Turbin doesn't have enough carries, McCoy's card's not good enough. The extra receiver outside of Brown, I wish was better to make people pay for the double teams they want to do on your tight ends on Brown. So those things bother me. I'm still a good team. Still very, very much a playoff team and a big-time contender. He usually gets good return guys. He pays attention to special teams. Let's see. Antonio Brown's got a touchdown, a +13, not awful. This kick return on Marlon Moore, they're only okay. He's got a block on the punt, a decent coverage. Great kick return coverage. Josh Brown does have the 7+2. To Thielen. And his kicker is pretty decent. Pretty good. 2 to 10 out to the 22. 2 to 10 and 12, 3 to 12. And then 2 to 8, 11 and 12 deep. And 2 to 6 and 12 very deep. So, I mean, they're a really solid all-around team. I like this team. I'm going to go 12 and 4. Very few weaknesses in this team.
Very few weaknesses. You're right. I'll go 13 and 3. That'll make him
nice.
That'll make him tied with TJ in my preseason predictions on who's going to win it. Who's going to finish the highest regular season record? I
was thinking of going down to 11 and 5, but 12 and 4. Tim has earned the bump with the AEW championship as well. So the Tennessee Titans, and again, all these teams. Look at these teams from Pittsburgh through Tennessee. You got Pittsburgh, San Diego, San Francisco, Seattle, Tampa Bay, and Tennessee. All has these are the best teams in the league. Who else above Pittsburgh do we even really like? A lot.
I liked Minnesota and Dallas. I like Dallas because of the coach.
Okay. You like those teams.
But I got three. I got 3 double-digit wins there: Ron Dickinson, Zeb Strong, and Dale Ripley.
And what's the high number? And what was the high number there?
10.
Yeah. All right. Now, how many of these teams did you pick for 11 or more?
All of them.
Exactly.
Everybody except
that's what I'm saying.
St. Louis.
Yeah, these are the 12 and 4, 13 and 3, 11 and 5. These teams will be fighting it out for the top seeds and stuff like that. So I'm just saying.
Actually, you know what? I'm gonna take all. This is a hindsight. I'm gonna take every single one of those 10 and 6 teams that I had, and I'm gonna change them into 9 and 7s.
Wow.
So those 3, just because of how strong the bottom of this league is.
I got you. Okay.
Just too much horsepower here.
Tennessee Titans. This is our last team.
Okay.
Tennessee Titans is a very interesting history worth looking at. It looks like John joined when I did, second-year guy. We drafted in the expansion draft. That pool was not quite as good as the original pool, as I can tell you, as someone who went in there. There was a lot of good players, but not a depth. A lot of guys drafted short-term, including me, had some early success, and then fell off the end of the earth. John, I guessed, went future. He went 2-14 the first year, 5-11 the second year, 12-4 made the playoffs. Maybe went very long future because it was still a while. 7-9, 7-9. So his first 5 years in the league with the team, the expansion draft he drafted, only made the playoffs once. Only had one winning season. Did not win a playoff game. Then he turned it around. 8-8. Then 13-3, lost the Super Bowl 38-29. Then 14-2, lost the Super Bowl 40-17. Then 11-4-1 and 10-6, getting bounced out in the first round each time. Then 14-2, lost the Super Bowl 27-11. So last 5 years, so after a pedestrian first 6 seasons as a franchise, okay, he then has made 3 Super Bowls in 5 years, and three times has gone 13-3 or better, and has won double digits every year. And he's done it by being a great drafter, a great. He doesn't really make too many trades. He's done it by being a great drafter and being a very, very good coach. So I mean,
yeah, and it's almost like this is SOMIFA's version of the Minnesota Vikings or the Buffalo Bills when they had those.
I wasn't going to go there.
Super Bowl appearances.
I wasn't going to go. I wasn't going to do that to John. I was not going to go there. Those teams are getting blown out normally. John Dennis said it, not me. But
hey, I'm just trying to draw some parallels there.
No, this is the Peyton
Very
Manning.
good.
No, to me, it's the Peyton Manning culture. They're going to win a Super Bowl. That's what I think. Now
it could be.
Now, John, guess what? He has a great team again. Okay, I mean, this guy. All right, our offensive line tackles are 7, and the left guards are 7. Got a center 5, a right guard 4. Very good pass blocking. Okay, then he's got all 5s on the line run blocking, except left tackle 6, center 5. So line is strong. Big Ben has got a very good card. Maybe his best card ever. He's got Big Ben and Jamal Charles. All right, we need to know. He's got Big Ben, Jamal Charles, and an excellent all-around roster. And he's a real good coach. Okay? So, I mean, that's the summary version. Big Ben must run 2 to 8, 3 yards, about 7 40. Big Ben, 274 yards or more. Big Ben, excellent on flat pass. Then he's got, nice. Okay, that was more. 17, 22 on short pass. And he's got 9, 12 on long pass. So a very strong card for Big Ben.
You got to call run. You got to call run with Jamal Charles staring you in the face.
And he's very low turnover. Big Ben as well. Jamal Charles, only 206 carries, okay? 5-yard average, longest of 63 at a dot. Always catches the ball well. He is a 0-0. That's the bugaboo. He's got a very similar card to last year. He's got a solid linebacker card, right and wrong. Got the 6'7" stroke gain off tackle. Doesn't have his long gains as usual. Unfortunately, you do have to go and run wrong to try to get the home run, and his card is not that great and run wrong. You know, you got the 2, 4, and 12, and 10 plus 9, 6 plus 7. It's not that bad. There's some hidden yardage there, like the 3, the 6, the 10. Not that bad, but you also risking some big minuses on the right. So I think a lot of inside running for Charles this year. Always has a good receiving card. Not as much yardage this year as usual. He's only +2 and +6 on 6. Usually he's like one of the best guys in the set with like +16s and stuff on some flat pass wrongs. But certainly still effective, I would say. Then let's see. He's got Martavis Bryant as one wide receiver who he's got the low catch. Is he 15-21 in the bomb? I'm
not sure.
I think he's maxed out in the bomb.
Yeah, he's maxed out on the bomb. He's got a 6 bomb, yeah.
Yep. Yeah, he's maxed out on the bomb. 2 to 4 long game flat pass wrong. That's hilarious.
Look at all those long gains, man.
He's maxed out on the bomb. And short pass, he's only 16-22, but look at the yardage. It's Kenny Stills from a couple years ago. Except this one, I think, is even better. And Kenny Stills was not maxed on the bomb with that card. He's only 12-18 that card. I had that card. He's languishing on the bench in Miami. What's up with that? Then Emmanuel Sanders, he's got to be maxed out, right?
Yep.
Certainly flat and short. 13-point an average, only 48 longest with no dot. He has got a real good flat card, maxed out for completions on short, and does have 2 long gain type readings, +42 and +40 on 3 and 12. And he is 12-18 on the bomb, which is fine for him. I would like to see the LG instead of the +40, but that's still fine. Greg Olson's got a real good card. Like I said, just a solid team, 84 catches with a 38 long. This guy's developed an excellent career and longevity, too. Great flat pass card, maxed on short, can go deep if you really want to. Usually not a good idea, but on these 9-15 tight ends. But you can do it sometimes. Then who's also going to play? He's got Jerome Felton as the blocking 6, which I'm not a fan of. The guy can't catch it all. Garrett Graham, can he do anything this year? He's pretty good last year.
Average.
18, 10.9. Yeah, last year was much better. Not too bad. You can play the 2 tight ends sometimes if you want to. I would like to see him get a better extra receiving target for a blocking back or a tight end to make it harder for them to double my good guys. And so I can throw flat to that guy and stuff. 3-4 defense goes 5-5-5 with pass rush on the ends, 9 and 11. Goes 4-5-4-6. That's not bad. It's workable. I got
to get the phone. Hold on.
Sure, Tess. I might have switched that 4 and 5 around on the inside because he goes 4-5-4-6. But you want to slide out to help that 4. So if you're going to send your inside linebacker as a 5 out to help the 4, then you got a 4 in the middle and the inside by himself. If you switch the 4 and the 5, you slide the 4 out to help the 4, then you got a 5 in the middle by himself. So I would have rather gone that way. But maybe he's thinking I'm going to blitz Jason Worlds a lot. I'm going to blitz David Harris a lot. They both have good blitz ratings. 3 of his linebackers are good, 11, 10, and 9. So maybe see some blitzing from Tennessee. I feel like it's easier to blitz from the 3-4. So look for that. He's got a corner 6 in Monte Davis. Got a corner 5, and he got safety 4s with the only bugaboo. So this is a very, very strong team. And then I'm going to look at these special teams real quick. This is our last team we're doing, Dennis. So we've done no time.
Yeah, I'm here.
Devin Hess has got a crazy card. 2 touchdown, 9 plus 28, and then nothing else. That's unusual. Not a great kick returner. Puncher's got a block. Okay. Not the great opponent punt returns. Not that great opponent kick returns, but not awful. He drafted Catanzaro. I think there was not that many good kickers in the draft, actually. I think I remember him walking that when he took him, or Paul might have said that in AW. But he's 2-9 at 12, 13 to 32. Real good team, real good coach. I'm going to go there's a couple of weaknesses on the defense. He can be doubled a little bit. You need to hit Brian's bombs. he can hurt. He's not. Otherwise, he's not that effective. He does Greg Olson. I wish. See, if he had a Jim Dre, or a Dennis Pitta, I'd like the offense a lot more because that's that guy that's almost never going to get doubled. Who you can throw flat to so often, And when the guys are being cute and think they're going to double it, well, you have other guys. It's just part of your offense. You know what I'm saying? I want that fifth good decent receiving target. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go 12-4, or maybe 13-3. Let me think again. Big Ben, offensive line. Yeah, I'll go 12-4.
All right, I'm gonna go 11-5.
Ooh, a nerf. How come? Why is it? Because you like the other guys at 12-4. What are you missing here? I'm just curious.
Well, you pointed out some of the flaws with the lack of coverage on the double teams. I think you're also maybe going to see, all these top teams playing each other. Some of these guys have got to lose. So, so when he faces up with Tampa Bay or San Francisco or San Diego, you're going to pick up some losses. And then you always pick up a loss from a team that you never expect to lose to.
Sure.
And I've spoken before about how these games play out because of the average. So it's just a gut feeling. I don't have any particular reasons why.
Sure.
But
the feeling, somebody's got to go only 11-5 in that group is kind of what you're saying because of the dynamics you talked about before. Sure, and it happens all the time. So
and 11-5 that's a good year. I mean, I'm predicting myself for 11-5, and Pittsburgh for 11-5. There's a lot of good teams this year. I think it's more top heavy than in years past.
Yeah, so I was about to use that phrase because to me, Pittsburgh, San Diego, San Francisco, Seattle, Tampa Bay, Minnesota. That's 7 teams or 6? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. Counting is hard. Those 6 teams, to me, are real good. Like those 6 teams are all like Final Four quality, but only 4 of them can make it. And of course, there'll probably be a team who I didn't mention that makes it. Right. I'd have to review the top again, but I don't remember me liking anybody up top as much. Now, conversely, there's a ton of teams in the middle because we only had a couple of real dogs. I mean, who are the real dogs? I think my team's a little better than the real dogs. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you from the prediction.
Yeah, from the prediction. How many teams did we predict?
So you got
6 wins or less. Tell me what teams I predict 6 wins or less.
Atlanta.
Okay, which is they're terrible rebuilding.
Cincy.
Okay.
Kansas City.
Okay.
Oakland.
Okay, and they're not that bad.
Philadelphia.
Okay.
And that's it.
So I got 5 teams 6-10 or worse, and I think only 2 of them are really awful, like Atlanta and Kansas City.
Right.
I want St. Louis. I also picked. I think didn't I 6-10?
6-10. You said 5. I thought you said 5 or less, or 6 less than 6. I thought you were asking.
No, 6 or less.
6 or less. Okay, so then throw St. Louis in there.
Oh, is they one?
Exactly the same. That's the only 6-win team. Oh, and the Jets. Your Jets also go in there then.
Yeah, but I do think my Jets are the king of the dipshits. I think I'm better than those other 5 teams. So watch out, guys. When Atlanta and the Chiefs come to town, the Jets are going to try and get that W. So,
nice.
But yeah. So I think like even of those 6 or 7 teams, there's only 2 that are really like hideous.
Right.
It's like the rest of them are bad, but they're not like, oh my God, this is like 2-14 territory. They're not 81 Colts bad. So like a lot of teams in the middle. I guess some of those teams at 7-9. So how many teams did I pick to go 9? How many teams did I pick to win 9 games or more? Hold on, before we do that, real quick, Super Bowl prediction. I'm gonna go. I'm going to go Tennessee. A lot of funny things happen, so it's not always necessarily the best team. I'm going to go Tennessee, Tampa Bay. And I'm going to pick John to win his Super Bowl finally. Because I picked him last year. I picked him right before the game, not before the season. I'm going to go Tennessee, Tampa Bay with the Titans winning their first Super Bowl.
All right, and I'll go San Diego, Tennessee. And I'll have San Diego winning another Super Bowl.
It's killing you, Johnny. Wants to see the 4 L's. Oh, boy. John's a dentist. He's going to come over there and not use any Novocaine if you watch out. If you don't watch it.
And then we can say, Dennis, what are you doing to them? They're not the Vikings. They're not the Bills.
That's right. And now playoffs? How many teams? Playoffs? How many teams did I pick to win 9 games or more?
Okay, one. Do you want to name them or just count them?
Count them.
Okay, so 8.
I took 18. I'm so terrible. I'm so harsh. There was one year in SSFA we only get 8 teams in. I can't believe I only picked 8 teams to make the playoffs. So besides those 6 at the end, who did I pick before Pittsburgh?
I picked 12. I don't think mine's going to work. I think I got to bump somebody out. Who did you pick? Okay, so here's who you picked.
No, above Pittsburgh, alphabetically. Who did I pick to win at least 9 games?
You picked Minnesota 9-7 and Houston 10-6.
Okay, but yours could work. You could have 12 teams because how many times do we end up with so many teams, not 9-7? You know what I'm saying?
You're right. I'll stick with it.
So you don't have to on my count. I'm just saying.
No, you're right. I'm going to do that. Let me. I'll share my screen here.
Can you do it, or do I need to click you? My mouse is giving me problems right now. So
I got it, and then I'm going to. Should I make this bigger? Can you see that?
Well, right now my mouse is acting up, so I can't click anything.
Okay, so I'm gonna zoom this up to 200%.
You can't mute me, can you?
No, you have the control center.
All right, I am now. There you go. I went to you. I'm gonna mute my mic one moment.
So we got. Let's see. Let's make it a little bit smaller. Okay, so there we are with all the teams. Whoops, all the teams on the screen at the same time.
Okay.
So there's the predictions.
Nice.
And then you said Super Bowl. You said
Tennessee over Tampa Bay.
Tampa Bay. So that's going to be. I'm gonna put those in a different color.
But really, any of those 6 teams, I would. You could just throw a dart. To me, I'll tell you one thing. It's top heavy, but there's a lot of competition at the top. I don't think there's one team and coach combination that stands out. You know what I'm saying? And maybe Tennessee a little bit, but I mean, those are 6 very good teams, and mostly with very good coaches.
Okay, so mine was. I'm gonna make that a really dark green because that's the one we both picked. And the other one I picked was San Diego, and I have San Diego winning. All right.
All right, there we go. All right, Dennis, I think we're done for the night, right?
Yes, absolutely. Good luck to everybody. Good luck to all the past champions and the future champions.
Yep, I'm pumped up to play now, so I got to find an opponent.
I got a game tonight. Against Renee, so I'm good.
Nice. Okay, good for you. I do have to wrap up the FPR XFL. I got to get up the league file. There's a couple of games outstanding, including one of mine. But all right, guys, it was a good show. Thanks a lot, Dennis. Enjoy your strat, and may the dice be with you.
Sounds good. Take care.
Take care, Dennis. Later.